And for every fan, get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. We got a lot to get to today. Appreciate you tuning in. We're with you till 10 a.m. My name is Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Good morning. How are you, my friend?
Good morning.
How's it going?
It's going great. I don't think it's going great for Ben because I have to restart my webcam to be sure that everybody can see me on YouTube.
All right.
So we'll get there eventually. Sean.
Yeah, it's fine. It's 6 o'clock. We got time.
The important thing is that you can see me.
That's the big thing. So Wednesday, man. It's just the next Hell Week in a series of Hell Weeks with the Kansas City Chiefs coming up later.
Yeah, like Hell Week in a good way, though.
Absolutely.
You know what? We're the older fraternity brothers that are hazing the younger fraternity brothers.
That's right.
It's fun for us because we're sadistic bastards.
Yep.
We haven't yet developed a sense of morality or anything yet, and we can just, just go ahead and just do all kinds of wild and reckless things out there on the football field.
Yep.
So all these other teams that have to worry about the psychotic Texans defense coming after them. We don't headhunt anymore. That's gone out of vogue. We kidney hunt.
Yes. And we've been taught for many years, hunt for the kidneys, man.
Yeah.
Stay away from the head.
That's where I think sometimes that's the whole thing. You can't visualize a negative. It's the old thing that one of my old coaches used to say. So, for instance, in a gentler part of the game, instead of saying don't drop the ball, say hold on to the ball. Likewise, instead of saying don't hit him in the head, say hit him in the kidneys.
Hit him in the kidney.
Hit him in the spleen.
Accentuate what to do, not what not to do.
Legal organ harvesting.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes. That's all we're doing. We're just trying to get the donation process sped up. That's all.
I do have a theory that as the Texans, and we've got a bunch of audio today of various people talking about how awesome and violent the defense is.
Yeah.
The Daniel Jeremiah, J.J. Watt, all of these things. But I also saw Mike Vrabel yesterday kind of defending the fact that they were trying to destroy Jackson Dart and saying, what of it? I do think that this generation of players has been raised in an environment where they've been taught from the time they were young not to hit the head.
Yep.
So it took a while for the league to adjust to it and for these guys to filter up. But what we're seeing now with your Kamari Lassiters, your Jalen Petries, your Will Andersons, and so forth is I think like a super mutant breed of football players that understands how they can operate under the current rules of war, but still operate very effectively.
Yeah.
Yes. Like, oh, no, we can't use nerve gas anymore. Okay, well, we'll figure out some ways to kill you still. Right.
Well, it's bloodlust, and what that younger generation has learned is, the torso bleeds as well.
Right.
You know what bleeds? Everywhere on the human body if you hit it appropriately.
Yeah, and it won't cause dementia later in life.
That's right.
We're doing it. It's a sane and humane way to injure quarterbacks.
That's exactly right. Did you see some of the hits in that? The one along the sidelines on Jackson Dart? Jackson Dart is going to get his offensive line killed fighting for him unnecessarily after perfectly legal hits.
Jackson Dart is that jackass that likes to start fights when he's out at a bar, and all his buddies are like, all right, here we go. Yeah. All right, I can't believe that you got offended when my friend called your girlfriend a whore. All right, I guess we're getting in a fight.
Yeah. Because if the offensive lineman had not come to his defense, that would have been a topic. Like, look, they don't even want to defend him when he gets hit like that on that perfectly legal hit by that guy.
Yeah.
It's so stupid, man.
It's really dumb.
He is a dummy, Jackson Dart.
Now, it's very relevant because the Texans are facing an opponent who last year was the beneficiary of a couple of bogus roughing calls
in the playoffs
against Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes Jr., right? Is it his father? Is his
father? Yeah. His father is Patrick. Also, I don't know what number.
P-Homie 2 is what I call him.
Yeah.
So P-Homie 2 drew a couple of penalties last year that were obviously bogus, and the Texans talked about it in the offseason about how this is the current NFL. Got to be sure we learn how to operate. Then I'm watching the Chiefs play last week, and man, against the Cowboys on the Chiefs' final touchdown drive, Mahomes scrambles for a first down, and the defensive back at the very end, at the sideline, just lays off when he could have hit Mahomes maybe just shy of the first down marker, but he held off.
Yeah.
And these are the decisions you have to make because Mahomes gets shoved by another defender lightly, like at the sideline, and of course tumbles to the earth.
Oh yeah,
there was no flag drawn or anything.
Yeah. No, it made it look like a really hard hit.
Right.
Yeah, there is that narrative out there for the game this weekend. On the heels of a game where the Texans, benefited from a couple of calls. We don't see that a lot. Now we head into Kansas City.
Aziz Al-Shire. Remember, Aziz Al-Shire was banged up in the playoff game. By the way, yesterday I was doing a live stream, and I've never been more annoyed. I had all these people actuallying me as I was talking about Aziz Al-Shire and some of his struggles in the last time the Texans faced the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And they're saying, he didn't play last year. He didn't play in the game last year. Right. They played him twice. What? I don't understand where that even comes from. Like, if you're a fan of the Texans and you watch the playoff game, you would remember that Aziz Al-Shire was out there.
He sure was. Yeah.
His injury was probably part of the reason that Travis Kelce went off like he did.
That was that was my next question. I was trying to remember which game. Kelce had a huge game in one of the two. I get the two games. Yeah, it was the playoff game he went off in. Okay. I get the two games mixed up because they were so close on the calendar, and the final scores were almost identical. Those games were almost identical. The Texans were in it until the fourth quarter, and I think in both games they scored a touchdown that would have tied the game, and Kaimi misses an extra point. In both games that happened because the Tank Dell touchdown would have tied the game if Kaimi. That was the salt in the wound. That was the adding insult to injury. You lost Tank Dell to a knee injury on a touchdown, and then Kaimi misses the PAT.
You got me fact-checking myself, because I don't trust my brain as much as yours. Yeah, Kelce last year in the playoffs had 7 receptions for 117 yards.
Yeah, I knew he.
And a lot of it was yardage after the catch. The tackling was bad, the angles were bad, the leverage was bad, and part of it was, I think, Aziz Al-Shire he was also not moving all that great.
Yeah, I'm more concerned in this game about the speed on the outside than I am Travis Kelce.
You know what? I'm concerned about all of them because that's the speed on the outside helps Travis Kelce as well.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about Travis Kelce because what we saw last week from the Colts was some chunk plays over the middle, wide open swaths of green grass.
Yep.
Where and if you're concerned about speed on the outside, that tends to happen. So where you're down now to the 6th person who's played safety opposite of Kalen Bullock this year for you. No, 5th. Sorry, 5th. 5th safety that has played opposite of Kalen Bullock. That's just not letting Travis Kelce get easy opportunities for chunk plays over the middle. That's all part and parcel to the fact that Mahomes has a bunch of different receiving options.
Yeah. There was no Rashee Rice in that game in either game last year either, and Rashee Rice has been really good since coming back from suspension. He's been impactful. You looked like you were about to say something.
Oh no, I wanted to let you get back in control of the ship.
It's all good. It's all good. We
spent 7 minutes kind of diverting off into bloodlust and violence. And
I know. It felt good, didn't it?
Yeah.
It felt kind of good. Here was Daniel Jeremiah yesterday. He was on the Jim Rome show, and as was Nick Caserio yesterday. Daniel Jeremiah talking about the kind of how physical teams now, this kind of plays into the bloodlust thing that you're talking about, Seth. Mm-hmm. Physical teams rule the day now in the NFL.
I talk to guys all the time, man, and GMs around the league. They're all singing the same song, which is like, of all the years, this is the year, just punch your ticket. Just get in. If you can get into the tournament, everybody feels like they got a shot to win it if they can just get in there. I don't think there is this unbeatable dominant force like we've seen in years past, whether it was Philly last year, kind of felt inevitable to some degree. We've seen it with those Kansas City teams and, then go back into those Patriot teams. It doesn't feel like that juggernaut exists at this point in time. So, that's kind of the theme that I've heard. And, one thing I've noticed, and you saw it in a lot of games yesterday, was you're starting to see these physical teams. Now the weather's turning. We're into December. Like, the physical teams are starting to climb. Like, I don't know anybody wants to see the Houston Texans right now with how physical they're playing. Derek Brown and those Carolina Panthers, that's a physical bunch. You saw the Packers kind of out-physical the Detroit Lions. You saw the Bears bully the Eagles. Like, these physical teams, man, that seems to be kind of where the momentum is right now.
So Sunday will be a major petri dish for this theory.
For Jalen Petrie.
For the Petrie, yes. This will be the Texans going to Kansas City will be a big test of what Jeremiah is saying right there.
Yeah, and the Chiefs, if we're talking about physicality and all of that, let's talk about the Chiefs' defense. Because the Chiefs' defense, they're not as good as they have been the last couple of years. And it's interesting because I'm looking over their numbers yesterday and looking over some of their injuries and everything. And they're allowing the exact same number of points per game that they did for last year's regular season. They're at 19 points per game defensively. What they're not doing is taking the ball away or making huge impact, just big splash plays. And they're just not as scary in terms of either their effectiveness, their interceptions, their tackles for a loss, all of that. It's just a little bit off. But they're still a solid defense.
Sure.
And they've been playing close games. They're just losing a lot of these one-score games. But the Texans' defense, I mean, it jumps off the film at you compared to most other defenses in the league. They're just more violent.
Yeah.
They are just a bloodthirsty bunch. And their defensive line, their pass rush, and their defensive backfield just complement each other. They're able to play a style of football that not a lot of teams can get away with, a style of coverage, everything else. It's just it's really cool. It's really cool to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be fun on Sunday. It's going to be cold. It's at night. It's going to be on prime time. The Texans can exercise a lot of demons on Sunday against the Chiefs, for sure.
Yeah. As far as the other kind of thing that people are noticing, when it goes in hand, I think, with the physical teams maybe starting to take over, it's that if you look at a lot of the teams at the top of the standings right now, unlike the past couple of decades, it doesn't seem to be all that quarterback-driven.
No.
There really aren't. I mean, the Patriots, Drake May might end up being a Hall of Famer, who knows? But, like, he's still relatively unproven, especially with the teams they've faced.
Yep.
But then you have the Broncos. And, like, I'm just going through the Pro Football Talk power rankings for the hell of it.
Yep.
Rams, obviously. Stafford's doing a great job, but they also have one of the top defenses in the league. The Seahawks, who knows where they end up because Sam Darnold has had a rough few outings these last few weeks.
Yeah.
The Bears, Caleb Williams is not actually playing all that well.
31st in completion percentage right now.
Ben Johnson flat out said we're winning in spite of our passing offense.
Yep.
Not because of our passing offense, in spite of our passing offense. You know, the Packers, the Colts, the Bills, those guys, like the Colts and the Bills especially. Daniel Jones put up some great numbers early on. He's fallen back down to earth, and I don't know if the Colts can do it with Daniel Jones playing the way he is. Josh Allen not having his best year. The Jaguars, okay.
Yeah.
Fine, great.
That's what when Daniel Jeremiah says right there, he said something in that cut we just played that we've been saying for a couple of weeks now as the Texans have crept back to and over 500, which is this is a gettable AFC. This is a gettable league this year. The Texans, these rankings that you're reciting, Seth, the Texans are 12th right now. So they're in the upper, basically in the upper third of the league, right on the cusp of it. You look at the teams ahead of them, start at the very top. Drake May and Bo Nix are on the two, they're the quarterbacks of the two teams at the very top of the rankings. There are 0 playoff wins and 1 playoff game between the two of them. The Rams are next. The Texans played them close. Seahawks are 4. Separate topic. They didn't play well against the Seahawks. But if they face the Seahawks, it won't be in Seattle on Monday night like it was this time.
And it's not going to be with Sam Darnold playing like he was. The teams have started to figure out that offense a little bit.
Bears are 5. Caleb Williams, like you just said, not playing well. Packers are 6. Jordan Love is very up and down. Then comes a slew of teams that you've beaten. 7 through 10, the Texans have beaten all these teams recently. They beat the Colts, 7. They beat the Bills, who are 8. They beat the Jags, who are 9. They beat the Niners, who are 10. And then the Eagles are 11, and they're all fighting with each other right now in Philadelphia. So those are all the teams that are ahead of the Texans right now. It does not look like it has in previous years where there's 3 or 4 juggernauts, where like the teams behind, like there are a slew of teams behind the Texans that were all expected to be Super Bowl contenders this year. The Lions, the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Bengals. It's a strange year, and it can be taken advantage of.
And I think there's a stark divide between the first half of the season and the second half of the season for a lot of these teams. You look at the teams that are clustered right behind the Texans, and man, the Lions are really falling off. Yeah. The Chargers have some serious issues systemically. The Panthers are the one team that looks like, oh, look at them. And the Cowboys, the Bucks, all of those. it's just it feels like the most wide open NFL that we've seen in a while.
By far, I think
there were plenty of people who picked the Eagles versus the Chiefs to play in last year's Super Bowl.
Right.
You know, I don't know. I'm going to guess there's a really good chance that whoever plays in this year's Super Bowl was almost zero people predicted it, other than on a flyer or a whim or just trying to get some clicks.
That's like when Ross asked us yesterday. We had Ross Tucker on yesterday, and when he asked us, we posed the question: would you rather be the 3 seed and play a home game against the Chiefs in the playoffs, or be the 7 seed and play a road game at the Broncos in the playoffs? And I think, honestly, if I'm just taking, in the playoffs, I'd rather play the Broncos on the road than face Patrick Mahomes. And maybe we'll have a different opinion on that after this Sunday. But Ross's response, he responded to our question with a question, which was, do you guys really think the Texans are winning the Super Bowl this year? And the answer, of course, even for the favorite, should be no. Like the percentage chance that you ask a specific team, even the favorite, do you think they're going to win the Super Bowl? The
field is always greater than any one individual team.
The favorite has like a 30% chance of winning the Super Bowl on the odds board. So the odds always say an individual team's not going to win the Super Bowl. I got the gist of his question, which was, do you think they have a chance to win the Super Bowl this year? And I have a buddy that texted me, Rick, and he was pissed at the tone Ross was taking with that question.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He said the dismissiveness of Ross Tucker regarding the Texans' potential for winning the Super Bowl really bothered me this morning. No, dude, I don't agree. They've got a great shot. Get back to me when they win the division and have the best defense in the playoffs. Agree with you? No. FOH. Rick got mad.
To Ross.
Yeah.
He needs a little dose of reality.
That's right,
he's
man.
He's getting a little too much love for his color commentating these days.
Yeah.
So, it's interesting. If you go to the Broncos, would you rather face the Broncos on the road or the Chiefs on the road? For me right now, I look at, the biggest advantage you have on this team is that your defense is so good. So I'd rather go face the team that doesn't have as good a defense. That I think both.
That's a good point.
Yeah, both the Chiefs and the Broncos. Now, I'd be more worried about Pat. Actually, with what Bo Nix has been able to do in the fourth quarter, or he can be an awful quarterback for 3 quarters and then all of a sudden turn it on in the fourth quarter. I'm not so sure, especially in cold weather where the Bo Nix's running could be even that much more effective.
Maybe.
I don't know if I fear Bo Nix or Pat Mahomes more in the fourth quarter right now. So I would want to go on the Chiefs in the road because the Texans defense is markedly better than the Chiefs defense. I think they're better than the Broncos offense, but it's not as marked a difference.
It's a shame CJ got cussed in that game, not just because getting concussed sucks and not just because they lost the game, but he was doing some good things. I know they got bogged down in the red zone, but he was doing some good things in that game.
I don't put the red zone failure on that first drive on CJ.
No.
I put that on play calling, and it looked like CJ may have gotten in if there hadn't been a false start. Who knows?
Yep. All right. College football playoff rankings are out. We'll get to what we learned from the playoff rankings. If we don't get to it in the next segment, we'll get to it in headlines for sure. But it was kind of some weird things going on in the college football playoff rankings. But sticking with the Texans, Demeco talked about his biggest takeaways from the Colts game. Wednesday seems to be the day we close the book on the previous Sunday. So we're going to close the book on the Colts game in the next segment by recognizing the ways that the Texans have finally flipped the script on the Indianapolis Colts. After years and years and years, they flipped the script on them in 3 specific ways. We'll have that for you coming up next. Beck's Prime. Hey, today's
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, this is usually the day that Seth, you and I have kind of settled into a routine. I think Wednesday feels like about the day where we slam the book shut on the previous week's game.
Yeah.
You know, because when they were losing, there was a lot to parse through for a couple of days. When they're winning, we want to revel in it especially when they beat the Colts.
Even I saw you mix it up with some Colts fans yesterday.
Yeah, man.
You'll probably it's been hard not to get annoyed at Colts fans because they're acting like they're the greatest victims in the history of victimhood with some of the officiating from that game.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like this where people are acting like bad officiating just started happening this weekend. No, the refs have been subpar for quite some time now.
It's funny, and you've got these Colts fans who are saying, "Hey, because Tony Dungy and J.J. Watt criticized the officiating or questioned it, they're now having those guys against their will co-sign that actually the game was predetermined."
Yes.
Hey. Even J.J. Watt said, no, he did not.
The game,
what the hell are you talking about?
The phrasing I saw, I saw
dictated.
the same. Dictated, yes.
Yeah.
That's
J.J. Watt says they dictated the game. What the hell?
You saw the same one I did.
This is the problem with Colts fans is that they're largely illiterate.
Right.
The meaning of words eludes them.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I'm surprised he even knew.
I don't think he understands what the word dictates means.
Definitely did not. And J.J. Watt definitely did not say the game was fixed. Stop it.
Right, yeah. Okay.
Hell.
Can you imagine? that would be a highlight,
that would
be a headline.
That would cut through for sure. Here was Demeco Ryans earlier this week. What was his biggest takeaway from the Colts game?
Yeah, my biggest takeaway is always I'm excited that we got the win, but I think the biggest takeaway for me is we left so much out there, right? And there's still so many things where we can so many things we can do better, and. I know it's tough to say that, but it is some small things, some things I know we can do better, things we've worked, things we can clean up technique-wise, fundamental-wise. I just feel like we still left a lot of plays out there, and that's my challenge to our guys. It's always, how do you get better? Don't just rest on, we won and be happy with winning. It's all about continue to learn in a win or a loss. What do you learn from it and how you keep pushing the envelope to get even better.
Good. I loved that was my favorite cut from his post-game press conference right there.
Well, and I think
Monday. This is Monday press conference.
I think that you go into that game and it's the Colts and they have the division lead and all of that other stuff. But you, and it felt great to get that victory. But I think when you sit and reflect on it, you do think, all right, it left me wanting a little bit, just in terms of just how emphatically did you beat a team that frankly is inferior to you. If the offense is functioning at a halfway decent level.
Yep.
So the margin of victory, the breaks that you had to have along the way, including a missed extra point, you'd like to not have to rely on a missed extra point to be sure that you won the game. And that also that you almost very nearly possibly did miss an extra point yourself.
Yeah, maybe.
Nobody knows.
Good to me. I don't know. Did you see the Colts cut Michael Badgley yesterday? They cut the kicker.
They cut the kicker?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'll miss him in Week 18. I liked him. I liked the way he
I'm
doinked
sure
that
whoever
off.
bringing it off the scrap heap isn't going to be much better.
Yeah. You know what would be ironic is if they brought in the kid, the Matthew Wright, the kid
that had been here with the Texans?
Yeah. That would be ironic.
Like his 33rd NFL team
I
he
know.
played for.
His Wikipedia.
He's probably scroll. He played for some AFL team back in the day.
Yeah, exactly. So this game this past weekend against the Colts, for me, the Texans have completely flipped the script on the Colts, and I'm not just talking about this year or last year. I'm talking these two teams have played each other for 20 years now. You were part of that first wave that had to face Peyton Manning all those years.
I don't know what you're talking about. That never happened.
It was rough.
Screw that guy.
The Colts had the Texans' numbers, but the ways they flipped the script, it used to be that the Texans would go up to Indianapolis and you could chalk it up as a loss. Even the one year when the Colts sucked, in between Peyton Manning and Andrew Luck, the Texans went up there and lost to Dan Orlovsky. The Texans are not scared to go to Indianapolis anymore. They're 7-4 in their last 11. They've won 4 in a row. CJ seems to really like playing there. Like, he's literally said, I like playing here. He likes the atmosphere there, and the numbers bear that out. He was again on Sunday.
In some ways, CJ CJ likes playing indoors, I think.
That's true, too.
That's relevant to going up and playing in Kansas City when it might be 20 degrees at kickoff.
Yep, it is. So they've.
I think if CJ had to play outdoors with no crowd noise, or at least outdoor in inclement weather with no crowd noise, like say versus the Jets, versus playing indoors with a bunch of crowd noise, he might prefer indoors with a bunch of crowd noise.
I think he might, and I don't even think that's shade or anything like that. I think he would prefer that. Absolutely. So they've turned Lucas Oil Stadium into a place where they thrive right now. They've won 4 in a row. The second thing was, the Texans have their guy at quarterback. For years you're losing to Peyton Manning, and then it's Andrew Luck after that. I mean, for the better part of the entire time the Texans had been a franchise for that first 15 years, the Colts were set at quarterback. Now the Colts are just juggling. And do you hope that they commit to Daniel Jones after this season?
Oh, God, yes.
Me too.
Oh, yes, 100% I do.
Do you think they will?
No, I don't. I think they might. I don't think they'll try to, like their version of commitment.
Yes.
But it's almost kind of be like, hey, we're into polygamy. Are you? We're committed to you as long as you're into polygamy. And a woman is like, maybe. Let's see what else is out there.
Right.
Yeah, let's see if I can settle for you.
I would guess, because it's not a great quarterback draft class, I would guess that maybe he gets like one of those like Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield kind of contracts, that you can get out. I mean, Seattle and Tampa are both happy with those quarterbacks, but they've got contracts that are easy to get. It's not a Russell Wilson deal like in Denver, like 3 years, $100 million. You can get out from under that.
Why would it matter if there was a good draft class? The Colts don't have any picks.
Shoot, that's right.
They traded away their next two first-round picks.
That's a great
for a guy
point,
who's
Seth.
not even on the field.
That's a great point. What am I saying?
It has nothing. The fact that there's no great quarterbacks in the draft helps Daniel Jones a lot more than it helps the Colts.
Absolutely.
There are a lot more teams out there that are going to say, you know what? Let's just try it out with Daniel Jones for a couple of years or two and see what happens.
Someone will pay him. The Colts have had a different Week 1 starting quarterback every year since 2017, except for 23 and 24 when Anthony Richardson, who might be the worst of the bunch.
Where is Anthony Richardson? Did you see any sideline shots of him
I didn't see. He's on IR. I don't know.
I didn't know if he'd be on the sideline lending his expertise or anything.
Yeah, lending his expertise.
Yeah.
The guy who misses meetings or he's late to meetings.
Telling Daniel Jones to tap out.
Yeah.
Hey, you look tired, bro. They got Anthony Richardson with a heart rate monitor on the sideline, like monitoring Daniel Jones' heart rate. You're in zone 4. Yeah. Get out. Get out.
Zone 4. Oh, my God.
What a fraudulent franchise.
Oh, my God.
Look, the Peyton Manning curse is 100% real. Scott Tolzien, Andrew Luck, Jacoby Brissett, Phillip Rivers, Carson Wentz, Matt Ryan, Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones. Those are your starting quarterbacks.
Yeah, man. We got our guy. They
Since
don't.
2017.
Yep.
Scott Tolzien. I forgot about that era.
What a list. Scott
it lasted
Tolzien.
one game.
Yep.
That's a little bit of a,
Yeah, that was the year. That was the year Andrew Luck missed the whole season. So Jacoby Brissett was their starter most of that year. The third thing that they flipped the script on the Colts. So they flipped the script on Lucas Oil Stadium. We're not scared. They flipped the script on the quarterbacks. We got the franchise guy. You've just got this random roulette wheel of quarterbacks. Nico Collins is the new T.Y. Hilton. We've got the kryptonite now. T.Y. Hilton used to kill the Texans. He averaged 91 yards a game against the Texans throughout his career, and early on it was more than that. Similarly, Nico Collins in his last 4 games, the 4 games he's played against the Colts with C.J. Stroud as his quarterback, 146 yards, 195 yards, 117 yards, and then this past Sunday, a paltry 98 yards. If you took Nico Collins' numbers against the Colts with C.J. Stroud and extrapolate them out over a full season, he would shatter the single-season receiving record.
Yeah,
he'd have like 2,300 yards receiving.
Now, the difference with Nico Collins is that Nico Collins is a genuinely really good wide receiver, whereas T.Y. Hilton, the thing that was frustrating about was he wasn't all that great of a receiver, but he would go off versus the
against
Texans.
the Texans.
That part. I don't think it hurts quite as much when it's Jonathan Taylor beating you, then you're like, all right, well, that's Jonathan Taylor. Meanwhile, Jonathan Taylor versus the Demeco Ryans Texans is 0-4.
Right.
You want to talk about flipping the tables?
Yep.
All right, our best player or one of our best skill position players owns you with a bunch of victories.
Yes.
You guys have had a guy that's gone off. I mean, he had 188 yards versus the Texans in that play-in game, but guess what? Colts lost.
Yeah, we found a way to win. Why? Because you have a ratchet-ass quarterback situation, to go back to bullet point number 2.
It's a damn shame.
Yep. Text message, this game on Sunday is a Super Bowl caliber game. The road to the playoffs starts with this game in KC. Take the Texans plus the points and the outright win. I like where your head's at, Texter.
This is the biggest factor by far. The the Chiefs are probably going to be without their starting left tackle, their starting right guard, and their starting right tackle.
Yeah.
Good chance. Maybe Juwan Taylor might play. Who knows? I don't know. Josh Simmons, the left tackle, who sometimes misses games simply because he doesn't show up physically to the game.
He's even RSVP.
Yeah, I'm not using that as a metaphor. He literally does not show up.
Yeah.
And then he misses the next 4 or 5 games.
Right.
For personal issues.
Yep.
I love this, how many term papers this guy was laid on for personal reasons. So there's a good chance that the Chiefs are without 3 of their starting offensive linemen versus Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and the rest of those guys.
Yep.
Which could be a lot of fun.
That could be a lot of fun. Could look a lot like the Super Bowl last year, maybe. We'll see. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll get to headlines coming up next. We've not touched on the college football playoff rankings yet. Something we expected possibly to see, the complete opposite happened in the college football playoff rankings. We'll tell you what that was in headlines. Rockets back in action tonight as well. We'll talk about that. Brian Geltzeiler of SiriusXM NBA is going to join us at 9 o'clock on the show today. We'll talk some Rockets with him. But right now I want to talk about West Point Lincoln and the Poulos family. Chris Poulos.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to today's headlines. We've been talking about the Texans and the Chiefs in the first hour of the show. By the way, top of the hour, Seth did a rewatch of the Cowboys and the Chiefs with some relevant observations for the game on Sunday, so that'll be at 7 o'clock on the show today. They're back at practice today. The Texans are getting ready for the Chiefs. We'll wait to see what the injury report looks like. I would guess the one injury, we know Jalen Reid is dealing with the metal plate in his arm breaking. They're thin at safety right now. I'm anxious to see what Woody Marks' designation is, if any, on the injury report. That was, in rewatching that was a nasty crumpling up of his foot and ankle that took place in the game. He came back in, but he was moving a little gingerly throughout the game between plays, I thought.
By the way, is the Colts nonstop whine about missed calls in that game? I'm pretty sure that was a hip drop tackle.
Definitely a hip drop tackle.
Him, you know?
Yeah.
And usually the way that a hip drop tackle has been kind of enforced is through fines more so than calling it on the field.
Yeah.
So we'll see if there's a power, whatever. It doesn't matter. The Texans have 2 open roster spots right now. With Laken Tomlinson was released yesterday.
Yep.
Which I guess ends part of a weird saga of offensive line shuffling this season.
It ends one chapter of it. There's still you're right. That closes the book on the Tomlinson shuffle at left guard.
I sent you a clip from a Tennessee Titans fan of them heckling the Texans offensive line. The audio wasn't really good for radio. It was hard to kind of hear what they were saying. But it was them heckling the Texans' offensive line as they're warming up before the Titans game. Yeah. And the first thing was, they got their quarterback injured again. They got their quarterback injured again. Yeah. And I'm like, they're yelling at Juice Scruggs. They're yelling at Blake Fisher. They're yelling at guys that aren't necessarily as relevant right now.
Yeah. So Laken Tomlinson waived yesterday. Yep. Texans back at practice. We'll talk more about the Texans and the Chiefs at the top of the hour. Rockets back in action tonight. They're back home. Sacramento today. Phoenix on Friday.
Phoenix, who's all of a sudden good.
Yeah.
Got some extra juice for that matchup.
That's good, man. Yeah.
You know? Well, hey, those draft picks. I don't like seeing Phoenix be good.
I don't either. I don't either. But this will be Kevin Durant, because Kevin Durant missed the Phoenix game in Phoenix last week. Yeah. So this will be Kevin Durant's first chance playing against his old teammates from the last couple of years. Zion Williamson is going to miss some time.
No.
Crazy, right? I know. I can't believe that.
The Iron Man?
Zion Williamson. What a waste of money. Oh, my God. Okay, I want to get to this. The new college football playoff rankings are out. We haven't really touched on it yet. Not a ton of movement, or not a ton of unexpected movement, I should say. The Aggies fell from 3 to 7, so they're still going to be in the playoff. The 3 things, Seth, that are getting the most attention from these college football playoff rankings, we should mention the Texas teams. Texas Tech is up to 4, so they're in position if they win the Big 12 championship game to get a bye in the first round. Texas Tech. Texas did move up from 16 to 13. They're not going to make the playoff. They have no more chance to impress the committee. That's where they are right now. So I'm sure there's a lot of complaining going on about that. The 3 most interesting things, I thought, Ole Miss, where a lot of people expected Ole Miss might move down because their head coach left, they actually moved up. They moved up from 7 to 6 in the rankings this week.
I just don't understand that. I could understand if they had let them sit where they were, but to act like the coach and his entire staff don't matter in a playoffs, because that is on their principles how they make the decision. That's one of the things they need to consider.
We should mention that Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin have agreed to allow Charlie Weiss Jr., their offensive coordinator, to coach the team in the playoffs. So I think even Ole Miss probably realized, okay, we probably need to do something here that's going to soothe the committee's concerns that this is going to be a negative. I was just surprised he moved up. You're right. If you just kept him at 7, that would have made sense. They moved up to 6. Not a big deal. Well,
that's a shot at Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
Actually, they're better without him.
Right. Well, and the difference between being seeded 7th and 6th in this particular playoff is a major difference in the caliber of opponent that you're going to be getting. The 7th seed, A&M, would be facing Notre Dame right now. The 6th seed is facing one of these either the ACC champ or a Group of 5 champ right now.
Yeah, that's that honestly that really screws the Aggies.
Yeah,
that is. And Wesley Walls, Ole Miss alum, is on the playoff committee.
He is.
Nothing to see here.
Yep.
Nothing to see here.
Notre Dame falls one spot, and so the story with Notre Dame now is Notre Dame they're huge Texas Tech fans this weekend because BYU is sitting at 11. Notre Dame's in the last at-large spot right now.
Yeah.
If BYU, who's at 11, wins the Big 12 title and gets the automatic bid, Texas Tech is not falling all the way to 11. Texas Tech is in, win or lose in the Big 12 title game probably. So Notre Dame is hoping for Texas Tech to win so that BYU doesn't take up an automatic spot as a conference champ. And the other thing is the ACC, Duke and Virginia in the ACC championship game. Seth, if Duke wins, they're 7-5. If Duke wins, they're not going to the playoff because the rule is it's the 5 highest-ranked conference champions in FBS, which means that James Madison, if they win their Sun Belt championship and the winner of the North Texas Tulane game,
hell yeah,
we could get 2 Group of 5 conference. If Duke wins, there will be 2 Group of 5 conference champions in the college football playoffs.
Good.
Seeded 11th and 12th.
Then,
it's so weird.
Yeah, good. It's more misery for Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
That's all I care about at this point.
Yep. So that's the college football. Not other than that, everything pretty much the same with the
Didn't we
college
have somebody actually us last week and claim that Daniel Jones went to UNC?
Yeah, on the text page, I think. Yeah. Like emphatically. I'm like, what? And they never replied. I just replied, what makes you think he went to North Carolina?
And they never replied.
They never replied.
They didn't say, like, my bad or anything?
No.
I mean, just that's all it takes.
It's accountability, man.
Yeah.
It's accountability. All right.
Humility and accountability. They go hand in hand.
That's right. That's right. All right. Seth rewatched the Chiefs and the Cowboys. Hit for all of us. Observations that are relevant. You're going to get a good breakdown coming up here of the Kansas City Chiefs, the Texans' opponent, on Sunday. And a little later on in the next segment, people marveling at the violence of the Texans' defense. That's kind of fun. We'll do that in the 7 o'clock hour. That's all coming up next. Stay there.
I'll tell you what. Well, you know what's fun? Having your retirement plan in order.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll get to the Chiefs in a second. Missed this overnight. Probably should have been in headlines, but the Clippers are releasing future Hall of Famer Chris Paul. They said, we're parting ways with Chris, and he will no longer be with the team. He's starting to look his age. That's not in the statement. That's me saying that.
That would be awesome.
That would be amazing if he said that. They said that. Continuing with what the Clippers actually said, we will work with him on the next step of his career. Chris is a legendary Clipper. He's had a historic career. No one's blaming Chris for our performance. The Clippers have been a big disappointment this year so far. I accept responsibility for the record we have right now. I don't know who I is. I'm not sure exactly who the first person is in this that's putting out this statement, if it's the owner or the GM or whatever. But Chris Paul, it sounds like this is it for Chris Paul, and he's going to take on some role with the Clippers that's a non-playing role, it would seem.
Yeah.
So
you can go on to being a full-time traffic cone.
Yes. Well, and you know what? I wouldn't let him anywhere near the business side, because it was Chris Paul as the president of the union that rubber stamped the players agreement on the salary cap going way the hell up the
all
year
in one chunk instead of tampering it over the course of a couple of years.
It allowed the Warriors to sign Kevin Durant.
Oh, and that's why we hate Kevin Durant so much.
No, we don't hate him anymore.
Okay.
No.
Sorry, sometimes I forget myself.
We don't hate him anymore.
No, that was one of the big things that I honestly, it was the smart thing to do for the the NBA Players Union president.
Yeah,
and I know it felt like for the good of the sport. I don't know, were the Warriors with Kevin Durant good for the sport or bad for the sport?
It's
bad for us. But for the sport in general.
For the sport in general, I think people like dynasties more than they care to admit.
Yeah.
Because they like seeing people try to take down dynasties.
Yeah.
It was bad for Houston.
Right.
Because, so it was bad for us. Was it bad for the league is your question. I don't think so. I mean, the TV networks still seem to be shelling out billions of dollars for the product.
You know who it was good for? It was a lot of random players that got $50 million a year.
Yeah.
Including what's his face from the Hornets, Ryan Anderson.
Oh yeah, that's right. The Rockets signed Eric Gordon and Ryan Anderson.
How much didn't Ryan Anderson?
4 years, $80 million.
Okay, so it was only $20 million a year.
Yeah,
And the one about that I heard about Ryan Anderson was that it felt like Daryl Morey had been trying to get Ryan Anderson forever, and then finally the year he was able to get him, it was when he was past his prime, and they paid him $20 million a year.
Yeah, it was a bad contract. That was a bad contract. So Chris Paul looks like is donezo. Here was Andy Reid earlier this week. Was asked, hey, what's your confidence level that you guys can go win? They're 6-6 right now. What's your confidence level you can go win these last 5 games?
Yeah, well, I believe that. I mean, I believe if you're coming to me on this, Matt, I'm telling you, we're going to go after you every game. And that's how we roll. We're going to try to tickle your tonsils on every play, every game, and but that's the attitude that we're coming in with, and then you let the chips fall where they may. But at the same time, you got to make sure you take care of the small things here that we've got rolling. We've got to make sure that we get rid of some of these mistakes. But there's not a game that I go into that I don't think we're going to get after you.
Yeah. So.
Can't wait for the old tonsil tickling.
I've sat down and tried to figure out exactly what he was talking about there when he talked about tickling your tonsils, other than whatever might come to your mind immediately. Yeah. It's not used in general conversation, according to Gemini.
It will be now for me.
It's basically been found only by Andy Reid. I'm
going to use it all the time. I'm stealing that from him.
I think what he probably means is like maybe you hit people so hard. Yes. Your tonsils rattle.
That's what I chose for it to mean, because I don't want to know what it means if it involves Andy Reid personally.
I would think it'd be more the little what's the thing in the back of your throat? Is that the epiglottis that hangs down?
The uvula, I think.
Uvula.
Look at Dr. Ben chiming in here. It's the uvula.
What the hell?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
It is the uvula.
Okay.
What the hell's the epiglottis?
I don't know.
How do I not know?
Flap in the esophagus.
Oh,
the epiglottis is?
That's the epiglottis. The thing that keeps you from no, on the trachea, right? It blocks off the trachea.
Yeah, we are running some people off right now.
No, they need to know. They need to know.
People are like, did Sports Radio 610 change formats? Are they sponsored by WebMD now?
So seriously, though, so Andy Reid basically saying, hey, watch out. We're coming after you every single week.
We're tickling your tonsils.
That's
and
who we are. Yeah. We fight.
We fight, we win, we tickle tonsils.
Look, you're a haphazard mess of losers and has-beens, all right? You're a 500 football team. That's what you are. Okay, Andy Reid? Let's call it what it is. You're afraid to run the football even when you're running the football well. That's the biggest curiosity that remains about the Kansas City Chiefs. There's times where, hey, look, the passing game ain't working. They're tearing teams up with the run, but let's go back and dabble in the pass game.
Yep. All right. So what did you see?
Okay.
What did you see when you rewatched the Chiefs and the Cowboys on Thanksgiving?
I did watch a game where, meanwhile, people are like talking about how this Cowboys defense has really come around. They allowed 4 touchdowns by Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
So they did score 28 points in that game. And I think that the fact that the Chiefs are a 500 football team right now, largely by losing a lot of one-score games, whereas they had won all of those one-score games last year, I don't think they're that far off from what they were last year. It's just that the Lady Luck has done them no favors.
The Chiefs this season have been big for regression to the mean guy.
Yeah. The analytics folks are all. So I think the biggest thing by far that I noticed is Jadeveon Clowney had 2 sacks.
Yeah.
And part of the reason he had 2 sacks was because by the end of the game, the Chiefs were out. They were down start offensive linemen.
Yeah.
Juwan Taylor at right tackle, Trey Smith at right guard, and Josh Simmons, the rookie left tackle. Who's
kind
had a
of
very
important,
good
kind of important guys.
When he's decided to show up and play in football games,
right.
he's been very good by rookie standards. So that's by far the biggest opportunity area for the Texans is that they've got that ferocious defensive line going up against possibly at least 3 backups in that game.
Dude, that is huge.
So for me, I think the big onus on the Texans is doing what they've done well by and large for most of the year, especially versus mobile quarterbacks like Josh Allen. It's you keep him contained, you have a disciplined pass rush. Don't worry about the individual sacks or even the sacks in total. Worry about compressing the pocket and giving the quarterback nowhere to run. Because we did see, as we know Pat Mahomes can do in that game, he scrambled to buy time, and the one play that made all the highlight reels, if you didn't watch the game, was him scrambling to his right, almost falling down, and then as he's falling down, throwing a pass to Xavier Worthy over the middle of the field.
Yep.
So, A, keep him contained, but then B, the Texans have given up, in that Colts game, they gave up some chunk passing yardage down the middle of the field. I'm not as worried about the plays like the Josh Downs reception or even the Alec Pierce touchdown. Mm-hmm. Those were just beautiful throws by Daniel Jones that he completed, and you're going to give up some of those. I worry about the easily conceded yardage, especially if the quarterback gets out of the pocket. The other big part of Pat Mahomes' scrambling ability is his ability to run for yardage. And on their final touchdown drive, it was the picture-perfect moment where defenses being really careful about not drawing a penalty, probably they gave the Chiefs a chance to stay in the game because Mahomes scrambled for a first down, and the defensive back for the Cowboys pulled off at the last moment, and it was just enough time for Holmes to get extra 2 inches that he needed to get the first down.
Yep. So
for the Texans, who the last time they faced the Chiefs, they were penalized twice for bogus roughing the passer, unnecessary roughnesses. They've done a good job by and large all season of limiting those, but we know the scrutiny is going to be on, and it's up there in Kansas City. So they've got to harass Patrick Mahomes without drawing those penalties.
Is that if you were a coach and you're putting up, hey, I know you've had coaches probably like these on the whiteboard. These are the 3 things. Like these are the keys. Is that the biggest one? Is keeping Mahomes in the pocket?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think the same way it was versus Josh Allen. With Daniel Jones, it wasn't. They knew they probably knew
Can't
he
move. He couldn't move. He had a fibula.
Yeah. So I think that's probably the biggest one. But it's something they've been focusing on all year. I think the Texans defense, especially early on when the sack numbers weren't all that impressive, it was impressive that guys weren't getting frustrated and kind of freelancing, trying to get their individual stats up. They do a really good job of being disciplined, and the reason a lot of the defensive tackles have sacks, especially in the Bills game, was because Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are compressing the pocket, and the quarterback has nowhere to run, but because the defensive tackles are playing disciplined football, they end up getting those, they seal off those running lanes, and they got Josh Allen down.
if they rush the passer on Sunday night the way they did on that Thursday night game, and I'm not saying get 8 sacks. Like, if they get 8 sacks, they're probably going to win this game. I just mean the style in which they did it, in which, like you just said, like everybody, there was the front of that pocket never opened up for Josh Allen.
The biggest danger, honestly, this is where the Texans are so viciously physical, is that sometimes they've had bad plays where the problem is that the defensive lineman beat the offensive lineman so badly that the D lineman ends up stumbling or just taking himself out of the play because they're just trucking a guy so badly. Mm-hmm. We saw that in the Bills game when Dylan Horton got held. He destroyed the right tackle. He got held. The officials didn't see it. But it's one of those things where even if he hadn't gotten held, I think he almost might have overrun his lane. And that's when they had the big touchdown run by James Cook. Last week, Will Anderson drew the holding penalty when he destroyed the left tackle for the Colts.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure that was an actual hold, but it's a classic, like it looks like the offensive lineman's getting beat, so he pulls him down on top of him.
Yep.
If they hadn't called that hold, I can't remember specifically what happened with the rest of that play. But it's like that's how brutally physical they are. So versus these offensive tackles, it's kind of the same thing. If they're if they're facing the backups, they're going to destroy these poor bastards.
Yeah. That play was actually would have been another first down to Josh Downs on that drive.
Oh, that's right.
That was a big shot downfield. It was like a 20-yard pass that would have moved the chains, and instead it backed them up. So yeah, that was tough.
The Jonathan Taylor screen last week, where Demeco talked before the game about how you gotta be disciplined with your keys and your reads, not get distracted by the eye candy. Man, that was a really good job of duping the Texans defense because Jonathan Taylor caught the ball and you could see it on the TV. Oh my God, there's nobody there.
There's nobody there. There were offensive linemen looking for people to hit.
Yeah, I know there were. It was Jonathan Taylor's biggest issue on that play was, do I stay behind the blocking or do I just start running as fast as I can?
That play went for 33 yards. And I felt good about it.
That they limited it.
It only went for 33 yards.
You watched the Chiefs-Cowboys game, and, man, Rashee Rice was out there on the perimeter on a screen that was really well executed. The Cowboys bit on the eye candy, and Rashee Rice has that little bit of extra speed, above and beyond Jonathan Taylor. The Texans got to clean that up and hopefully learn their lessons from last week and then also the film to just not give up. Because the Texans have been really good at just violently snuffing out screens.
Yeah.
There's times where these screens turn into, that poor bastard out there on the perimeter is going to get destroyed.
It's Kamari time, baby.
Or
it's
Azeez Al-Shire coming from the inside out.
Yeah.
So you just can't allow that versus this team because Andy Reid is a master at getting either Kareem Hunt or Rashee Rice or anybody else out there.
He's the best. When it comes to the screen game, there's nobody better at dialing it up than Andy Reid. What about for the Texans, Seth? Did you have other stuff you wanted to get to offensively with the Chiefs?
Go ahead.
I was curious for the Texans offensively against this Chiefs defense. What are some of the things?
I think the biggest thing, and this is where I feel so much better about the Texans offensive line and their pass protection in general now compared to last year when they faced the Chiefs in the playoffs. It's that the Chiefs are still really good at disguising their blitzes. And Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator, is really good at just knowing exactly when to dial them up. He doesn't blitz. There's a perception that they blitz more than they do. What they do is they blitz really effectively, especially in the second half after they've gotten some things figured out or they've set them up. So the Texans just need to be that much more on point versus this defense, especially when things are going well, and you feel like, oh, we got this defense figured out a little bit. They disguise. They're really well called, and then they disguise them really well. So kind of like we talked about the defense having to be on alert and not fall for the eye candy. Likewise with the offensive line, with Woody Marks or Nick Chubb in pass protection, with C.J. Stroud himself.
Yes.
You got to be careful thinking you know for sure what you're seeing, and just have your head on a swivel in all those situations.
C.J. I thought did a pretty good job in the Colts game of diagnosing things.
Yeah, and the Colts aren't as good at it as the Chiefs are.
Right.
The Chiefs just execute it a lot better, but they execute the deception part of it better. They haven't been playing as well as a unit. You know, their pass rush, their pass coverage, all of that just isn't the same as what it used to be. Dak had some really nice plays where he exploited the blitz, and we saw that from CJ. CJ had a couple really nice throws last week where there was a free rusher, but CJ knew because it was a cover zero blitz or a six-man pressure, he knew where to go with the ball. That first throw to Nico Collins was just that. Like, okay, they rushed 7 on that play.
Yeah.
And CJ knows that's going to be an easy opportunity over the middle for Nico Collins.
Yeah.
So he's just got to keep building on that. And obviously, when Nico Collins is your outlet there on a hot route, that's a nice thing to have.
Yep. What's your concern level with the Texans' lack of depth at safety right now, given Travis Kelce in this game?
It's high. I'd say it's high to very high, just because that's what they gave up chunk plays over the middle last week. And, Kamari Lassiter being back in the fold helps a lot. It's not as much even about Miles Bryant himself, but just not having your normal slew of defensive backs back there can create some either miscommunications or bad reads or just poor leverage and all of that. I don't mind if Travis Kelce gets a good chunk of catches in this game. I mind if old man Kelce is running for 15 yards after the catch.
Like he did in the playoff game last year.
Right.
Yep.
And a lot of that's on the linebackers, too. Last year in the playoffs, Azeez Al-Shire was banged up and injured and just wasn't moving all that well, but the tackling was really poor, too. They were bouncing off of Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
So that's the things that Demeco's been stressing all season, the better tackling, the better leverage, playing your responsibilities, all of that. It's just so heightened versus the Chiefs because they have so many different guys that can show up with speed and run after the catch at any given time.
I would guess Josh Simmons is not going to play in this game just based on the just reading what his injury is.
Dislocated and fractured wrist.
Yes.
And he was in a sling and a cast after the game.
Exactly. Which means we won't get the direct. I know they don't go against each other directly, but I think the Texans, there was talk of them wanting to trade back into the first round to draft a tackle. Could have been Josh Connerly, who went to Washington. Could have been Josh Simmons, who went to Kansas City. Instead, they take Ariante Ursery at 48th overall. And Ariante Ursery's starting to round into form. He's starting to look like a guy who can play left tackle for you for a long, long time.
Yeah, and Josh Simmons, he's played well when he's been out there, but you have the curious incident where all of a sudden one Sunday morning, the Chiefs coaches were informed that Josh Simmons isn't going to be there. And they said, oh, well, that's odd. It's the first I've heard of this.
Yes.
So, and then he missed like a month or so. There were a lot of reports from the anonymous scout, the variety type of people before the draft that, man, I don't know about this guy. I just don't know about this guy.
Yes.
Ariante Ursery, we've heard no reports about, I just don't know about this guy. He's been a completely and totally standable, but he was a slower build-in for his actual play on the field. So we might not see that head-to-head matchup, but it just goes to highlight again that the Chiefs are going to have to do something to account for Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter.
Three offensive. This is I feel like I say this every week. This is a massive injury report we're getting today. Not on the Texans side, but on that Kansas. We get that graphic every Wednesday, Thursday, Friday from the Texans. It has all the Texans injuries listed on top. Man, I'm paging right down to Kansas City to see what all these offensive linemen are labeled as heading into the week here.
It's interesting. The way I'm told, is I try to figure out exactly what I can use Pro Football Focus for and what I shouldn't use it for.
Yeah.
That they do it. A lot of people say that offensive line is probably the most valid, and for them, like defensive backs, as we've seen this year with the way that PFF is treating.
I'm going to see where Stingley is right now.
The way PFF is treating Derek Stingley, where they'll put out graphics of how he's had all these incredible games and everything, yet at the same time he's one of the lowest graded cornerbacks in the league. People say that defensive backs are the worst PFF grades, like the least reliable PFF
grades. All right, do you want to take a guess as to where Derek Stingley ranks among 110 cornerbacks right now?
Yes.
Take a stab at it, Seth.
I think he's probably like 70th or something.
61st.
Yeah.
61st. Kamari Lassiter's 9th. So whatever he's doing, they really, really like. His play style, probably a lot of it for him is how he tackles and plays the run game, I would imagine.
Well, that's the thing. Part of it, too, is that Derek Stingley has been playing – he's been on the left side, by and large, for almost – they haven't been moving him around at all. And I think some of that is, early on when he was working through that oblique injury, I don't think he was quite physically himself. And they may have, in trying to manage all of that, they've gotten to a point now where they feel like, you know what, both these guys are really good. And since we play a lot of off coverage, let's just get these guys as comfortable as possible. And you'll see a lot of people say that Texans play a lot of own. That's again, this is where sometimes the people that are watching the film just don't try hard enough. They play a lot of match coverage. It means it looks like zone at the beginning, but then it turns into man.
Yeah.
And I think that PFF gives more credit for press man probably, and you get bonus points for that, where the Texans just don't play a whole lot of that. And then Derek Stingley doesn't get targeted a whole lot, so he doesn't get the benefit of some of the positive plays when they see those types of things.
Ed Ingram, still 6th out of 79 guards in PFF. I'm gonna wind up in a PFF wormhole. I never should have done this.
And then you talk about Ariante Ursary kind of in the way he's kind of come along as the season has come along.
Yeah,
like the last 3 or 4 games, he's graded out about the same as Josh Simmons is graded out over his pass through. A little bit below, but in the pass protection, he's more on par with Josh Simmons.
Yep. Text message. You can text the show 713-572-4610. Do we have any concerns about Kansas City getting hometown calls as well as them watching us with a microscope when we barely touch Patrick Mahomes? Yes.
As much as in the past. This is when I've seen more this year about poorly officiated games where the Chiefs have been getting the raw end of the deal.
Oh, good.
To where I think wherever you are on the conspiracy theory spectrum, I'm pretty far to the left on that. I don't really buy into much of it. I do think old school quarterbacks that know how to draw the calls and everything, that's still a thing. That's not a conspiracy. That's just good veteran gamesmanship.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do think that, if anything, what you're starting to see over the past couple years is there's just a lot of sketchy officiating, and that sometimes you're the beneficiary of it. Sometimes you get the raw end of the deal, and I think the Chiefs have gotten the raw end of the deal a lot this year. So yeah. I don't go into it overly concerned about it.
Okay, I like that. I like that. We have someone thanking us for their help says thanks for the help on my anatomy final this week.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
we need to come up with some mnemonic little memory tricks for people to remember the epiglottis versus what is it? The uvula, Ben?
Is it the uvula?
Uvula.
Uvula. Thank you.
The little dangly thing in the back of your throat.
That's what we call it. Seth and I call it the little dangly.
Cardi B called it.
That's right. The little dang. Ben calls it by its appropriate WebMD name. We call it the dangly thing. Hey, let's listen to some folks marveling at the violence of the Texans defense. That's always fun. That's what's on my TouchTunes app. Here is J.J. Watt following. This is right after he called the Texans' win over the Colts on Sunday. He went on CBSSports.com, and they talked about the violence of the Texans' defense.
I mean, the number one thing you see about this defense is just pure intensity and violence. The way that they attack people. They have such strong bull rushes, speed to power, which then opens up all their speed rushes, their spins, everything else that comes along with it, and they do it together as a group. They never really let the quarterback slip out, or they never both get behind him or both get in front of him. They don't give escape lanes. They keep them bottled up, and it's very difficult for quarterbacks to play against that.
Yeah.
Can I tell you one thing about that clip right there?
Yeah.
The first time I listened to it, I thought, okay, I like that, CJ. That's a defensive lineman's appreciation for a defensive line that's playing very unselfishly, and it sticks out like a sore thumb. The biggest thing, long before JJ ever got here, but like back on the Bulls on parade days, one thing that would bother me about those defenses at times is that the edge rushers would just run past the quarterback.
Yeah.
And it was like they were shooting their shot, and maybe they got him, maybe they didn't, but then the edge is completely blown, and there's an easy lane for the quarterback to escape. The Texans don't do that. Like, you don't see them run. I think Matt Burke calls them flybys, you know?
Yep.
You don't see them just selling out. Maybe I swipe at the ball and get it, maybe I don't, and then all of a sudden they're 5 yards past the quarterback. They really try to bend it back towards the quarterback, and it does create these tight pockets. The other thing about that clip was I listened to it a couple times afterwards. That was a really good 30-second monologue by J.J. Watt.
Really good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, he was just smooth and passionate and comfortable. He's really, over the course of a half season, a little bit more than a half season, I think he's really coming into his own as a commentator.
I think he strikes a balance. He's really good. He's funny when he needs to be funny.
Yeah.
You know, he's not overly jokey or anything like that. I thought Amy, when I was rewatching the game the other day, Amy was in the room, and when JJ, after the missed extra point, which was like the third bad call in a row, or at least perceived bad call in a row, and JJ said, Colts fans, it's appropriate right now to go get a drink if you need to. that was really funny.
He was annoyingly impartial in his call of
for
that
us,
game.
Yeah. You're a Texan fan.
He's done a good job of. I think he split it right down the middle there, and that was the kind of game where if people on both sides are mad that they thought that you were being partial to the other team, you probably did it right, and I think JJ probably had that.
Colts fans that I saw that wound up on my timeline, many of whom I've been arguing with this week, wasting a ton of time. But a lot of the ones I saw were very pro J.J. Watt because he was critical in those situations of the officials. Yeah.
All right, well, then he went too far. I take it all back.
Right.
You hear me, J.J.?
Yeah.
No credit given.
Put the battle red glasses back on, bro. Come on, man.
Those two are a good pair, too. I think Ian Eagle and him and JJ really enjoy each other.
Ian's great. Yeah, you can tell there's good chemistry with the two. And JJ props up that crew on social media to people behind the scenes. He does everything you think JJ Watt would do. Here was Chris Long on his Greenlight podcast talking about the Texans defense. Chris Long, big fan.
That defense is a superpower. That defense is the best defense in the league. Mm-hmm. With all due respect to God's team, Reid.
No,
I think you guys are fantastic. There is a level of violence and speed on the field. They can play man coverage and just play off. And they break on the ball, and they were hammering in cuts, and it's just there was a sequence in this game where it went toe-to-toe, and he ran through the middle of the pocket and just put a dent in, I think it was Jonathan Taylor's face mask. The violence, and then the next play, Will Anderson's big ass is the floater standing over, who was it, the center, and Bortolini, a friend of the program, and runs him over. The violence with which they play, and ultimately in this game, Daniel Jones' inability to get off the spot.
Yeah. Daniel Jones' inability to do anything about it when that pocket was collapsing. Will Anderson just had some really beautiful bull rushes. It's one of the things that JJ talked about. Sometimes it's just blunt force. Sometimes it's Danielle Hunter hitting 5 different moves on his way to the quarterback, just looking like a martial artist more than a pass rusher. But then sometimes it's just blunt force trauma. And I think it's that blend of it that really former defensive players and former defensive linemen, it's amazing just how many clips I see of these guys gushing about the way the Texans play defense. Yeah. And this is, remember, after the playoff game last year, that's largely what a lot of people were saying, even after the Texans lost in the playoffs. You turn on the film and you watch, and you're just like, oh, my God, look at these guys.
Yeah.
They're maniacal. And it's cool this year because I think they've really tied a lot of the loose ends up, and they play with that same level of just psychotic aggressiveness, but also it's a restrained, it's a disciplined psychosis.
Well, especially on the defensive front. I harp on that Bills game and how disciplined they were in their rush, but they sacked the quarterback 8 times, so it's very easy to get excited about a game like that. I think that Colts game on Sunday, Seth, shows that if you rush with that same discipline, with everybody playing in their lanes but getting that push on the opposing teams off, you can have a similar effect while only bringing Daniel Jones to the ground one time in that game.
Yeah.
There was a ton of pressure created in that game. They forced him into some bad throws. They forced penalties, the holding penalty like we've been talking about with Will. So it's interesting to me. Like I watched that Colts game and I watched that Bills game, and I feel like they generated almost as much chaos in each of those games. They only brought Daniel Jones to the ground one time, but they were still highly effective. I mean, they held him to 16 points in the game.
Yeah. The caused penalties are a big stat too. Like a lot of times, D-line coaches will give you get the same credit for a caused penalty as you do for a tackle for a loss or something.
Yeah.
Because it really is. And that's one thing that kind of the plays that don't show up in the highlights as far as nobody pays attention to TFL stats as much, and I've always wondered about that. Because it's like a half sack.
Yes.
Usually a tackle for a loss is for 3 or 4 yards.
Yep.
Sack might be for 7 or 8.
Yep.
But it's big deal, and that's one thing the Texans defense has been really good at since Demeco got here, is just plays behind the line of scrimmage.
No doubt. One more, marveling at the Texans defense. This one is actually Brian Baldinger. Brian Baldinger might be the biggest Will Anderson Jr. fan on the planet. Baldy does the breakdowns, as we know, filming his laptop screen. And Will Anderson on third down in the Colts game was incredible. Here's Brian Baldinger's breakdown of several of the plays that we've been talking about in this segment.
How you rush on third downs is the most important down. So they're moving Will Anderson around right here on this 3rd and 7. And they're going to tie up both guards so that Will Anderson's one-on-one with the center. All right? Nobody can handle that. That's a tough assignment. And that ball is incomplete, okay? Now you get this over here. All right, 3rd and 4 over here. Here he comes off the edge and he just crushes the pocket right here. Daniel Jones, when he steps up, right into the weight and arms of Sheldon Rankins right there. Like a great group effort, okay? Then you get this over here. On 3rd and 9, he's going to draw a holding call by the left tackle. Like just power. I know Ryman tripped over Big Q, but he took him down and erased that 22-yard gain right there by Josh Downs. And then in the run game, it's the same thing. It's just they come with this little twist stunt inside right here. He comes off of it, and he takes down the league's leading rusher for a 5-yard loss. 2nd and 2 became 3rd and 7. They would hold the Colts to a field goal right there. Will Anderson is a force, but he knows third downs, that's the money down. Get home, and he does.
The last one I thought was underrated, and you and I talked about this on Monday after the game. The last one that Baldinger was talking about there, he himself said that one wasn't on third down. That was 2nd and 2 on the one of the fourth quarter drive. The fourth quarter drive that the Colts had, they end up kicking a field goal instead of scoring a touchdown there. They're down 20-13. They're moving the ball on the Texans on that drive, and they got it to 2nd and 2, and they were cooking, and they tried to run Taylor on 2nd and 2 to the left, and you had pointed this out, Seth, that he and I think it was Mario Edwards were doing a game there.
Yeah, TE stunt.
Yeah.
Like a pass rush stunt. And sometimes that creates a huge lane, and the Texans turned it into just the opposite.
5-yard TFL.
Both understood their shifting responsibilities, and they snuffed it.
Yep, it was great. And it forced 3rd and 7. And then they were able to get off the field and hold them to a field goal there, and that ends up being one of the differences in the game. We could get, Seth, as Texan fans and as people who, you and I, that cover the team on game day, we could get another Sunday where we don't have a Texans game coming up here during the holiday season.
Oh, yeah?
Because the week 17 and 18 games, they're not set in stone yet. There are going to be 2 Saturday games the weekend right after Christmas, the 27th and the 28th. Tell me if you think the Texans wind up with a Saturday game. There's 5 games that could get picked to be the 2 Saturday games. So they just need to be one of the top 2 of these games.
Yeah.
Tell me if you think the Texans are in the top 2 of these matchups. Seahawks, Panthers, Cardinals, Bengals, Ravens at Packers, Texans at Chargers, Giants at Raiders.
Oh, God, yes. Yeah, so it's going to be Texans at Chargers and Ravens at Packers.
I agree.
I don't think there's a chance in hell that anybody anybody wants. You know, the Panthers are a nice story this moment. No. Not compared to the drama of the AFC North versus the Packers, and then the Texans at the Chargers, who are both right there in the thick of the wild card hunt.
Yeah, Cardinals are 3-9 right now. The Bengals are 4-8. Now the only story there potentially could be, and look, the Bengals have 3 more games now between now and then.
Yeah.
You know, if they creep back to being 7-8, and the AFC North is, but it's the opponent. They're playing the Cardinals. So, and Joe Burrow's a draw, I guess. But I'm with you. I think there's a mid-afternoon game and a night game. So I would guess the Texans would be the night game, since they probably don't want the players playing in sub-zero weather in Green Bay.
There's a danger in just by sheer size of the fan bases that the Giants at Raiders is one of them.
Oh, yeah.
Which I don't approve of it, but it could happen just because those are 2 massive fan bases.
Okay. This is where I channel Steve Sarkisian, where I thought he inappropriately said that it would be a disservice to the sport if UT didn't get into the college football playoff. This will be a disservice to the sport if the Giants and the Raiders are a stage to themselves Saturday game.
Yeah.
That would be the worst late Christmas present of all time.
Have some respect for yourselves.
That's right.
You know, it's like accepting stolen goods or something.
Right.
You're like, all right, yeah, I know that this is gonna benefit me financially, but it's the wrong thing to do. That's what you're doing in the NFL. That's right. I said it. The NFL.
The NFL. Yeah. Now here's where it gets interesting. I guess I don't know if these Raiders channel as much of the old Raiders from back in the day, but I'm willing to watch Jackson Dart get tossed around on national television like a ragdoll if he's able to survive until week 17.
Yeah. Do you this morning, by the way, Sean? When you had entered this, I think when you tried to write 17 or something, it came out 12-7. Instead of 17. So I thought you were talking about this weekend that it might get flexed to Saturday. And I spent at 3:30 a.m. this morning, I was so confused for a good 3 minutes.
Sorry
I was trying
about
to figure out,
that.
I was like, wait a second, they can't just tell them about this. And plus, I've got things planned on Saturday.
Oh, you know what it was?
No.
You know what it was? I think I put I should have put Saturday 12/27 is what that is.
Yeah, so it came out 12/7.
Yeah.
And this Sunday is 12/7, isn't it? Or Saturday, so yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was very confused.
I apologize for that. Sorry for the typo.
Never let it happen again.
Don't worry. I won't. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, a little bit of Astros talk. We got a segment coming up here. Brian Geltzeiler joins us at 9 o'clock today on the show. So we'll talk some Rockets at 9 o'clock. This particular Houston Astro is drawing a ton of interest. And so what do the Astros do with him? We'll discuss that. We'll tell you who it is coming up next. But I'll tell you what I'm doing. Tell you what I'm doing tonight.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we interrupt this heavy coverage of the Texans and Chiefs on Sunday for a quick Astros note. It is the offseason. The Hot Stove League is at a very, very low temp right now. Not a ton going on. Dylan Cease, probably the biggest thing that's happened so far, at least that shows up on the Astros radar, Seth. You know,
nobody even calls it the Hot Stove League anymore, right? It's a warming plate.
Yeah, right.
Season.
Yes, it's a toaster.
Yeah, it's just not. The MLB free agency is probably the slowest of the three major sports that we cover on this.
No doubt, it's not even close. Yeah.
So, I guess I'm trying to figure out just exactly what the temperature is of the Astros fan base at this point. And because I feel like you've got a lot of people that think, okay, well, look, we're in a soft reset here or something, you know, be financially responsible. You have other people that are saying, burn through the luxury tax, blah, blah, or competitive balance tax. This one I'm really curious about. You're going to have to do a Pender poll on this. These reports that Jake Myers is potentially going to be traded, or at least teams are poking around and inquiring about Jake Myers.
Yeah, here's what it says. This is in The Athletic. I think it's Ken Rosenthal.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, so he's got a summary of the offseason and what's kind of going on right now, the rumors and whatnot. And Jake Myers gets his own little set of paragraphs here. Astros Myers drawing interest is the mini headline inside of the bigger article. Few quality center fielders are available in either free agency or trade, triggering interest in players who might be pried loose from other clubs. The Houston Astros' Jake Myers, coming off a modest offensive breakout last season, is one such player. Myers is projected to earn $3.5 million in the first of his 2 remaining years of club control. The Astros are open to moving him for a controllable major league starter, according to people briefed on their discussions. The interest in Myers entering each third campaign is considerable, other clubs say. So that's what Rosenthal says. I am all for selling high on Jake Myers right now.
I think, look, he had the best year at the plate that he's had in a year where he played 100 games or so. His rookie year was slightly better than this past year, but this by far, in years where he's gotten a boatload of playing time, this was his best year. Unfortunately, he was also injured.
Yeah.
And it's weird. It's a weird dynamic because you get rid of your hitting coaches, but those guys did at least one good thing they did this year was they got the best out of Jake Myers.
I think modest is the right word.
He was an average hitter at the plate. It wasn't like he was awesome or anything, but you couple that with how good he is defensively,
right?
And that's a quality low price player.
I would guess that the teams that are looking to trade for Jake Myers, probably the stat that they're looking at his defense, no doubt about that. He was a Gold Glove finalist a couple of years ago, so he's a really good defensive player. Range, his ability to get to balls is off the charts. His arm is suspect, but overall a good defensive player. His splits last year, Seth, he had a 538 OPS at at Dyken Park last year. That's worse than Martin Maldonado. You know what I mean? Like that's 538 OPS is like a decent pitcher's OPS back when pitchers used to hit. On the road, his OPS last year was 894, which is basically like MVP Altuve level. You're 900 OPS. That's really good. So I'd imagine a lot of teams are looking like that. All right, we take him out of that park, and that's an easy one. The thing the reason I say sell high is it wasn't as much of a mirage as that big month that he had a year or two ago, like in May, and then he just fell off planet Earth. I think that was in 2024. But he was not the same player when he came back from the injury, and maybe the injury had something to do with that. It was only 15 games left in the season. Yeah. His OPS coming back, he was awful after he came. He was 475 OPS in the last 15 games of the season. He was one of the reasons why they coughed up a big lead and didn't make the postseason.
It's funny. I just ESPN's usually better at this stuff than this, but I pulled up ESPN. I mean, it's labeled the 2026 Houston Astros depth chart.
Yeah.
And it's very, very inaccurate. But just by way of let's figure out what they are going to do at second base. To look at this depth chart, which is inaccurate. Let's see. Mauricio Dubon. That's not going to happen.
It's going to be hard for him to play.
Astro.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to play second for the Astros. Yeah.
Then they have Jose Altuve. Then they have Brendan Rodgers.
Okay.
This is oddly, really. And then Shea Whitcomb and Luis Guillorme.
Okay.
So, this is where when you talk about letting go of Jake Myers, who's a very good outfielder, and you've already let go of a relatively affordable Mauricio Dubon, who could be, at the very least, however you're trying to manage Jose Altuve, Dubon is A-OK at second base. He was way better than Brendan Rodgers was.
Yeah.
You start to trade away Jake Myers, you're all of a sudden you've got questions at second base, you've got questions at center field. Yeah. There's a lot of holes to be filled here, and not a whole lot of money to do so.
No, if they trade Jake Myers, they better be getting somebody who's in the rotation in return. Whoever they're getting for Jake Myers better be a decent part of that pitching staff. And if that's the case, I don't have a big problem trading Jake Myers. I mean, you're kind of creating one hole to patch another one. You're playing whack-a-mole, sort of. You're over here. Oh, this is a problem. Now this is a problem. So they're not in a great spot, man. They're just not. They don't have a ton of room to spend money if they're trying to stay below the competitive balance tax. The minor league system is not nearly as deep as it was back when they were able to make big trades back in the day. And the major league roster just isn't as good. The minor league issue has crept up to the big league level to a degree for the Astros.
And this is where Climbing Tal's Hill, which is a blog I like it covers the Astros. I had written this down. They wrote, as long as Jim Crane is the owner, the obvious direction is often the unlikeliest. So I agree with that, and that's not a negative thing necessarily. That's worked out very well for the Astros at times in the past. But I think that I guess the obvious direction for them right now is with these aging players and with the need to bolster the pipeline that you're not going to necessarily aggressive moves. And yet, with Jim Crane, it feels like anything is possible, and that even if it doesn't mean spending deep into the competitive balance tax, it might mean a lot of cost-cutting measures for the benefit of getting some other aging player or something, like an aging impact player. And I don't know what the appetite for that is right now.
Well, I mean, the ones that they've done have not worked. Since winning the World Series in 2022, they've made what I would call one big move. By Astro standards, one big move each offseason. Yeah. The Jose Abreu big move was a disaster. The Josh Hader move, which came out of nowhere because you already had Presley on the team, but Jim Crane, I think, has a Josh Hader thing. That's been fine. He's getting top of the market closer money, and he's largely been really good, but he was unavailable for you down the stretch last year. So in 2 seasons, he was decent his first year here. He was lights out last year, but then he got hurt. His shoulder got hurt. I'll say that one's a win right now, but not a blowaway win. And then the Christian Walker signing's not been a good signing. So if I know he led the team in home runs and RBIs last year, if you watched every Astro game last year like you and I did, you know that Christian Walker was largely a disaster when he would come up with runners in scoring position and runners on base.
Yeah.
In terms of putting the ball in play, let alone getting a hit or making contact.
It is amazing, honestly, where if you just look at that team last year and if guys are playing up to the back of their baseball card, it's a completely different scenario.
Yes.
Even if they weren't playing up to the back of their baseball card, if they just had more discipline at the plate, if they had more competitive at-bats, but they were one of the worst teams in the league. And, whether you can figure out exactly why to blame the hitting coaches or not, that is a classic scenario of, all right, we got to do something different.
Yes.
Maybe we don't even know what it is right now, but we got to switch up what we're doing because we've got all of these guys underperforming.
Yep, that's well put. That's exactly right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, I have 3 big questions about the Houston Texans. Not about the game this Sunday, but about players on the Texans. Is this guy, who I don't think you would have thought this at the beginning of the year, is this guy one of the 4 or 5 most valuable players on the Houston Texans? We will have that for you coming up next. Is Shoppa's John Deere, it's not even top 5. They're not.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Well, I tease a topic, and then I start looking at things on the internet, and I want to talk about like 6 more things before we get to what I tease. But
jeez, welcome to my world.
Yeah. I think you coughed on me at some point and gave me that disease.
It's so hard. It's so hard for me to figure out what to zero in on. So I need a personal assistant who's just a jerk.
Yeah.
like
a pleasant jerk.
Pick a lane and stick in it for 1 hour. Okay. On this.
Okay. Yeah.
But then I remember that, I'm basically I'm like Leonardo da Vinci, Sean. I have multiple different things in the hopper at any given time. Leonardo da Vinci was notoriously bad at finishing things.
Yeah.
He always had all these different projects going on in art, in science, and all these different things. And like every now and then he would finish one, and it would be great. So yeah, that's what they always say. I'm the Leonardo da Vinci of sports.
Did
radio.
he do the statue that doesn't have the arms? The Venus de Milo? Because that didn't get finished.
I think did it never have arms?
I don't know.
Was it just a bust?
I don't know. It didn't have arms, right?
I don't know. Did Venus de Milo ever have arms? It pops right up.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No arms.
Right.
No arms whatsoever.
But did Da Vinci? Did he create the Venus? Did he sculpt the Venus de Milo statue?
I don't think so.
Okay, it's one of the most famous unfinished things. That's what I thought. Maybe, yeah.
She's got nice naturals.
Oh, I know. Yeah, if you can get past the no arms thing, Venus she's a catch. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Oh, they don't even know who produced it. I think.
Well, it could have been.
It's thought to have been produced somewhere around a pop-up ad. Now I lost it. I was scrolling when it popped up. Yeah.
Oh my God! All right, let's get to the topic I teased. Seth, my question.
Hold on, I'm not done with Venus.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Just have her in a window on your screen.
Now,
You can stare.
Talk about being distracted.
Pay attention. Yeah, pay attention. This was Woody Marks after the game on Sunday. I'll pose my question in a second. After the game in the locker room on Sunday, I think it was Sarge asking him, hey, was there any thought of you coming out of the game? Because if you watched that game and you saw the replay on what should have been a hip drop, called a hip drop tackle, Woody Marks got his foot smushed underneath himself and a player, and it was nasty. He did have to come out for a little bit, but he said, no, I'm not coming out.
When the injury first occurred, did you think that you were going to be out for the game? Or was it
out
just
for the
a
game?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I ain't never out for the game. No matter what the situation is, I ain't never out.
Okay, and that's a good thing, because my question is this, Seth. Is Woody Marks one of the most valuable players on the Houston Texans right now?
Yeah. Okay, if you had to power rank it by, just exactly how good is he or versus this or that, not necessarily. I feel like obviously your cornerbacks, your defensive ends, your quarterback, all of that, they're better football players than he is right now.
Yep.
But where would they be without Woody Marks?
That's where I'm going with it.
They would be in a rough place.
Yeah, if you're power ranking who the best players are on the team, we know what that list looks like. The drop-off from Woody Marks to what is left in the running back room after Woody Marks, and this is meant as zero disrespect to Nick Chubb. I think Nick Chubb is doing the best with what God has given him at the age of 30 or whatever he is, and after all these surgeries and injuries that he's had in his lower extremities. I think Nick Chubb he's a 1 year, $2.5 million guy who's playing like a 1 year, $2.5 million guy. I like Nick Chubb. Dare Gumbawale, if he starts getting a little too involved in the offense, that's a bad sign for things. Those are the next 2 guys after Woody Marks. And we got a taste of what it would feel like, at least emotionally, if something were to happen to him. Now, fortunately, like he said, he came back in the game. But in that moment where he's limping around on that foot, and he's had some other little dings here and there, it feels like, he's essentially the feature back on this team right now. When I saw him limping and I started to try to visualize, not just in that Colts game, Seth, but what the rest of the season would look like, because the trades aren't available anymore. Trade deadline came and went a month ago. I think Woody Marks, if you judge value by what the drop-off is from Woody Marks to the next running back, hell, that delta is probably much bigger for that position than the delta between C.J. Stroud and Davis Mills right now.
Right, and the free agents that would be available right now, where the Texans have 2 open roster spots.
Yeah.
Today's injury report is going to be really interesting for both teams. We're really hoping Woody Marks isn't on it. Meanwhile, the Chiefs could be down 3 starting offensive linemen, so we'll see how they list them today.
Yep.
But you're getting down to that time of the season where it's just really it's really crucial, and health matters a lot. I don't, if they had to go without Woody Marks, then at the very least you could do what you can do with Nick Chubb, but they're going to end up, having to use the pass to set up the run,
yes.
Which they still, like a lot of NFL teams, they're kind of pretty balanced in whether it feels like you're using one to set up the other.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it would end up really putting that much pressure on C.J. Stroud to just flat out figure out ways to open up opportunities for the run by threatening with a pass game.
Yep. And you noticed this too, that at the end of the game when the Texans are driving with the goal to grind out the clock, not score, that Woody Marks was asking CJ, hey, if I break into the open field, what do I do?
Right.
Yeah.
Having that awareness to know that to ask if he should go down or not.
Yeah.
Which is something that's impressive by this younger generation. It really was a rarity when that would happen, when a running back would have the awareness to know to go down.
Yeah.
You've got the lead at the end of a game.
Yeah.
And now it doesn't actually seem all that uncommon where you see a guy willingly go down before the goal line.
Yeah, much to the chagrin of fantasy owners for sure.
Yeah. Well, Nick Chubb did it himself when he was with the Browns, remember?
Yep, he sure did.
Now, so immediately you might think, okay, well, they've still got Jawar Jordan on the practice squad. I think J.J. Taylor is still out there as a free agent right now.
Yeah.
The biggest drop-off would be if you go from Woody Marks to one of the other young backs, and J.J. Taylor's not even young, is pass protection.
Yes.
Like Woody Marks
is
really, by rookie standards, is way ahead of the curve. Most rookie running backs, even the bigger guys, aren't as good in pass protection as Woody Marks is. So everything you're saying about how vital and critical he is right this moment, it's 100% true. Now you've injected a little bit of nervousness into my day that I didn't want to have, Sean.
That'll be the big one we're looking for on the – my apologies.
I didn't – that Colts game, man, I didn't enjoy that game at
Seth,
all. I was uncomfortable the whole time.
Just do what we stumbled into. If you're starting to feel some angst about Woody Marks, just open up that picture of the Venus de Milo and stare at it and allow it to soothe you, okay?
Brandy's going to come in and be like, what are you doing? I'm looking at Greek antiquities, lady.
Right.
Do you not want me to have some culture in my life?
Seth has a fetish for armless statues.
Brandy, put your hands behind your back.
That's good stuff. Hey, my next question.
Go. Why don't you lay in a cold tub for 20 minutes and then come in with your arms behind your back?
Arms behind your back.
Yeah.
My next question, his stats are down this year. So is Nico Collins' contract still viewed as a bargain, or is it just appropriate value? How are we viewing the season Nico Collins is having?
I think, honestly, Sean, did you see the bar graph that I made?
I did.
Using Gemini?
It is gorgeous. You need to share that with the world.
I probably will.
Yeah.
The one thing that really jumps out, because I was looking at the stats and everything, and I'm like, all right, let me get a feel for this. I mean, since the Ravens game, or no, not the Ravens game. When was Nico out? Nico was out.
Nico was out for the Niners game.
Yep. Since the Niners game, he's had, for those 5 games, he's had 7 receptions, 9 receptions, 3 receptions, and then 5 receptions.
Yeah.
So in 4 of the 5 games since he returned from injury, he's had 5 or greater receptions.
Mm-hmm.
In the first 6 games of the season, he only had more than 5 or more receptions once out of those 6 times. It was like 4 was his high water mark in all the other ones. So he's had 5 or greater in 4 of the last 5. So that includes 3 games with Davis Mills, 2 games with C.J. Stroud, 2 of the 5 games, two games with Davis with 5 or more receptions, 2 games with C.J. with 5 or more receptions. I think a huge part of it is just that, A, the offense has clicked more so, and B, because the rookies are getting involved, it's It's that symbiotic thing where because defenses want to focus on Nico, it opens up opportunities for the rookies. But then as the rookies have to be accounted for, it also opens up opportunities for Nico.
Yeah.
And CJ and Davis are just, and the entire offense in general is just clicking a little bit better.
I think he's worth every penny still. I think it's still a great contract. He's 16th right now in average annual value at that position for his contract. He's 13th in the league in receiving yards. And to your point, trending in a direction where this – you're right. The last 5 games have looked a whole lot more like the Nico that we saw in the first 5 games of 2024, where he was on an historic pace in that one. Okay, the last question I have for this segment, this is one that you actually, I think, put in here yesterday when we were talking about all the different things, all the reasons why the Texans need to get into this postseason and make this the year they get to new heights.
Just real quick, the last 5 games he would have been, that's on pace for, that's 105 catches over the course of
that's the old Nico.
Season.
Yes, yeah, that's great. And I'm sure probably 1,500 yards, I would guess, too. Starting Sunday against the Chiefs, what do we need to see from C.J. Stroud to feel good about a contract extension this offseason that I don't think is a lock, but I think it's the favorite that he gets a contract extension this year.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there's like a 60 to 70% chance, maybe even higher, that he gets a contract extension. What are the biggest things we need to see to feel good about CJ getting 55 to 60 million a year?
I think, to overly simplify it, it's just flat out points on the board, like an actually impressive offense at times, and not just grinding clock or not just doing well driving down into the red zone but then failing. So a lot of it just simply comes down to red zone execution, and a lot of the really egregiously bad red zone trips for the Texans have not been CJ's fault whatsoever. Go back to the Bucs game or the Broncos game, the Seahawks game where they ran it up the gut 4 times in a row. That's the entire offense. I think Nick Caley coming into his own, all of those things that have started to look better. But if they can do that, I almost don't even care what C.J. Stroud's actual numbers are. It's with him at the helm, is this actually an offense that can threaten teams instead of just be dragged along by the defense?
Yeah, that's the big one. Statistically, emotionally, visually, red zone proficiency is the huge one for me. And it'll get the opportunity to do this on Sunday. I feel like we need to see a few more wins in head-to-head matchups with guys that are either at CJ's level or above CJ's level right now.
Yeah, that's all. It's not quarterback versus quarterback, but there is something emotionally about feeling like, we went in and we won a duel. Hey, you know what? Okay, one of these games, maybe the Texans defense has a letdown.
Yes.
Like all great defenses do at times. Maybe they have a letdown. But CJ had a shootout with either Pat Mahomes or somebody else, and the Texans came out on top. Yeah, that would feel more like, all right, this is a team that can beat you in multiple different ways.
Yep.
It doesn't, because you start looking towards the playoffs and you think, man, it's really, really hard to win 4 games in a row, specifically with your defense versus good teams versus playoff caliber teams.
Yeah.
So that alone, I think, and there's not that many more opportunities to do it.
No, there's not. When I don't,
other than the playoffs,
right? And I don't know that this defense. I don't know if they're going to have a stinker the rest of the way. I don't know. I don't know. If
the Chiefs game, just by virtue of Mahomes being able to have an explosive couple of plays against you and kind of blow things wide open, even if the Chiefs' offense isn't operating well. That's the biggest opportunity. Then after that, it would be an extreme letdown if the Texans don't kind of finish the season the way they've played the entire season.
If they're able to pull off the win on Sunday, and again, they're a 3.5-point underdog, so these two teams are viewed as basically even on a neutral field. It's been a long time since you could say that about the Houston Texans and the Kansas City Chiefs, that they're viewed as anything close to even on a neutral field. This version of the Chiefs is a version that's in the lower half of the power rankings. They're losing one-score games this year. Meanwhile, the Texans have won 4 straight one-score games. Like the trends are all favoring the Texans right now. I'm looking up at the TV in our studio here, Seth, and they had a long conversation on Get Up this morning where the topic was, are the Texans the most dangerous team in the AFC? If they go into Kansas City in primetime in December and do the Chiefs, they will be the lead story on every show on Monday next week. Every show.
And it is, and part of it is just I think presenting the Texans as this ferocious band of killers on defense.
Yeah,
that makes for good television.
Absolutely.
The highlight reels of the various big hits they have in any given game. The amount of hatred there is for Azeez Al-Shire around the league, everywhere outside Southeast Texas. Yes. It's like if you did one of those maps that you see on social media all the time of like states who love or hate Azeez Al-Shire, you know.
It's just Texas.
A whole lot of blue and one battle red. Yeah.
That's what it would be. Text message. You can text the show, 713-572-4610. Why is Christian Harris not playing? I really feel like he's a decent linebacker, and I feel like he could really help us this Chiefs game in covering Travis Kelce.
He hasn't played well when he's played. He's not a decent linebacker anymore. And that's the sum total of it all. He's got whatever that mysterious calf injury was last year. Every time I've seen him playing actual linebacker, including last year when he came back and played, he's not the same guy. So, like, you've got the wrong tense on that verb right there. It's not. He was a very impressive linebacker in a lot of ways. Since his calf injury, he has not been. No. Right now, currently, he is not. You know, he was active on game day, and he didn't play any snaps last week. No. It just there's something. He's just not moving the same way. He's just not the same guy. And maybe it'll change. You know, it'll be interesting to see what the Texans feel about it because he's a free agent at the end of this year.
Yep.
And do they give him some kind of a 1-year deal or something, or just some? You know, if another team gives him a contract, they're going to want a physical and to work him out. And I don't know where he is physically.
There was chatter before the trade deadline that maybe the Texans trade Christian Harris and get a late round pick, and that never materialized. I don't know if there was ever any discussion of that, but to the texter, if he were truly a decent linebacker, he'd be on the field playing linebacker for the Houston Texans right now.
No, and I honestly think that it's weird. At the beginning of the season, there were all kinds of people saying, like, well, you can tell the Texans don't really want to win because they're not playing Christian Harris. Like, he didn't practice until 3 weeks into camp, barely. And then when he was on the field, he just did not look like the same guy.
Yeah.
If the Texans didn't care about winning, they would have started Christian Harris.
Yeah, that's been a major disappointment, and it's nobody's fault. He got hurt.
Right, I'm not like lambasting him or anything. He's just, I feel bad for him because I love the way he plays.
Yep.
And there is a lot of upside there. It's just whatever is going on with his lower leg, it just seems to still be affecting him.
All right, a lesson in authenticity in the next segment. Lane Kiffin was introduced at LSU earlier this week. Let's compare his first exposure to the LSU fans and media to his predecessor in the next segment. We will do that coming up next. Stay there.
Lesson in authenticity. Yes, I'd love the authenticity, especially with your
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. A quick question on the text page. Hey, Sean and Seth, what happened to Jalen Smith, the rookie from USC? He's on injured reserve, hamstring. So he's on IR. He would be a useful piece right now in that secondary, considering how I know he's not a safety. I know he's a corner, but having one more moving part back there that's productive would be helpful right now.
Yeah, the guys they do. I mean, Miles Bryant's the one that's has a lot of versatility and has played all over the secondary. So it's good to have him. It would be really nice to have even more depth right now. That's why people are wondering whether maybe Tyrann Mathieu wants to come out of retirement.
Yeah.
Texans have 2 open roster spots.
They do. Yeah. They do. They waived Lake and Tomlinson yesterday. I know we pointed that out in headlines, but we should mention that. I'm not sure if a lot of Texan fans saw that, but that's another one. Nick Caserio's had some good moves this year. He's had some moves he'd probably like to have back. That's not a major one, other than the fact that, boy, they sure did ride that Lake and Tomlinson train for a long time to see if he could be the guy at left guard, maybe to the detriment of the offense early in the season.
Yeah.
And doing the rotation thing with Juice Scruggs was very, very strange. That they've sold that one of the biggest developments set the last 3 or 4 weeks is they found 5 guys that are healthy, that they like, that are playing well enough together to play, at least we hope, the level of offense that you need with this defense that you've got on the other side.
Yeah, that's a whole – and Trent Brown's the most interesting one just because, maybe I'm a little too influenced by the visual presentation, but I worry about his ability to stay healthy throughout the rest of the season. And also there are times where, man, there's some blocks that he doesn't get to out in space because of his size. Yeah. But first and foremost, he uses his size really well to protect the quarterback. Yeah. And that's fundamentally the biggest issue with this team over the last few years has been that. And I think that right now they're in a better position to do that. As evidenced by the 2 sacks they've allowed in the last 2 games.
Yep.
They've
been good.
Before.
They've been good. So Lane Kiffin was introduced earlier this week as the new LSU head coach. He told a really funny anecdote. I thought this was, Lane Kiffin does have an authenticity to him in terms of storytelling, and he's obviously connected with that Southern. He connected very well with the Southern fan base at Ole Miss, even though I don't think he's not a Southern guy.
I grew up in Tampa, whatever the hell Tampa is.
That's South.
It's geographically South, but it's not the South.
It's not the South. Right. Capital T, capital S. This was a story that he told. Coach Lane Kiffin was on the staff at USC, Pete Carroll's staff, with Ed Orgeron. So they're friendly. And obviously, Coach O has coached at both Ole Miss and LSU. But here's Lane Kiffin's story about driving around the campus.
Actually, we were going by Tiger Stadium. I called one person. I called Ed Orgeron. And I said, hey, man, all I can do is, this place just makes me want to talk like you right now. I did. I was like, we were in the car, and the kids were in there, and I was like, and the coaches, and they're like, what are you doing? I'm like, I don't know. I'm like channeling Ed right now. I was like, I'm feeling him. Like, I rolled down the window, and I was like, go Tigers to the fans. And I'm like, so I called Ed. I said, I don't know what's going on, man, but I'm feeling you right now. And he's like, Coach, you're at the best place in America. So I feel that. So as I thought I would do, I have no idea what your question was.
Yeah, see, that's a good moment. That's a fun moment at a press conference. Very authentic. And by the way, for the 5 of you out there that may not know what Coach Ed Orgeron sounds like, here is Coach O on a Barstool podcast after he got fired by LSU, sharing the story of him getting his buyout check.
Coaches got a shelf. Some coaches got 50 years. Some coaches got 12. Mine was 6. Good. I got to tell you, we had a meeting. Hey, Coach, things are not going well. No, Ray Charles can see that, brother.
What's next?
Well, I got to tell you this, though. Say, Coach, you got $17.1 million on your contract. We're going to give it to you. I said, what time you want me to leave and what door you want me out of, brother?
I love that.
So those two have a history together, obviously. They know each other. Tennessee, USC, USC. Did I say What did I say? Oh, Tennessee and USC.
Yeah,
I said USC twice.
Well,
for some reason.
they were assistants together, and then Kiffin was the head coach at USC later. So it's probably two times that they were together.
Ed Orgeron as a recruiter and everything,
the best
on Lane Kiffin's staff in LSU would be pretty incredible.
That would be. I hadn't even thought about that.
Yeah, we're not the first to think of this.
Yeah. I hadn't thought about that. I just like listening to Coach O talk. So
no, that's everything like that. People love Ed Orgeron. Orgeron seems like the last guy in the world you'd have to worry about trying to usurp your job or something. If Lane Kiffin, because he has his past at LSU and everything else like that, that could be a dicey situation with a lot of other coaches.
Yeah.
I don't think Lane Kiffin would worry about it one bit.
No, not at all. And Coach O's done some interviews this year where he's talked about wanting to get back into coaching, and he's like, I don't even care if it's a head coach or if I'm a D-line coach or whatever. And I started thinking, I'm like, damn, Notre Dame, go get Ed Orgeron, get him on your staff. That'd be phenomenal. So I thought that was pretty cool. Like Ed Orgeron is grade A+ authenticity. I love the Kiffin story about wanting to call Coach O. There was nothing contrived about that. Unlike Lane Kiffin's predecessor, whose first exposure to the LSU fan base sounded like this.
Thank you. Well, this is a great way to get started. I haven't even won all my games yet.
Still haven't.
It's a great night to be a Tiger. I'm here with my family, and we are so excited to be in the great state of Louisiana, but more importantly, to be with you great fans and to be part of what is going to be an incredible ride here at Louisiana State University.
It was not an incredible ride. You know, sometimes you get on rides at an amusement park, Seth, and you're like, I can see this being an incredible ride. And then you're like, all right, it's kind of boring, actually.
Right,
like the 80% of the rides at Disney, which is really just riding on some sort of car through a recap of a movie, like the Peter Pan ride.
Yeah,
I was really excited to get on the Peter Pan ride until I realized I'm just sitting on a fabricated boat, just looking at scenes from the movie the whole time.
Yeah, and a lot of people, some people that if you got a little bit of a Southern twang yourself, you might not recognize just how starkly obvious it was that was not his normal speaking. Like, he was trying real hard to do his version of a Southern accent,
dude.
And it's yeah, I know, because a lot of our listeners, if you do have a little bit of a Southern drawl or a Texas twang or something, you don't pick up on it quite as much. It's obvious that's not his normal speaking voice.
Yeah.
And he's just trying way too hard. We're like, Lane Kiffin just owned up to it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to try to talk like my version of a Southerner.
No.
I'm going to talk like, I'm going to do my Ed Orgeron impression.
Yes. I was glad that Lane Kiffin stayed away from doing an impression of Ed Orgeron. Like, I wanted to talk like you. The story itself was authentic enough. You don't need to try to impersonate Coach O.
Now, since you're giving Lane Kiffin all kinds of credit for authenticity, it's important to point out that a bunch of Ole Miss players have basically said, like, hey, what you said in our final meeting wasn't necessarily what we heard.
No, this is one of those things, Seth. I'm not saying Lane Kiffin is an authentic individual. I'm saying that was a moment of authenticity. It's a little like, I'm not calling you stupid. I'm saying you just did a stupid thing.
It's been fun watching people, because I've seen a lot of Ole Miss players are suggesting that Lane Kiffin lied about what he said in his exit interview.
I believe that.
Suntrain Perkins said, that was not the message you said in the meeting room. Everybody that was there can vouch on this. Then Sanders said, quote, despite the team asking me to keep coaching. That's what Lane Kiffin had said. So he puts that in quotes, despite the team asking me to keep coaching. Sanders says, I think everyone that was in that room would disagree. Yeah.
That
the players asked him to keep coaching.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Then there was another player, I can't remember who it was, an LSU player who did kind of a TikTok of like, hey, he was pretending he was a coach, calling up everybody to give a pep talk, but then his phone rang.
Oh.
And he said, well, how much? All right, and then he just turned around and gave the deuces to the team.
Bailed. Yeah. That's funny. Dude, college football, man. College football.
Well, I got to see that because I saw some former athlete, I can't remember who it was, say like, you guys wouldn't understand. Of course the players want him there. You've never put on shoulder pads or whatever. And meanwhile, the guys who actually are currently wearing shoulder pads, some of them at least are saying like, no, we didn't want them here.
Yeah.
There's no correct or proper way to think about this because this is the first time it's ever happened where a guy's left before the playoffs begin.
Yeah. This is where I wonder. This is where I wish like that there was a Pender poll out there that only the Ole Miss players were allowed to vote in, and that we could see the results.
Yeah, like what percentage of them actually wanted him to stay?
Yes,
versus,
exactly. Because the Sanders kid that you're quoting there, the same way Lane Kiffin may have talked to a player that said, "Hey, I'd love to have you coach." That doesn't represent everybody. I would be willing to bet it was probably kind of split. Because Lane Kiffin head coaching that team probably does still give them the best chance to win a championship.
You know who's got an opportunity, to be open to taking on a job, maybe to help smooth over the transition for Lane Kiffin and all of this is Bobby Petrino. It's just like, hey, how do you handle it when you abandon a team right in the middle of everything? Anyway, and then how do you handle tie up all the loose ends? Bobby Petrino could come give him a hand.
That would be great because Lane Kiffin was talking throughout this whole process about people he was leaning on for advice. Like he said, because his dad, Monty Kiffin, legendary coach, is no longer with us. So he leans a lot. I forget, it was Pete Carroll and one other person that he worked for along the way. I forget who it was, but that's who. Pete Carroll was a big one. Like, he leaned on them. That would have been great if, like, who do you lean on for advice? Pete Carroll, Bobby Petrino.
Well, Bobby Petrino and Lane Kiffin, I think, were in Jacksonville at the same time when I was there. Because they were both those guys were in Jacksonville when I was there, and I think it was they were probably there at the same time. So they do have a prior relationship.
Okay. Yeah, he did not mention Bobby Petrino, though.
So I called up Bobby, when he abandoned the Falcons, just left a note. Basically left a note on the door.
He
gave me some tips and pointers.
How to get up and out of here. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Up next, we did the power ranking of the power rankings yesterday. There is one power ranking out there that has the Texans back in the top 10, and you'll hear whose it is, a famous voice that we love on this show. Brian Geltzeiler, SiriusXM NBA, joins us at the top of the hour. We'll talk a little Rockets at the top of the hour. Stay there. But first, I want to tell you about my experience at the men's tee.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. I'm excited to talk to Brian Geltzeiler at the top of the hour. He's with SiriusXM NBA, working down the NBA. So we'll dive deep on the Rockets with him at 9 o'clock on the show today. We did the power ranking of the power rankings yesterday at 9 o'clock. We do it every Tuesday. USA Today continues to represent not only America, but the representation of what the Houston Texans in 2025 are to much critical acclaim. They had them 6th, USA Today. That was the highest one. I forget who had them, who bumped them down. It was SI.com.
Sports Illustrated. We said it was It was the two least reputable websites that had them either bumped them way higher or way lower based on last week's.
Oh, it says you on reputable. USA Today, maybe the most reputable publication out there, as long as they got the Texans up there at 6th in the NFL.
They were the original Mike Florio, really. They just took a bunch of other people's work and just repackaged it as their own.
Yeah,
the original aggregators.
Yeah, man, it's quite the living. Colin Cowherd does the herd hierarchy. That's his power rankings. Guess who crept back into the herd hierarchy?
Right now, all things considered, here are my top 10 teams. Listen, I don't like their red zone offense, but Houston Texans, 4-game winning streak, best defense, excellent head coach. They shut people down. Opposing quarterbacks this year have a passer rating of 74. That's a bad backup quarterback. So what does that mean? They're in every game. They're in absolutely every game. I'm telling you, they play Kansas City this week. Kansas City has to win. I would not want to play them. They play at a different speed defensively. 9 times this year, teams have scored fewer than 20 points. In an offensive league that's never had better offensive coaching, Houston at 10.
Yeah, there you go, man. That's a number right there.
Great
74 passer rating.
You know how much his voice grates on me.
No, I know, yeah.
And it's not even his fault necessarily. The problem with Colin Cowherd was how many young radio hosts were just doing Colin Cowherd impressions, basically. They all wanted to talk exactly like Colin Cowherd for damn near a decade. Now it's not that bad. I feel like now I'm looking forward to this generation of people that are going to be influenced by Caleb Presley and like that. It'd be more entertaining, less blowhardish, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Is that his name? The long-haired dude?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who Caleb Presley is. I was just
He's the guy that does the little shorts. He has a long hair and he wears a tie. The interviews, Sunday Conversations or whatever.
Oh, okay. I think I know who you're talking about. If Cowherd starts getting on the Texans bandwagon, that's going to be really bad for you, I think. If he starts bandwagoning the Texans like he did the Denver Broncos when Sean Payton got there.
To Colin Cowherd's credit, he's pretty open about what the things he was wrong about. Yeah. I think he does a whole segment on the stuff he was wrong about.
Must be a long segment.
I know. But I don't. I try not to care about whether he thinks something is good or bad or not.
Yeah.
I know that I'm glad that Sam Darnold's coming back down to earth because he was very right for the first part of the season about how the Vikings should have stuck with Sam Darnold instead of rolling with J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
I need Sam Darnold to completely fall apart so he won't be able to claim victory on that one.
The crazy thing about that take is as bad as Sam Darnold has played last weeks, still way better than anything J.J. McCarthy.
Oh, God,
They'd still be better off even with
you're right.
bad Sam Darnold.
Yeah. No, let's stack J.J. McCarthy up to how did Sam Darnold do in his first couple of years.
That's fair. That was really bad, too. Yeah, that was really bad, too. We got some good texts here. I believe this kind of plays into what we just played from Cowherd there. I believe the media is all over the Texans because of the rest of our schedule versus the rest of the Jags and Colts schedule. Now, I'll hit pause right there for a second. The Jags schedule is super easy the rest of the way. I mean, the Jags still have games against the Jets and the Titans on their schedule, and they're playing 2 against the Colts, the worst version of the Colts this season, so, and granted the Texans.
And those are AFC South matchups, though, too. So, I think I would agree with him there. Yeah. So you're saying the media likes talking about the Texans.
Yes. Yeah. Because of their schedule, and we have the best shot to pull off winning the division. Might look like a hot take now to the average person.
Yeah.
But maybe not later.
Oh, yeah, to the average person saying, they're like, hey, wait a second. Because now people in the national media say, like, hey, and you thought the Texans' offensive line was the worst in the league? Well, I've got news for you.
Yeah.
Which they've been saying for the past 5 – like, the national media was still calling the Texans' offensive line the worst one in the league, long after they'd kind of turned it around.
Yep.
And they weren't awesome, but they were not nearly like one of the worst offensive lines in the league. Cole Popovich does deserve a lot of credit just for the work he's done with an offensive line that's been shuffled around all season long, at left guard at least. And then also that just on paper doesn't look like they should be an average offensive line. They've been performing like at least about an average offensive line for the last 5 or 6 weeks.
That was a move a lot of people didn't like. They didn't like promoting Cole Popovich to the offensive line.
Yeah, I was
position.
neither for it nor against it. Yeah. I just know that I wasn't criticizing it because he had been the assistant offensive line coach and now they were making him the offensive line coach. Because I've seen that before. I've been on teams where the assistant offensive line coach was definitely a much better coach than the offensive line coach, but there's only so much that guy can do. He's the assistant offensive line coach.
Yep.
It's like looking at a Fortune 500 company and be like, how come your director of marketing isn't being held accountable for these production issues? Yeah.
That's right. Text message: the Chiefs' wide receivers scare me. Our secondary is great, but after seeing Pierce and Downs last week, I could see Rice, Hollywood Brown, or whoever's at wide receiver 3. I'd put Xavier Worthy there. I could see those wide receivers really hurting us.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's those big plays versus the Texans really don't concern me. That Josh Downs play was just an incredible throw and catch. And those things are going to happen. I'm more worried about some of the big chunk plays that they let up over the middle, where it's either because of the blend of the matchup of the offensive play call and the coverage just wasn't quite right, or if guys are just a little slow on their reads or playing them, in poor positioning. That's what I worry about. You think about, and then if Mahomes is able to escape the pocket, his ability to find those guys downfield, like that Xavier Worthy chunk play, that was with Mahomes bailing out, scrambling to his right, and then finding Xavier Worthy running across the field.
Yeah,
that's the hard part about Mahomes is there will be times when he gets outside the pocket, and he's got a really good knack for finding those opportunities that are going to happen. There's going to be, whenever the play goes on longer than 4 or 5 seconds, there's going to be some coverage breakdowns on the back end.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of can the quarterback find him.
Okay. The people texted in. Dude watches WWE, but he doesn't know who Caleb Presley is. LOL. Does Caleb Presley show up in WWE ever?
Yeah, don't fall into that trap of thinking that your social media world is the same as everybody else's.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised that Sean didn't know Caleb Presley, just because I feel like we've discussed him before. But only you never knew his name. If I send you a clip of Caleb Presley, you'll say, "Oh, that guy."
No, I'm looking at. While we were talking, I put him in Google here and hit images, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, the guy with the mullet who pops up."
The guy with the mullet who does funny interviews.
Yeah, who pops up on my timeline like once every month or something.
Yeah, he pops up in my timeline a lot because I find him funny.
Right.
And I hit the little heart. Yeah. That's how you show a deep commitment to something these days.
Yeah, and I've never
to show that I care and that I'm engaged in
Caleb
society.
Presley, yeah.
Every now and then I like or dislike something.
We are rooting for the Colts this weekend in the game between the two teams that are tied above the Texans right now. The Jags host the Colts. We are rooting they're both 8-4.
Right.
We're rooting for the Colts this weekend.
We're doing that because that puts the Texans, if the Texans win, then the Texans do truly control their own destiny or fate.
Yeah.
Even though I know that's inaccurate to say it that way. But they have control over the situation. Because right now, the Jags are a game up on you, and you don't play them again.
Right.
So if the Jags won out and the Texans won out, nothing you can do about it. Whereas that would even the tables a little bit.
That's a good standings reason for it. The other reason I'm rooting for it is I'm just looking at the two schedules, the Colts and the Jags. I don't know. The Colts have more... Outside of their Texans games, the Colts, there are more losses potentially on the Colts schedule than there are the Jags schedule right now.
Yeah.
Like if the Jags win this game, all of a sudden you look at their schedule the rest of the way, and it's the Jets, the Broncos, the Colts again, and Tennessee. So there's more wins. The Jags have an easier schedule the rest of the way, so we need them to lose a game or two here. So that's another reason I think. So yes, if some of you are wondering who do we root for, It's the Colts this weekend against the Jags.
And then the sum total of, even though teams in the division play largely the same schedule, except for a few based on rankings and everything from the previous year, Jaguars had a much easier schedule than the Texans statistically. just because for one, like the Jaguars got to play the Panthers this year.
Yeah.
Before the Panthers figured things out.
Yep.
Somewhat. They played the Bengals and lost to the Bengals to their backup quarterback.
Yeah. Week 2.
They've had an easier go of it. But by and large, there hasn't been that much difference in the schedule. I do think, if we want the Colts.
Well, they play the Jets instead of the Texans playing the Bills.
That's right. That's what I was looking for. I knew there was an egregious one there.
Yeah.
So, they play the Jets instead of the Bills. Yeah. I think if I'm – but I really want the Colts to just crash back down to earth and look nothing like the offense that they were in the first half of the season.
Yeah.
Because that means they're screwed at quarterback.
Yep.
I feel like long-term I want the Jaguars to beat the Colts, but realistically, I need the Colts to want to beat the Jaguars.
Pragmatic thing to win a division is for the Colts to win this game. Right
they
now,
face them twice.
Yep, they'll play them again. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Brian Geltzeiler does a great job covering the NBA for Sirius XM. He'll join us in the next segment. We'll get his thoughts on the Rockets, where that big an issue is this point guard situation, Reid Shepard, all that stuff. A little NBA talk with Brian Geltzeiler. That's coming up next. Stay there.
The Drive is live on a
Ohio.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we've been heavy on the Texans today. Let's talk a little Rockets basketball. Rockets back in action tonight at home against the Sacramento Kings, 13-5 on the season. The Kevin Durant era off to a nice start. So it is a pleasure right now to bring on a good friend of the show. He's one of the best at breaking down the NBA. You can find him on SiriusXM doing that. On weekends, Brian Geltzeiler joining us right now here on Payne and Pendergast. Geltz, happy late Thanksgiving. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, Sean. Pleasure to be with you and Seth. It's been a while. Not a while for you and I, a while for me and Seth, but I'm thrilled to be back with you guys. How we doing?
We're good.
I'm sorry I've neglected you.
You haven't neglected me, Seth. Listen, and by the way, I don't have any complaints. Anytime I get to join you guys, this top-rated show in Houston Morning Drive, it is absolutely my honor and my pleasure.
My man. All right, so let's get into this, Geltz, with the Rockets here. You know the language I speak. My love language is gambling. The Rockets season win total started at 52.5 before the season. They now have the second highest win total on the board in Vegas, obviously behind OKC, way behind OKC. I mean, OKC's total is 69.5, but the Rockets are second on the board at 58.5. Does that sound about right to you?
Yeah, it does. I mean, listen, I thought that there would be somewhat of a little bit of a regular season drop-off with the absence of Freddie VanVleet. But I have to tell you, I bow at Ime Udoka's feet because what he's managed to do and how he's kind of remade this team without Freddie and this ultra size thing that they have going on, and really what the Rockets are doing right now. And it's, I was texting with Mike Francesa about this the other day because we're both kind of in awe of the fact that the Rockets have managed to kind of change a little bit of the pace and space paradigm in the NBA. You're looking at a team who is last in the league in three-point rate. And just to put that in some perspective, guys, 50% of the shots the Golden State Warriors take, they're first in the league in three-point rate, are threes. The Houston Rockets are last in the league, 34% of the shots that they take are three-point shots.
Isn't that exactly what you'd expect from a Daryl Morey protege at GM?
No, right? It's going the other way. But they're also first in the league in offensive rebounding percentage. So they're essentially, and second in the league in offensive efficiency. They're essentially taking the teeth out of other teams' speed games by being relentless on the offensive glass. And the difference, by the way, the difference between them at 1 in offensive rebounding rate and the Blazers at 2 is they're 20% higher than the Blazers at that number. Like, that's how much they're killing teams on the offensive glass. And listen, when you look at how well they're shooting the ball from 3, which is kind of amazing in and of itself, they're second in the league in three-point percentage. So it's not only about we're taking less threes, we're taking better threes. We have the right people taking threes. Reid Shepard shooting 45% from 3. Aaron Holiday shooting 40% from 3. Şengün shooting 39% from 3. So this is just, we talk all the time, guys, about a coach not necessarily saying this is how we play, but taking the group of players and the talent that you have and crafting a system that fits them best. Ime Udoka's done that probably better than any coach in the league right now. And yes, having Durant there to bail you out late in shot clocks always works and is always helpful. But the overall approach and how they've managed to cover for, let's face it, VanVleet, a vital guy to this organization over the last 2 years, how they've been able to cover for it has been incredibly amazing. And frankly, they're going to be a major factor with the kind of size they put on the floor night in and night out come playoff time.
Yeah, and so, obviously we're joking about it looking like a Daryl Morey team. It looks exactly the opposite of a Daryl Morey team. But by the same respects, though, they are doing something that Daryl Morey was good at doing, which is you're different than the rest of the league is operating, and you get an advantage because of it. But then the big question becomes, as it was in the Daryl Morey days, how does that look in the playoffs? Like, how does this style of play look in a 7-game series versus a really good team?
So what do we always say, Seth? In the playoffs, the game slows down, right? It's inevitable. Now, it's over the years, okay, in the advent of the Warriors with the threes and the pace and space in the last 10 years, it's sped up a little bit in the playoffs. But all you need to look at to know how different the game is in the playoffs is realize how dominant Oklahoma City was last year in the regular season, how dominant they look this year in the regular season. Yet two teams, the Denver Nuggets and the Indiana Pacers, took them to 7 games last year in the playoffs. The playoffs are a different animal. But there's things that the Rockets are doing in the regular season that travel into the playoffs besides the slow play, and it starts with the offensive rebounding. In the playoffs, the offensive rebounding becomes even more of a weapon. Because, again, and that's what teams are trending towards right now. We, as opposed to worrying about maximizing each possession, it's now become about maximizing the amount of possessions. And the game's going to be faster because of the 14-second reset rule with the shot clock. It doesn't reset to 24 seconds, which I don't like, and I'm in the minority of people around the league that don't like it, and it becomes a get-off-my-lawn moment for me. So I'll spare you guys the tangential rant. Okay. With all that said, the things the Rockets are doing on both ends of the floor, they travel. The Rockets are 6th in the league in overall defense. All right. They're 2nd in the league in net rating. The only team that's got a higher net rating is the Thunder. There's only 2 teams in the league with net ratings that are positive double digits, the Thunder and the Rockets. Like, everything that they do and how they play will travel into the playoffs more than some of these other teams are going to have some of their styles travel into the playoffs. So I think that come playoff time, assuming Durant is healthy, because Durant is your late shot clock bailout, although Şengün's showing you a little bit of that this year too, that he can do some of that, but he's your main late shot clock bailout guy. He's going to have to be on the floor, and at 37 years old, your margin's a little slim there. You need him to stay healthy and be healthy. If he's there, the Rockets are as tough as anybody.
How valuable is Steven Adams to this whole thing, Geltz?
Well, it's interesting, Shawnee. So they had the back-to-back with Utah.
Yeah.
They won by 28 when he played and lost by 8 when he didn't.
That's right. Yeah.
Because what Adams does is, and you're watching a lot of this, Şengün is taking on a role that, quite frankly, you see other guys around the league doing. You're seeing Jalen Johnson do it for Atlanta. You're seeing Denny Avdija do it for Portland. This really big guy, this 6'9", 6'10" dude in Şengün's, it's in his case, it's 6'11", that is initiating offense for you. So when you have him initiating offense, it's actually probably a little bit easier, because Şengün is not a bad defensive player, but not a good defensive player. It's easier to hide him at the 4. When you get Steven Adams out there and you're hiding him at the 4, think about how big you all of a sudden get from Adams to Şengün to Durant to Jabari Smith to Amen Thompson. That's 5. Like, you can hide Şengün with those other 4 guys on the floor. The other thing is this, that Steven Adams, I'm making a big deal over the offensive rebounding. This is the best offensive rebounder in the NBA, bar none. Mm-hmm. And at 31 years old with a redone knee, he's got new gas in the tank. And Ime has a clear understanding of how many minutes to play him right now during the season, when to rest him like they rested him the other night against Utah. Like, Ime uses him so smart. And he's just this perfectly defined role player that fits in around everything that they have. And you look at this ultra big approach that they have, because of the importance of the offensive rebounding, because it takes the teeth out of other teams' transition games. He is such a vital guy to their really big lineup, and those really big lineups. That's the one. If you ask Mark Dagnall, the head coach of Oklahoma City Thunder, what he's most worried about regarding getting out of the Western Conference, he may not say this, but if you injected him with truth serum or gave him like 6 shots of Casamigos, okay, he will probably tell you it's the really big lineup of the really big lineup of the Rockets that we're not going to be able to keep off the offensive glass, and we're not going to be able to go out and run against, because we got to worry about defensive rebounding. That, to me, is the single biggest to the Thunder right now in the Western Conference.
Brian, you're really plugged in on the European prospects and everything else like that. With Şengün, like, obviously a lot of people liked Şengün. Did you and others see maybe this version of Şengün as a potential, or is this above and beyond that?
This is above and beyond that. I thought Şengün, listen, you see a big like that, who's a really good passer, who's got a high skill level, who's really good in dribble handoff situations at the elbow. Like, you see a guy like that, and you're like, okay, you see a spot for him. But I always, and Shawnee will tell you this, I always default first to, well, can he guard? And if he can't guard at the 5, how are you going to structurally set up a team that can function around that? Well, one of the reasons ways you get through that is a guy being just dominant offensively. Şengün's dominant offensively. Like, the ball's in his hands. So many good things happen. And now what he's done in the offseason, and we saw him play incredible in Eurobasket. We saw in the offseason where he worked on his game to the point where now he's a really viable three-point shooter, like a really good three-point shooter. And so, to me, the development of his game has gone far beyond anybody that they saw this in Şengün. They're all full of it, guys. No one saw Şengün being this good. The other thing is this, which is interesting. So I compared Şengün earlier. Jalen Johnson and Denny Abdi, two young players having awesome years, but being big guys that initiate offense. The other thing is that Nikola Jokic has kind of spawned a new point center in the league that Şengün really is kind of the takeoff of that. Now, listen, I love Şengün. I voted him third-team All-NBA last year. I think he's that good. But you look at that center, that type of center that Jokic has spawned, Şengün's kind of the first knockoff there. But you got a couple others coming. Derek Queen in New Orleans looks like with that, ball handling stuff and the way he plays out high and all the passing. Portland's got this guy that hasn't quite gotten on the floor a lot, but everybody loves Jan Hansen, same type of center. But Şengün has kind of taken that Jokic mold to his own level, and the perimeter scoring, to me, is what has been just a massive, massive difference maker because, again, it allows you to play him at the four on offense, hide him a little defensively, and have Steven Adams on the floor so you have a dominant team and a huge team on the offensive glass.
Brian Gelb. Go ahead, Seth. Go ahead.
Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM. Brian, this is something that Sean and I were toying around with the other day. Fred VanVleet said that he's trying to make a comeback before the end of the season. And my first thought was, okay, there's the medical side of it, and who knows whether he can or he cannot, but also just the timing of it. Like, if Fred VanVleet can't come back until the very beginning of the playoffs, what do you do?
Well, so here's part of this, I'll say, is this, Seth. Part of Freddie kind of floating that out there right now is him being like, please don't trade me. Please don't trade me. Because the thing is he'd like to come back and be with this group. That $25 million salary, like, let's say Boston's willing to make you a deal on Derek White. Listen, Boston's playing very well right now, and they beat the Knicks at home last night. And I don't know that Boston is in a hurry to start selling off pieces. But if Derek White was available and that's the salary that's got to go out, well, that's the salary that's got to go out. The question that you ask, because I don't know that Derek White's going to be available, the guy that I know is going to be available that actually could fit the Rockets well offensively is CJ McCollum. I just wonder how fast they're going to jump to that, with the fact that VanVleet's float going to try to back, because what Freddie does spans beyond just him as a player. There's a leadership aspect that he has when he's on the floor that resonates with this group, and his playoff experience, being an NBA champion, all of that stuff that you want on the floor. It's, if McCollum's available, do you forego what VanVleet offers to bring CJ McCollum in, knowing that he couldn't guard me? Like, that's something that you really have to consider, and you're going to do that. And VanVleet's smart. He's floating that out there to maybe discourage a deal like that, because, again, if you're going to bring in that kind of guy, you need a big salary going out. That's part of the reason they brought in Finney Smith and Capella, because if Finney Smith hasn't played yet, but that's $13 million that can go out the door. You put that with VanVleet's 25. Now you're in a position to bring in a $38 million player. You can get a pretty good player, and you're going to bring in a $38 million player. And there's going to be guys available off of some of these tanking teams for them. So I think for Freddie, he's being pretty clever here. And I think the understanding is that if you decide not to make a deal, if Shepard's playing well enough, if Holiday's playing well enough, if you're comfortable enough with the big lineup, you get Freddie back in and ease him back in. And with the understanding that if you do make it back, the role that you're assumed not going to be the same role that you had, because we've had other guys that have stepped up to fill it, and you're going to be a piece instead of a main piece. But I think for Freddie on this kind of team, I think he would embrace that. I think for him, this is about being on the floor and being a part of this. For VanVleet, he's not the kind of guy that it's ever about me. It's always about we.
And we're talking to Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA. Before we get you out of here, Geltz, we've just touched on the fact that Reid Shepard's been shooting the ball really well. What ultimately, because they're at the beginning of the season, it felt like they were trying to figure out, is he a point guard? They put him out there to run the offense, and it didn't look great, but obviously he's shooting the hell out of the ball, and he's improved defensively. What ultimately is Reid Shepard's role on this team, do you think, once April rolls around?
I think it's going to be pretty simple. I guess the best analogy I can make, Shawnee, is it's going to be Jamal Crawford-esque.
Okay.
In the respect that if he's making shots, listen, he's getting better defensively, okay, but he's pretty much gone from awful to bad. Like, he's not, you know what I mean? We're not at mediocre yet. We're getting there, but we're not at mediocre yet. Here's my point. If he's making shots at this kind of clip, and forget, he's not, I don't know if he's going to shoot 45% for the whole year, but if he's shooting 40%, if he's making shots from three at a 40% clip, he will play 25 to 30 minutes in the playoffs because they will deal with the fact that he doesn't guard that well because he's making open shots. If he is not making open shots, he's going to play 10 to 15 minutes a game. He's going to be on the bench because ultimately, he is there to shoot the basketball. They will live with the fact that he is not proven to be a real good ball handler under pressure, but by the same token, you know who has? Amen Thompson. And he is just, what he's done, his development over the course of the last 6 weeks has been amazing to me because he looked like a fish out of water as a primary ball handler earlier in the year, and there's been a belief system within that coaching staff and within that roster that you can do this, Amen. And he has gotten so much better. Şengün helps with some of the ball handling. Durant helps with it. You know, Holiday being on the floor more as a good ball handler, that helps. But Thompson doing what he's done and developing in the way he's developed allows Shepherd just to stay in the role of a bench shooter, a Steve Kerr, John Paxson type of guy that, again, if you're on the floor and you're going to play off of our dynamic, 3 years, you got to hit the open shots. And if he's hitting the open shots, they'll figure it out defensively. They will. Yeah. If he's not, he's going to be on the bench. But that's kind of the way it's going to be. Either if you're shooting well, we'll use you. And if you're not, you don't do enough else good for us to be able to live with you in a playoff scenario.
Makes sense. Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA, does a phenomenal job, as you just heard, for the previous 15 minutes covering the NBA. Geltz, the biggest non-basketball thing that kind of piqued the interest of me and Seth, I think, was that you text on a regular basis with Mike Francesa.
Once in a while. It was a holiday text.
Okay.
But Mike and I are in touch. It was a holiday text, to be fair.
Okay.
But Mike, but this is what's awesome about Mike. You text Mike to wish him a happy Thanksgiving. All right. And next thing you know, I get like 4 or 5 texts in a row. Mike's big takes on what's going on in the NBA this year. And next thing you know, we're debating. I know people don't like Mike. I love Mike. Mike's the best. He's pioneered this industry that we all make money from and enjoy. And he's generous with his time, and I know people don't think he's all that respectful at times. He's incredibly respectful and a wonderful guy, and I love his NBA takes because people say, he doesn't watch the games. Nonsense. Mike watches the games. He just looks at them a little differently than us youngins do.
Okay, well, there you go. See, you don't have to sell me on it, Geltz. I grew up listening to Mike and the Mad Dog up there.
I know.
So,
I know you did. New England kid. You get it.
Yeah.
You get what Mike is. Him and people that didn't grow up around didn't realize it. Him and Dog were the culture of New York sports. Like it was during those 94 runs with the Knicks and the Rangers, everybody would come on with them. Pat Riley, Mike Keenan, and they fried guys. They hammered guys in a way, let's be frank, none of us could get away with hammering these dudes because will never come on with us again. They had to come on with Mike and Chris because they were that relevant in New York in that era.
It was big time. Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA. Geltz, you're the best, man. Appreciate you.
Always my pleasure, guys. We'll talk soon. Take care.
Sounds good. Brian Geltzeiler joining us here. We got to hit the break here. The theory on Fred VanVleet is interesting and something you and I had not talked about. Him trying to stay on the Rockets.
Yeah.
And not get rated.
Understandably so.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll circle back to that. Big thanks to Brian Geltzeiler for joining us. I have a Take-A-Mania preview, a cut that I teased for Seth yesterday that we will play. Is this Take-A-Mania worthy? We'll have that for you. We'll circle back to the Texans a little later on in the hour as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
No.
Ben, what do we have here?
The Texans are headed back to Arrowhead for a primetime showdown with the Chiefs on Sunday night. Playoff position is on the line in an AFC battle you'll hear here. With pregame coverage starting at 4:20, kickoffs at 7:20, with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros. Right here on your home for the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
For over a decade, Men's T Clinic has helped Texas men reach, maintain, and elevate their total wellness goals, including mine. Men's T Clinic's approach to preventive care, testosterone optimization, weight loss, muscle mass, natural therapies for joint pain, and sexual health. They focus on underlying causes for long-term vitality. Transformative, individualized. This is the power of one trusted team for total male optimization. 5 Houston area locations, open Saturday. Cash, FSA, and insurance. Men'sTeaClinic.com. It's Men'sTeaClinic.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 346-200-6700. That's 346-200-6700.
Annuities, non-advisors, DBA Agent Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Okay, only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There, the last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
Hi, my name is Anna Bascarone, and I'm a board member for Rebuilding Together Houston. I joined because I believe in repairing homes for families in need, elderly, disabled, and service veteran homeowners. The work provides much-needed upgrades to make homes safer and more resilient. Please consider donating to Rebuilding Together Houston, and let's make a meaningful difference in the lives of homeowners throughout Houston.
Safe, healthy homes help build stronger communities. To learn more or to donate, go to rebuildingtogetherhouston.org.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
On the days when you're thriving.
Come on, everyone. You're almost there.
The nights when you need us most.
Mom, I don't feel good.
And every moment in between. As a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas member, we are committed to helping you stay covered at each stage of life. Whatever challenges may come your way, our mission is to be here for you and your family so you can feel confident as the new year approaches. Visit StandByYouTexas.com to see the steps you'll need to take to renew your coverage. And with over 90 years of experience, you can expect personalized guidance throughout the process, helping you stay covered into 2026 and beyond. We thank you for trusting us on your health and wellness journey through it all. Visit StandByYouTexas.com or call 888-672-2583 to renew your coverage today.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Power outages can happen anytime, folks. Extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes. Here's the deal. You better stay ready so you don't end up in a panic. Get a free estimate on a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer today. Reality is, the power grid, it was built in the 40s and 50s. It's old and it'll never be able to handle the growing population and power consumption. Grid failures and outages, they're going to happen, folks. Take control of your power today with Generator Supercenter of Houston. 281-251-6100. That's 281-251-6100, or check them out online at GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. We just got done with Brian Geltzeiler. Brought up a point on Fred VanVleet, floating it out there that he could come back for the postseason. Might be Fred VanVleet's way of trying to make sure he doesn't get sent to New Orleans in a C.J. McCollum trade or something like that.
Yeah, like he's kind of lobbying or trying to impress the team enough that, hey, I'd like to stay here.
Yeah.
You guys could use me.
Yeah.
I could do great things for you.
They love him, Fred VanVleet, the Rockets do.
Yeah, that's the thing. I wonder, I mean, with or without him being available this year, I don't think it would change necessarily. And we'll see. It really, I could see them not wanting to make a decision on it before the trade deadline.
Yeah.
They want to see how everything plays out, how Reid Shepard and Amon Thompson do in their roles, and move forward. I think probably thinking just that they want to have that option of Fred VanVleet and would love to see him come back next year. But maybe those two guys and this style and this current configuration works so well that they think, okay, well, you know what, we can goodbye to VanVleet.
You asked the most relevant question of that interview we just did with Geltz, which was, what does this look like in a 7-game series in the postseason? What does this version of the Rockets look like? And the fact of the matter may be that you won't know until you get to the postseason if your lack of a true point guard matters as much as it doesn't seem to matter right now in the regular season. And if you were to have traded Fred VanVleet for somebody, especially for C.J. McCollum, who's not a point guard, if point guard is still an issue and Fred VanVleet's not in the building anymore, then you got to go shopping for a point guard who you might have already had in the building to begin with if you hadn't moved him, that kind of thing.
The thing that happens in the playoffs is that you go up against good teams that have 7 games to really learn how to play you, and that when they start to understand and feel what you can and cannot do, it gets a lot tougher. So whenever you're doing anything, we joked about how, hey, it looks exactly like you'd expect a Daryl Morey protege team to run, like his lowest number of threes in the league. It's exactly the opposite of what a Daryl Morey team would be. But there's also an element of, okay, it looks good in the preseason, like this is a Daryl Morey thing, or it looks good in the season. It looks good when you're rarely playing a team more than once in a 2 or 3 day period. Every now and then you've got a back-to-back.
Yep.
But the rubber meets the road when that team can gear up against you for an entire series.
Mm-hmm.
And some of those things that are awesome at racking up wins in the regular season don't travel well into the postseason.
Yeah, it's chess match. It's no question. Couple texts, and then we'll hit the Take-A-Mania preview. Couple people texting in. Did you guys see CP3 got waived last night? Y'all, why not call CP3? Because we were talking about point guards with Brian Geltzeiler. CP3 is washed. He's averaging 3 points a game and shooting 32% from the field in limited minutes for a bad Clippers team. And the statement that the team put out seems to imply that Chris Paul, they're going to find a role for Chris Paul within the organization somewhere. He's an LA guy. Even when he was living here in Houston, he getting back to LA was, I think, a big priority for him. So
I was going to try to do the baseball thing where you just try to add up like runs and everything and be like, hey, if you had him, you would have won this many more games. But there haven't even been. Rockets have only had. The Oklahoma. You would have won the Oklahoma City game.
With that extra 2.9 points out of CP3. Yeah, they haven't played a lot of close games. That's true. All right, Seth. Odell Beckham Jr., who I think is retired. I think officially retired. I don't know. I feel like his name pops up before the season as a guy that's out there.
Yeah.
He's not on a team right now. He was on the Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark and Fred Taylor and Channing Crowder earlier this week. And if you're looking for a cut, we may play this again on Friday. Ben's got the Take-A-Mania music playing. If you're looking for a way to put a quote out there that connects the least with the viewing audience, it's trying to convince us of the trials and tribulations of trying to hang on to $100 million.
This is going to be interesting, Sean, because you're not going to be happy with something I have to say about this clip.
I figure that might be the case.
You and I disagree on this a little bit. The way he delivers this message is bad. It's really, really bad. But yes.
Oh, the way OBJ delivers it.
Yeah, the way OBJ delivers it.
The way I delivered it.
No. It's really, really bad. But there's an element of truth to it.
Okay, well, let's take a listen. This is Odell Beckham Jr. on the Pivot podcast.
If I didn't have $1 in my account right here today as we speak, I'm going to be straight for the rest of my life. No question, right? I don't think everybody is in that. And when you've sacrificed your whole life to get here, and you're like, yeah, I played 10 years in the league. And I always explain this to people, I'm like, bro, you give somebody a 5-year, $100 million contract, right? What is it really? It's 5 years for 60. You're getting taxed. Do the math. That's 12 a year, you know, that you have to spend, use, save, invest, flaunt, like whatever, however, just being real. I'm gonna buy a car, I'm gonna give my mama a house, I'm gonna do, everything costs money. So if you're spending $4 million a year, that's really $40 million over 5 years, 8 a year, you know? And now you start breaking down the numbers, it's like, that's a 5-year span of where you're getting $8 million. Can you make that last forever? And you always hear the people who ain't us and ain't been in the position, like, oh, well, that would last a lifetime.
Yeah, exactly. Like me.
Yeah, it's really
What are we doing?
Well, you know what, though? I think that Odell Beckham Jr., the key thing is at the beginning of that, he said, hey, I don't need to make I think what he was trying to say was, if I don't make another dollar for the rest of my life, I'm okay. So he's saved his money enough, despite doing some extravagant things with his. But I think the part that he's talking about is explaining to young people, young NFL players who all of a sudden have a boatload of money, that to them it feels like, wow, I can spend, I have like unlimited ability to buy whatever I want. You got to explain the harsh realities of how quickly you could blow through $100 million, including by, first and foremost, doing your duty as a citizen and giving the government between 40 and 50 million of it. And it will all be well spent.
Yeah.
And but then beyond that, he didn't deliver it well because it was kind of like, hey, it's hard. It's hard because you want to go out and blow all this money on stupid stuff and everything. But there's the various stats about the number of lottery winners that end up broke.
Yeah.
There's some phony stats out there, but it's somewhere between 30 and probably 50% end up losing all of it. It's because that like keeping your money is hard to do, and especially if you come by. It's hard enough, even if you're good at making money, people are really, really bad at still actually saving that money and holding on to that money.
Yeah.
The people in the upper middle class have this problem way more than they would ever want to admit.
Mm-hmm.
The number of people who are making $200,000 a year but who are basically living paycheck to paycheck is way higher. That's like, it's the normal thing that you make more money, you start living up a certain level, certain things start feeling like necessities. So for a lot of young NFL players or young pro athletes, the problem is they've had it driven into their head through media for years and years, and then maybe watching some of their peers or what have you from their colleges live a certain lifestyle that to them feels like, oh, I guess this is just what you do.
Yeah.
And, like this is cool, I got to buy my mom a mansion. Without thinking about the fact that you got to pay property taxes and maintenance and everything else on that mansion and like everything else that goes along with it.
Yeah.
So you do end up really trying to hammer home. I mean, a lot of times I'd be talking to young players who just assumed, and for God knows what reason, thought that they were going to be able to live off of 20% of their principal. Like they were really like, you'd be like, well, so if I got $1 million, I'll be making $200,000. Like, no, not unless you're into some.
Yeah.
Either you're an actual business person.
Yeah.
Or you're into some weird stuff.
Yeah, man,
like some possibly illegal stuff.
Yeah, that ROI, man. You know who did not like Odell Beckham Jr.'s take? Shannon Sharp.
Oh, yeah.
Here's Shannon Sharp.
If you get $60 million liquid and that can't last you a lifetime, you got a problem.
Yeah.
Do you really need 10 houses? Do you really need 15 cars?
No.
Do you need to buy everybody in your house, everybody in your family, a mansion that costs $1 million, $2 million?
Mm-mm.
Because here's the thing.
Yes.
First of all, if you buy somebody in your house, your family a house that costs $1 million to $2 million, first of all, they can't afford the upkeep on it. Because if they could, they'd have it already. See, it ain't the payment; it's the upkeep.
Right.
Ish go wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Bro say he's spending $4 million a year. If you spending $4 million a year and it ain't a business related, about your damn mind. Ain't no way in hell I'm spending $4 million a year. Okay, you buy mom a house. Mm-hmm. If I were to buy mom a house, I'm damn near gonna probably get her a house that I can go ahead and pay off. So I'm gonna spend $500,000 for mom because I got to get her something that she can clean for herself. Because I can't pay for a cleaner service because see, that's another expense, Ocho. You get a big house, somebody cut the grass. I don't need I need somebody to come with a pushing lawnmower and cut the grass.
That's another expense.
That's another expense on me, Ocho. Flying private.
Now you see why I fly Spirit the past 20 years.
Ocho.
Yeah.
But I don't fly everywhere private.
Right.
I don't go overseas private. You're talking about anywhere from between 10 and 20,000 an hour. You flying back cross, so that might be a $400,000 trip, just like that.
Yeah, just like that.
Just like that.
Just like that.
I love that Ocho flies Spirit.
Now, this is the hardest thing, though, honestly. And again, because you talk about young people who didn't, if you didn't gain your money through financial acumen, you're even less equipped than, to understand exactly all of the different challenges you might face. Mm-hmm. By far, I think, if you could do a study on it, the biggest struggle for a lot of young guys is that, all right, you might not quite understand what you need to do to hold on to your money, but that also means there's a good chance that there's like 50 people around you that think that all of a sudden they're rich too.
Yeah.
And that, I saw players' parents. I saw a friend of mine who bought his father a Jaguar vehicle, a car. His father was indignant that it was used and returned it.
He was put out that it was a pre-owned Jaguar?
It was a pre-owned Jaguar with like 7,000 miles on it or something. So, like he's trying to do something nice for his dad, but still also being kind of financially responsible about it. That he bought a used car with low mileage on it.
A nice one. Yeah.
Right. It's a little bit extravagant, except, dialed back. So a lot of guys are under pressure just from, like, you have to... The hard part about it is you can know it intellectually. You have to be comfortable that people are going to call you stingy and cheap, and they're going to feel put out that you're not lavishing more on them. That's the really hard part, especially if you love those people.
Yep.
It's because you got to give them a financial education. One of the best things you can have is an agent who really educates your family about things and about like what you should and should not expect. Because all those people that you give nice things who then blow through the money, when you're done in playing and you really have to, throttle back up, they don't remember.
They're still there.
Sean, no, they 100% don't remember the nice things. It's crazy. I did it because I was pretty good. Like, I was pretty smart. some things I wish I had done differently. But there were people that, like, I gave them, like, small loans to start up a business or something.
Yeah.
And, I never looked at it as a loan because I'm like, all right, no, this is a gift. And a couple of them, like, I was kind of shocked. Even though it wasn't anything that I was breaking myself, it was a good chunk of money.
Yeah.
And it's as if it never happened, ever. Like, it's almost completely, I don't know if it's a matter of denial or something, but just completely out of their brains and gone. And
no good deed goes unpunished, my friend.
The first big test is when you first retire and you realize, like, because I would buy dinners, like if it was a big group of my family or everything, I'd buy the dinner. And, I always had a plan for what my budget was going to be. I was done paying, and it didn't include buying huge dinners for
8
everybody.
people. Yeah.
And I remember thinking, like, that was the moment, like, after I retired, and we were at this restaurant, and, like, not a single damn person was reaching for their wallet even to fake it. To not even fake it.
Yeah.
And like, in the moment, I was like, all right, I'm going to pick it up, but I'm going to have some discussions with people
yeah,
about,
man, the food
I've got
court.
a predetermined, I'm on a fixed income.
The food court is closed.
Yeah.
That's great.
And that part of it stung a little bit because it really was like, oh, shoot, I could have handled this better as far as just, I mean, like, people kind of just, and it's not like I regret doing it or anything, because that was like a nice, you try to make conscious decisions about this matters. This is like, we probably wouldn't be having this big dinner with my family if it weren't for me and everything.
Yeah.
But it was, I should have done a better job of explaining that post-career was going to be different than during the career.
Was it an ego blow at all when that part of your life rolled around?
Yeah, you know what a big part of it is, and this is another thing. You go to people in the middle class, upper middle class, whatever, you do have to learn, you have to realize that spending up to a certain level can make life better, and you can spend on things that make you more comfortable or make your life easier or maybe you help your family out. But just above that level, it's nothing but ego and insecurity.
Yeah.
And there is the expectations of others. I didn't like being called stingy.
Right.
Like, it's all, and you got to really be mindful about, like, wait, am I spending this amount of money on this thing because it's really going to improve my life or make, or I'm going to enjoy it, or is it more about ego or insecurity?
Yeah, makes sense. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. A final segment coming up. Demeco Ryans on his coach's show this week started in on the Kansas City Chiefs. And I think he struck on the one thing that Seth and I have both said might be the most important thing in this game on Sunday. We'll let you hear from the head coach on that coming up next. But first, I'm already looking at Prize Picks for tonight. We just got done talking Rockets earlier this hour. That got me all gassed up to open up.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop in just a few minutes, find out what they've got going on today. Demeco Ryans' coaches show, always a good interview, always a good sit-down with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. They asked him, what did you love about the win over Indianapolis?
No doubt about it, man. You always want to get the win. That's the first thing. So we got the win, great. And now as a comeback and as we really dissecting the tape and looking at it, it's like, man, we can be so much better. Like, how do we give this play up when we work this play? Or how can we have this penalty where we're not it's like so many little things that I know we can improve upon as a team, which we, as a coaching staff, we just talk is low-hanging fruit. It's small things that we can just nip in the bud, that I know we have a really great team, and they're still even better out there for us. We just got to make sure we're locked in every single time we line up, make sure we're locked in, make sure we're doing all of those little things, because that's what's going to happen. The bigger these games get down the stretch, it's just going to come down to the fine details.
You know, the illegal formations, especially when you talk about the penalties, an illegal formation is the most avoidable penalty in the world, because it happens before everything speeds up. You know, it's before, okay, people make mental errors when you're operating at high speed and other people are trying to injure you. But the pre-snap stuff, it's one of the things that comes with CJ having more control over the offense and moving some of the pieces around, or when you want Nick Caley to do some of the things a little bit more exotically or use more pre-snap motion. That's where you have to be so dialed in that when guys move or adjust their alignment, that they're not aligning and doing illegal formation. So we saw 2 covered up tight end penalties early in that game.
Yeah.
And that's a classic. That all that means is there's a guy on the line of scrimmage who isn't supposed to be on the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
That guy needs to know that he's got to be off the line of scrimmage there. And it seems relatively simple, but when you add more complexity to an offense, those are the kinds of things that happen. So that part, to me, the thing I worry about is that it's not always so easy to clean up, because some of the things that seem simple on paper are hard to execute when you don't have a lot of reps or the players don't have a lot of experience doing it. And that's the thing that over the course of the 5 or 6 weeks, you want those elements of the offense in there, but not at the expense of getting a 5-yard penalty on first down.
Yeah.
Or at the expense of erasing an otherwise really good offensive play.
I got to power rank the penalties based on the amount of infuriation they generate as a fan, because that one, I know there were 2 of them, the illegal formation. One of them negated a long gain to Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
It was like a 20-yard gainer to Christian Kirk, and I remember watching it at the time, and I was watching it with Parker, our boss, and Clint, and I'm like, that one bugs me because there was 0 advantage gained by the penalty. Like, if something gets called back because of a hold, then I'm like, all right, well, there's a chance that was the reason they were able to complete the pass.
The problem, though, with the covered up tight end, though, there is an advantage gained in that. That's how the defensive backs are looking at you've got a certain number of eligible receivers.
Yeah.
And if a tight end looks like an eligible receiver, but he's not, then that is an advantage gain.
Okay.
And it's a really stupid penalty by the offense. Or it's an avoidable penalty by the offense.
Definitely stupid. Okay, I'm less infuriated by it because if there is a minor by it, and so be it. I would say at the top of the list then probably becomes hitting guys out of bounds. That's probably my biggest one then. Because that's 15 yards and you can look down and see that you're out of bounds already, man. Like the ones that are way out of bounds.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that may be the easiest to attribute to rust. CJ's throwing the ball 2 yards past the line of scrimmage. That made me feel better about some of the other misfires in the first half, because I'm like, that is a weird mistake for CJ to make.
Never seen that before.
Him feeling kind of uncomfortable, and I think when he was in the pocket in the first half, he looked like he was forcing himself to be comfortable in the pocket. If I could just not even define it other than it looked like he was trying to do the right thing. Yeah. But if you're playing quarterback and you're trying real hard to do the right thing, that's not fast and fluid and loose. I thought it got better as the game went along.
How about the one play where the pocket was kind of collapsing on him to the side?
Yes.
And he's like pushing on the left tackle, and he's pushing it was like the walls closing in Star Wars in the trash compactor.
I actually like that one because Trent Brown's sheer massiveness forced CJ to escape up the pocket, instead of out to the side.
Yeah.
And he ended up throwing the ball to Dalton Schultz on that one.
He did.
It was a nice – so he kind of got forced by the sheer geometry of Trent Brown because he couldn't escape around him and up the middle and then found Dalton Schultz. That was really nice. There's something about Trent Brown that, Sean, it's hard to explain this. If you're I think linebackers probably really understand this more than anything. There's something about just a really wide human being that 'cause I remember talking to Jay Foreman, the linebacker, about playing behind Ted Washington back in the day. And he's like, it was like you had this force field around you because for anybody to even get to you, like offensive linemen had to take completely different footwork.
Mm-hmm.
They had to go so far around Ted Washington because he was so wide that it just screws everything up. And that's kind of how it is with Trent Brown. When you watch him play, it doesn't look like he's moving that great or anything. Yeah. But just by his sheer radius, it takes so much of the aggressiveness out of pass rushers.
The moves that Nick Caserio made on the offensive line, it felt like there were 4 that were just like, all right, we're going to roll the dice and see what happens with it. Almost like scratch-off tickets, the lottery. Yeah. I feel like Lake and Tomlinson, 1 year, like $4 million, signing Jake Andrews to whatever he's getting, trading for Ed Ingram on the last year of his rookie deal, and then this low-level minimum deal they gave to Trent Brown. And I would say, like, 2.5 of them have worked out. Like, Lake and Tomlinson did not work out. He got waived yesterday. Jake Andrews I'm mixed on. But I'm cool with Ed Ingram and Trent Brown for what for what they cost.
Oh yeah, for what they cost, especially. Yeah. That part of it, and I think the tough thing is that, and it hurts in the moment, but maybe in the long term, that you're really going to see that it worked out. I think you got to give Cole Popovich a lot of credit for the improvements that have been made on the offensive line that don't necessarily look as eye-popping or feel like they're as big of a difference, but they're just a more fundamentally sound group. And you see it by how many fewer tackles for a loss they allow, by the fact that they do the simple things right, like picking up D-line games and everything. And it's gotten better as the season has gone along. A lot of that is stuff that it does take time for an offensive line to figure it out and gel and learn how to, play in this new system together and really get all of the vocabulary and everything else kind of ingrained in you. Popovich has done a great job with it. That maybe Caserio this next offseason would feel more comfortable signing a veteran free agent and giving him to Cole Popovich than giving him to Chris Strausser.
We're going to get the best version of this guy. Yeah, if we give him big money. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
As far as infuriating penalties, I think you know as well as I do that an offensive tackle who has the most false starts in the league.
Oh yeah.
It's not just the false start. It's the false start that knocks you out of field goal position. Okay. It's the false start that kills a drive that was going really well.
Yep.
That's what people don't understand until they play with a guy like that, or until they watch a guy like that. It's the moments that it happens.
Yes.
It's the play that it erases.
Yep.
It's not. It's easy for people to say, like, what? It's a 5-yard penalty. Who cares? No, you bastards.
Situational.
You didn't see the outcome of it.
That's right. Okay, good. I may put that list together today. Power rank the most infuriating penalties in an NFL game for your team.
Both the Chiefs, if Jawan Taylor and Josh Simmons were to play at tackle for the Chiefs this week, which I think Josh Simmons probably isn't going to play, and maybe not Jawan Taylor either. Those guys are both in the top 5, I think, in penalties right now.
Oh, Taylor's a notorious line stepper, man.
He's always right up there with Tunsil, who, by the way, Tunsil's doing a good job of it this year. He's way down. He's as low as I can ever see when I look at my bookmarked penalty trackers.
Yeah.
That I never had bookmarked until Laramie Tunsil played for this team.
Right.
He's as low as I've ever seen in those rankings.
Good for him.
Yeah.
He's also very low in the standings right now over in the NFC. Yeah. Poor guy. All right.
But you paid all that money for that left tackle so your quarterback can stay healthy, Sean. Has that worked out for them?
Yeah. No, Marcus Brown. Nope.
Apparently it takes more than that.
It does. Yeah, a little bit more. And that second-round pick just keeps climbing and climbing and climbing that they got from Washington. That's very tasty. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they are in the loop. What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Oh, terrific. I'm a little worried because you asked me about my 1993 AP college football vote earlier.
Yeah, because it was I didn't know you were a voter back then, and that was back when the writers. It was more than just you decided who the champion was. This is before the BCS and the college football playoff. By the way, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. So I needed to know who you voted for because that was the year that Florida State lost to Notre Dame in the regular season.
Oh, you care about head-to-head now.
That year I did. I cared deeply about head-to-head that year, because they both finished with one loss.
Growth has happened since then.
That's right.
That's what happened.
So were you able to
I can't
look up?
find it. I did a cursory search on my phone. I have files of all this on my laptop, and I have some of the things on my phone, but I couldn't find it.
Literal files. Like you've got like manila folders back in 93.
Maybe not. I have evolved a little bit, but I can't find it on here. I'll find it on the laptop if I can.
Okay. All right.
I want to say I voted for Notre Dame the more I think
this is
about
going
it.
to. Well, I got to see. I got to go see. Well, they won. They won the vote. So the odds are you voted for Florida State, and you're just a gigantic jerk face. So I'm glad we beat you guys in the Cotton Bowl that year.
That's right.
Yep. Fellas, college football playoff rankings. Anything jump out at you about that last night?
Oh yeah, a lot.
I mean, are you excited for the possible rematch between you and me, John?
Yes. Yeah. And a rematch of OU and Alabama potentially.
Yeah. Those, and then the other two first-round games are Ole Miss and I forget who, Oregon, going against possibly Group of 5 schools.
Yeah.
What a weird playoff, man. What a weird playoff. And Ole Miss went up in the rankings. We lost Lane Kiffin. Seth pointed that out earlier. Like, that's a slap in the face to Lane Kiffin. Louis goes to LSU, and you go from 7 to 6.
Which, I mean, to be fair, the people in this industry, they seem to feel a certain way about Lane
Kiffin. About Lane Kiffin, they do.
And so this would seem to track with that. And what it also tracks with is they just be doing stuff. Like, that is ultimately what I learned is that this is a confirmation that when they get in that room in Grapevine, they just be in there like, all right, so y'all want to throw some stuff at the wall? How do you want to pick? You want to play some?
You know what I'm
want to
looking at?
draw them from a deck of cards? How do you want to pick this?
Yeah. I'm looking also at the fact that Ole Miss alum Wesley Walls is on the committee. It's very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, that's it. I am surprised that they have people in there where they could clearly have alternative. Ulterior motives. That's what I'm looking for.
There's always going to be conflicts of interest, but sometimes when it's so blatantly obvious,
They're supposed to recuse themselves, but they're talking to these guys all week.
Yeah, what the hell?
Lopez, you had a thought earlier this week about this, right? About changing last week, about changing the dynamic of who's.
Yeah, I don't even think AD should be allowed on there.
No.
I don't think AD should be allowed at
No,
all.
why?
I would much rather trust professional, objective, air quote, national writers that cover every game, actually see every game, and then use the data.
Odds makers. There needs to be an odds maker in that room.
I agree.
They watch all the games.
Or it's or just if you're going to go in-house or like with football people, like retired people who also just have some kind of some more structure to it about exactly, the film. Like, let's be sure that these old guys are actually watching film.
Yes.
As opposed to just shooting from the hip.
Yeah. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. This crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. So question of the day, boys.
Prompted by the college football poll.
I figured so.
There are some people, I'm not mentioning any names, Reggie, who have said, I'd rather just go back to the BCS.
In fact, I'll put my name on it every day and twice on Sunday. I was much happier then. Think about it. Were you much happier there? And don't think about going to the grocery store and the price of eggs. But were you just much happier there in college football?
Reginald, there's never been a point in my 50 years on this earth where people have been happy with the way they determine the national champion in college football.
Sure.
Yeah.
And that was something I've long said is like, this is not going to make you happy. If 4 teams not going to make you happy, 12 teams not going to make you happy. And I was much happier when I could turn on the TV and be like, I am happy to watch the Fiesta.
Well, one of the points, because we talked about this off the air a little bit, one of the points that you made is a really good one. This 12-game postseason has rendered all the bowl games meaningless. Like, there's no meaningfulness to – I liked January 1st. And so the question, this will actually be an answer to the question of the day, which what is the question of the day coming out of that?
Something it could be other than sports, but sports or otherwise, something you'd like to go back to.
I would like to go back to when I can't wait to see the answers for this. I would like to go back to when all of the big bowl games were played on New Year's Day.
I love that.
All of them.
I love
you woke up at now you wake up on New Year's Day and you got the Capital One Bowl.
Yeah.
and you got like one or two other bowls. And I liked having 3 games going on at the same time.
I loved it.
From 10 in the morning until midnight. And they meant something.
But that being said, I've always, and I mentioned this yesterday on the show before we get to the answers of the question of the day, we're arguing. The reason I like it the way it is, we're arguing about who should be 12, who should be 11 and 12, not who should be 2. That's a big difference. I'd rather Notre Dame and Miami and all these argue about we should be 12 or Vanderbilt than a number 3 team like what's the number 3 team?
Well, there was
there was Texas Tech or something. We should be in the national championship. They have a strong argument that they should be.
Yeah, especially in years back then when you'd have a third undefeated team.
Yes,
undefeated one year, and this is back in the this is pre-Saban SEC.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, could you imagine a time now where an undefeated SEC team would have been left out of a 2 or 4 team playoff? I'm with you on that because those are all the teams were all arguing over.
Terry Bowden was the coach. I remember that squad.
Yeah, well, that one. This was when Jason Campbell was a quarterback in the 2000s. They weren't allowed in a bowl game.
Yeah, they were on
probation.
93.
That was 93.
That was 93.
Yeah, they weren't allowed in a bowl game in 93. But that now you're right. The argument is taking place.
I'd rather argue about 12
at an area of the rankings where the response can be, well, if you're just taking care of your business,
win another game. I said it yesterday.
If you're just taking care of your business,
beat Florida.
And if Notre Dame gets left out, it would be weird because they've been above Miami this whole time.
But you know what? Win another game.
There's talk that they might flip the two if they wind up next to each other in the standings, which makes zero sense. If they've been behind them the whole time, what about BYU losing and falling out of there? All of a sudden makes Miami better.
Yeah.
So it's nonsensical. But
you do like the bowl games.
There is part of me that would be like, okay, well, you shouldn't have dropped that hold on the extra point against A&M, that kind of thing. You take care of your business. Do you have anything you'd like to go back to, Seth?
I'd like to go back to, I don't know if Reginald remembers this or not. This is a long time ago, but when college football players actually cared about which school they went to.
Sure.
I miss those days. Yeah.
Like
what, 3 years ago? Where it was like if you went to a school that wasn't like maybe you went to UCLA or something. Like, oh yeah, I'm a Bruin, screw you. Yeah, and didn't transfer or whatever. But then for me to not be a hypocrite, I have to play that even further. It's going to be tough when I go to this NFLPA meeting next week. Let's get rid of free agency in the NFL. I miss. As a fan, you're stuck on the Browns. You're stuck there for life.
God.
You're on a championship team. You're there for life. Yes.
You know what?
Until you're withered and old and useless.
I strongly distribly with this point, but I felt like you needed the Browns.
I disagree with the point, but I loved the fact that you always knew who was playing on what team.
I can name the lineups in baseball from teams, every team back in the 80s.
Yeah.
No, I want to go back to when I didn't know Seth was a commie. This changes everything.
I have a sports and a non-sports.
Okay.
The sports one for me is, and this is, I guess, could be somewhat controversial. I wish they'd temper back on the wild cards in baseball. It's too much. When they just had,
too many teams are making the playoffs.
You want to go back to when only 2 teams?
No,
were in the
I don't want to
playoffs?
go that far back.
Yeah,
I don't want to go back to there's an American League champion.
Win the pennant if you want to win.
No, not that far back. But it's too many.
Yeah,
it's too many wild.
What's ideal for you? Like three.
What was it before this? Was it?
It was 5.
5. I'll go with 5.
You like 5?
Yeah, I'll go with 5.
You had 2 wild cards, and there was a winner take all.
That's it. Yes.
You know what?
Yeah.
And John, that's even with the Astros. Like the Astros have all these gaudy records of players' performances in the postseason and everything, but it's because their golden era coincided with an era of expanded playoffs.
Remember?
Also. But then it almost. Like because the Astros still would have had really impressive playoff stats during the course of that run.
Yes,
and you would be able to compare them back to.
Remember
some of the old
when George Springer? I saw the graphic. Has as many postseason home runs as Babe Ruth. He's played 900 games in the postseason.
I kind of like that. My favorite one is Yuli Gurriel, like next to Lou Gehrig and stuff like that.
Clearly of the same ilk.
That's the greatest.
Because there are some numbers that would still look really impressive for the Astros, but you would actually be able to credibly stack them up against some of the old time.
And my non-sports one, I want to go back to when going to the movies was a dating option.
Oh, is it not anymore? My wife and I go to the movies all the time.
You do?
Yeah.
I think you're in the minority.
Yeah, not all the time.
Yeah,
John, I feel like what you're asking for is you would like to be single again because
No.
Well,
I go on dates with my wife. Come on,
that's what
now.
it sounded like to me.
I go on dates.
People
with my
go
wife.
on dates to the movies, my boy.
I go on. No, I go on. But it's not as big of an option. It's not an option anymore because everybody's
not an option.
Everybody's
Just because
streaming. If a movie comes
superhero.
out, you're streaming it at your house.
We do have fewer, movies do not come out with the same frequency.
Right. I want to
Yeah.
Godfather's coming out.
No, I just don't think there's as many good movies coming out. That's
But
my
remember
thing.
when you would schedule your Friday?
Yeah.
That's when the movie comes out.
And you could go to the movies every Friday and see something different.
Yes.
I think the movies are great now. Like back in the day, your snack bar at the movies was popcorn, candy, Coke, and maybe some crappy hot dogs.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Now
if
you go to places you can drink.
If you had to poll young men about this, whether they choose all of those expenses that Sean lined out, not to mention the geographic part of it, for that versus Netflix and chill, I think Netflix and chill wins in a landslide.
Yeah, probably so.
That's kind of my point.
Probably so. Yeah. Well,
Embrace tradition, reject modernity.
I just want you to know the movies are still out there. They're an option. You can go if you want to.
Right across the street facts.
All right, are you going to be there Friday night in line with your ticket, waiting to get in?
You buy them online.
There's not a line. You
Or buying them online, but you're not scheduling your Friday night around a movie. You're saying whatever. It's just not. It's not what it used to be.
It is not what it used to be. I'll grant you that. I'll grant you that.
Yeah.
I have two more that I'll do very quick because In the Loop should have started a long time ago.
That's all right.
Longer halftime for NFL games. I don't like the 12-minute halftime. I need more time to go to the bathroom. I need more time to fill my plate at the buffet.
One.
It's only 12 minutes.
No, it's
halftime
12
NFL
minutes,
goes by like that.
I can't get across the stadium in halftime.
Yeah. It's big if you go visit the suite.
Yeah.
And I need divisions in my college football conferences again. These 16-team behemoths.
I like that one.
Yeah,
I like that one.
I don't like.
Okay,
these.
I'll bite into their time since John's bringing.
This
up
is the segment at this point. Let's go.
This touches into something Sean and I were talking about off air earlier, which is. I don't think young people today understand really what a genuine celebrity is because they really don't exist like they used to. Like Sean didn't know who Caleb Presley was, and one of our listeners was like, "How could you not know him?"
I don't either.
Lopez doesn't either.
Right, I know because nobody's actually famous anymore. I kind of miss when a celebrity was a celebrity. I didn't know who Timothy Chalamet was until he probably had like four box office hits because movie stars just aren't as famous as they used to be. They're the number of people that all of America knows who they are anymore. It's vastly different.
Yeah, you can take that
bring
further.
Back the monoculture.
Yeah, there's no monoculture. The only monoculture that we still have is actually sports.
Right.
This is it. We exist in the one.
Thank God. John,
more people know Seth Payne is than Timothy Chalamet.
Damn right.
Yeah.
Damn right.
They should.
Damn right. You're getting some love for your movie take.
It was a thing.
Ain't no AMC and chill.
Or if there is, police will be called.
They will be called, yeah.
AMC and a tampered with popcorn box.
Pee Wee Herman tried that. It didn't work out well for him.
That wasn't an AMC.
Chilling with himself. It wasn't an AMC.
That was an independent venture there, yeah.
And he was not chilling.
That was an old warehouse turned into a movie theater.
You know what? I want to go back to when we had X-rated movie theaters. How about that? Back in the day. All right, we're done. We are out of time. We were out of time several minutes ago.
It's okay. It was a good
segment. And another thing.
Yeah,
that was a good segment.
That's right. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
How's that for starting off a Wednesday?
Antibodies.
He's going to get sick without the antibodies.
Antibodies to you, buddy.
Antibodies, and let's right now renew our discussion about Venus de Milo that we had earlier in the
Fun fact, I actually went to an X-rated movie at a drive-in.
Is that a fun fact?
Try doing that these days. They had X-rated movies at drive-ins. Yeah.
That's good stuff.
All of the thoughts that I'm having are ones that I should not bring. Oh, okay, fair. That's a good question.
How was it?
Well, it was good. It was good.
All right. 979, what is this, the Payne and Pendergast postgame show? Kind of, yeah. Pretty much. But technically, you are indeed in the loop here on
Payne and
Wednesday.
Pendergast uncut.
Or director's cut.
Unfiltered.
I was going to say after dark, but it's actually even more light.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that works out. But yeah, it's in the loop on a Wednesday here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said pull into the drive-in, but don't forget to pull out after. Okay, very good. That is how we begin our program on this fine
You take your girlfriend
Wednesday.
to the drive-in.
Take care.
It's 10:12 in the morning, man.
I know. I apologize.
This ain't 10 p.m.
Well, look, we're having fun is at least what I could say. Yeah. Have fun with us on the text line. That number is 713.
Good segment.
572-4610.
It's a great segment.
According to who? I don't know. I would want to check with the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers. I appreciate them because they give us the live streams. Both
we keep it 100.
My bad. Both on the YouTube page. SportsRadio 610 is where you get that. And then the Twitch chat, which is 610 Houston. Lopez, if you don't mind, I will call an audible here. Mm-hmm. One of the things I've been thinking about with this Texans team is we've talked about the recipe, which is what, John Lopez?
Well, obviously, you run the ball. Just don't screw it up is what I think their new mantra should be.
And just let the
defense cook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you at all have any struggles is not the right word, qualms is not the right word, but how do you balance, I guess the way I will ask you, the fact that the Texans have decided, like they've very much made this decision for themselves, that they're not going to give themselves many ways to win, but they're going to be really good, at least one facet of that singular way to win. How do you balance that? Because one of the things I personally think about is in competitive sports in America or anywhere, right, giving yourself multiple ways to win seems like something that you would want to do.
Yes.
Right? That's, in fact, I think all of the best teams that we can think of oftentimes have multiple ways to get it done.
Yeah.
And I don't think you could say that about this Texans team.
No, there is one formula and only one formula, unless they change their colors. You know, unless they say
literally,
if
they wear the battle reds, is that
battle reds?
Actually, now that you mention it, that game with the battle reds against Buffalo, that wasn't a fun looking game.
Yeah, but you know, unless they decide, you know what, let's not run the ball even if it's for 3 yards because we're going to get a 9-yarder here and there, and we're going to have some play action. Let's not throw safe passes and only take 1 or 2 shots if the opportunity presents itself. Let's sling it around the joint. You know, they're not going to do that.
You still talking about the drive-in movie?
There was.
Okay. All right.
It did happen. But, you know, they're not going to do that. They are just not going to do that. So, no, there is one formula to win. You could argue, and I think it's a fair argument, they're kind of constraining C.J. Stroud. You know, there's an analogy that I've used over the years quite often. If you have a diamond in a paper bag, does anybody know you have a diamond?
Did you just repurpose if a tree falls in the woods and no one's around?
No, what I'm saying is, like, if you have,
you heard that, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Like C.J. Stroud could be a guy that is throwing it everywhere, running more, RPOs on the edges, rollouts, all these other things. That's not what he is on this squad, Reggie. We know that. I feel like he's a diamond, but you got him in a paper bag. You know what, though? It's working. So at least it's been working the last 4 weeks. So I wish they could just let him go, you know, and go 2023 C.J. Stroud. But they're not going to do that.
I think it's interesting, though, because I think that there's a small window for that to happen. I really and truly believe it's small, at least for this season. Can you give me the Seth Wickersham audio? I didn't even think that this would be the place where this connects. I just found it to be interesting. Now, you're familiar with the Niners of the time where they had Joe Montana, Steve Young, and when they were in that inflection point of Steve Young, Seth Wickersham was telling a story about that time period, and the offensive coordinator there, obviously Shanahan, the elder in that moment, and a conversation that he had with Joe Montana about that Bill Walsh system where there's true quarterback progression, right, where you go 1 to 2 to 3. This was an interesting story that he told.
Then he asked Joe Montana to come back, and he says, Joe, you look at the offense differently than everybody. I need to understand this. And Joe's like, oh, man, I was kind of hoping you wouldn't notice that. Because Joe thought that everyone in the building wanted him gone. And he still wanted a chance to compete. So, just look, I don't do what Walsh said to do. Like, at this point, I've played the offense for 10 years. And what I do is and I think all the great quarterbacks do this, I radically simplify my options. And I know ahead of time who I think is going to be my primary receiver on a given play. And if it's number 3, as Walsh drew it up in the progression, I don't care. I'm going straight to 3. If he's covered, I'm going to my outlet. If he's covered, I'm throwing it away.
Yeah.
And Steve was doing it according to how Walsh drew it up.
Interesting.
So he was going 1 through 5, and as a result, he was holding the ball too long. He was getting hit. Sometimes the ball would come out, and that's what Montana saw as his edge. So Mike Shanahan says, I promise I won't say anything. Anyway, that offseason, Montana is traded to the Chiefs, and Shanahan calls in Steve Young, and he says, "We're never going 1 through 5 again."
So that's the full story there. I
remember
know that you can appreciate that.
I actually remember that very well.
But does that not sound like something that could be something for CJ if
we
he
want
finds
CJ
that
to go
edge?
rogue? Is what we're saying?
I've been asking.
I'm not saying that facetiously.
Have I not been asking that delicately for a little while? It's like I wonder at what point he does the thing where he's like, I understand this enough to say F it, F the rules. I can get to this thing. I don't know if, especially seeing as it feels like just last week he was still doing some embracing what they were doing. I don't know if that happens this year. And that again brings me to the idea of I think that could happen in the future if the system remains in place. But as of right now, it still feels like there's a very narrow path of the way for them to get things done.
I agree.
And I don't know how to square that with the fact that it works really well, especially when you look at the defense.
It's funny because at once you feel kind of frustrated because, again, you've got a diamond in a paper bag.
Yeah.
Why don't you open the paper bag and let it go? Let people see it. That's the frustration. On the other, it's kind of hard to argue when you think about this team right now and where they are in the AFC and the opportunities that they have in front of them playing like this.
But also, I think that this texter makes a good point from the 713, right? If you are a team that has an ability to win multiple ways, which this person believes that they actually might be, it comes with increased risks, whether it's like sacks.
That's why they do it this way.
Exactly.
Demeco has told us.
Yeah.
He's flat out told us. He said it. We played the audio yesterday. Why do all these crazy things? All I want is 20. Why? I get it.
Yeah. So that's been something that's sitting with me, even as we're looking at a team that is, on a 4-game win streak. That if you look at all the playoff simulators, have a very good chance of making the playoffs and still have a pretty solid chance of winning their division. It still sits within me like, hey, if you really want to get that ultimate goal,
me too.
It feels like it's very narrow, and when you make things narrow, it's definitely more difficult. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. What a weird first segment for this Wednesday on Sports Radio 610. Let's keep the weirdness going because I am going to do a thing that you already have looked at me sideways about. But could the Rockets get any benefit from this wronged point guard who's out there? Yeah, let's talk about it next.
The Texans are headed back to Arrowhead. going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my favorite. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
That's right. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. Hope that you're having a great Wednesday, staying warm. Not that it's crazy cold, but, we Houstonians, it's cold enough. Like, have you seen anybody out here, getting the fits off because of the weather?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Big time. Yeah.
I walked past a lady who had, like,
the boots, baby, the boots.
Yeah, the boots are out. I saw the faux fur hat come out.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I saw that yesterday.
You got the lined denim jacket. I got my first
flannel?
My first flannel of the year. We're talking about other people. We're doing it.
A little bit.
Walking around looking like Joe Montana.
That's what got me thinking. I was like, you know what? I might need to cut down on some reads and get to that place. But yeah, you're indeed in the loop. Hope you're staying warm. I feel weird. I don't know if I should blame Sean and Seth for the way that our show started.
I like it.
Or if I should just blame myself. We are 28 minutes into our program, and I have not mentioned the fact that the Texans released one of the dudes that they acquired in the offseason to try at one of their biggest positions of need.
Yep.
Laken Tomlinson is no longer a Houston Texan after being acquired to be one of the points on this offensive line.
He was the starter.
Yes.
He was the starter.
Was.
Well, he was often the starter.
He came in as the starter.
Came in as a starter.
Yeah.
Like, he was one of the few that felt like, oh, well, they feel like they know that.
Yeah.
And then he became a rotational starter.
Yeah.
And then he was a healthy scratch.
Yeah.
And now he is no longer here.
And it only cost him $3.5 million guaranteed. Man.
Yeah.
We will dig in.
We will. Because, look, that was one of the big things for a number of months coming into the season. And now it's funny because it feels like they found some answers, and yet at the same time, none of them are the ones that, or not none of them, but very few of them are the ones that they had kind of anticipated in that way.
Kind of penciled in.
Yeah. Wild. You mentioned $3.5 million. It goes a long way, or it goes a longer way in football than it does in basketball.
You think?
Because
that's a week's pay.
$3.3 million or $3.5 million, somewhere in there, is how much the 1 year of Chris Paul's contract was as a vet minimum, as he had signed with the Los Angeles Clippers.
Pennies right there, man.
Yes.
Pennies.
Right. Like,
what you're pay me whenever.
Chump change.
Y'all pay me whenever.
What you looked at and you
coupons.
were like, yes. What you looked at with Laken Thomas.
I'm doing it for free at this point.
You gave up $3.5 million for Laken Thomas, and the Clippers were like, we'll bring Chris Paul back for $3.5.
Why not?
Why not?
Kick the tires.
Yeah.
And then Chris Paul announces, a couple weeks ago, last week almost, that, hey, man, this 21st season, gonna be my last one. Finishing with a team that I spent a lot of my career with. A storied career. He'll be a Hall of Famer without any doubt. And then the Clippers, who are, mind you,
you want to start that early?
Terrible. We're like, hey, we're on a road trip. Go home.
Yeah,
we don't need it. It was very nasty work.
It really was the way they did that. He has earned better than that.
Also, what did getting rid of him and releasing him at this point matter?
I think it's a distraction, a deflection. How bad they are. I mean, they're god awful
to the point where conversations are happening. Are you familiar with? It's a man named James Harden. Have you heard of this gentleman?
Oh yeah, I remember that guy.
Yeah. They're talking about possibly trading him because he's one of the few good things that are happening over there right now. That's where they are. Yeah. But they cut Chris Paul. In the midst of what he is, very soon after he announces that this is going to be his farewell tour. And so Chris Paul will be out on the block, and I had the thought pop in. Did the Rockets get any benefit?
Why are you doing this?
From a point guard, as some people have pointed to,
why
Chris Paul.
Like, legitimate question. Why are you doing this? Like, what would prompt you to believe that
Because the Rockets have had a point guard issue, John Lopez, and that is a point guard.
Figure you in on this?
It depends, man. It depends. I do think they need a point guard. To be honest, I haven't been keeping up with Chris Paul this year. I don't know how good he is, or I think they're fine without Chris Paul, but they do need a point guard.
Okay, so you just mentioned you don't know how good he is, and I say this with as much respect as you can possibly muster because he is legendary. He's a Hall of Famer. He has been good to this franchise, this organization. He has fallen off a cliff. Like he has completely
fallen off a cliff, Paul.
Look at that! Look at that! Give yourself a ding. Aha!
That's we need some applause on that. That's good.
Cliff Paul.
Cliff Paul. He didn't even play in 5 games.
So
a couple of weeks ago.
As of right now, which is his age 40 season, he's averaging 14 minutes a game, 2.9 points. Let me see. That is 3.3 assists. Last year in San Antonio, where he was still getting maybe what you could consider rotational minutes.
He played every game.
He did 82 games on 28 minutes, 8.8 points, 7.4 assists, and the fact I see you from the 713. No, hell no, hell no, hell to no, holy hell no. Okay, very good. From the 713 though, yes, Chris Paul, CP3 back to the H. Clearly, because I want to stop I'm going to start with the reason, right?
Yeah.
I'm not asking for Chris Paul to be a starting point guard. Because when we talk about point guard, that is actually the situation that we've been talking about. Is you need somebody who is that starting point guard to be the facilitator of what you're doing in the absence of Fred VanVleet. Clearly, that's not the case. And me, as a recently admitted Reid Shepard hater, even though I love him as a dude and a player, I just I've had haterific tendencies, and I'm willing to acknowledge that. He seems like, as of right now, he's actually occupying that circumstance pretty well. But some of the youth that he has, and I think could benefit from the mentor that is Chris Paul.
That might be the only thing. He's taken up a roster spot for one.
And that would be a tough thing because the vet minimum of 3-point-something million would not be easy to get in. Like, that would actually be a very good reason to just be like, Reggie, don't even think about it.
Yeah.
Because now you're talking about we're playing with aprons and, salary cap machinations where you have to try and find a way to fit 3.5 in there. Even though $3.5 million is not large in larger scale of things. When you're talking about the narrow margin, I think the Rockets might be like $1 million under the nearest threshold that they're at. So it would be rough to make happen. But could you find any value in the idea of Chris Paul as veteran? Because I was talking with B. Scott, I mentioned on Monday, and one of the things that he said is he could see some Chris Paul things in Reid, and I was like, why not then give him that mentor to help bring some of those things out of them?
That would be the only check mark on the positive side for me. But there are far too many negatives. Number one, it's sad, actually. I mean, he's fallen off a cliff. He's just really bad this year on a really bad team, mind you, which says something as well. It's going to be hard to get that salary in, as we just talked about, and defensively. You're the stats whiz, but he's not. If you're worried about Reid Shepard in defense, worry about Chris Paul in defense.
Yeah,
because it's just not there. So I reluctantly say no way. What did that guy say? Holy hell no.
Yeah, that was the last. It was hell no, hell to the no, holy hell no. Yeah,
yes, exactly.
I don't know if it feels emphatic enough though. I see somebody said bring back Harden. That one you're not going to. I don't think anybody's going to make that shake, especially because of the
I'm kind of curious where he gonna go.
Yeah.
I'm really interested in that because he's still playing at a particularly high level. But yeah, I wonder where he would land. 832 makes a valid point. What's going on here? Chris Paul to the Rockets, Verlander to the Astros, Honey Badger to the Texans. What are we doing? We're being nostalgic, apparently.
Hey, it is 2018 again.
and you know what? One of the other things that you could easily make the case of is Fred VanVleet, while he was battling back from injury, can still be some level of there's still some level of mentor. And if you're talking about
that's a good point,
consummate point guard, Aaron Holiday has been a good job at being that.
And he's a pro.
He is a pro. But it just, the fascination popped up, and I wanted to ask if there was any value to be had there.
It's a fascinating thing to think about if you're thinking about, hell, even last year's Chris Paul. 8.8 and 7.4. I'll take that.
Yeah, last year's Chris Paul, and I think you can see some of the benefits with that Spurs team right now.
Oh, they're winning without Wemby like crazy.
And you can see some of the things with Stephon Castle and with some of these guys that have had the opportunity to garner some of that.
Chris Paul to me is the a perfect example of when it goes fast. fast.
Yeah.
And it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's fair. So salute to Chris Paul. Obviously, a lot of appreciation for what he did. And if his hamstring could have held up for just a little bit longer, the Rockets would have, I think, a little bit more hardware here in the city of Houston. But, yeah, we can all say bump you to the Clippers for treating him the way that they did.
He should just go to the Lakers at this point. Just go across the street.
And just see if he can Gary Payton this.
Yeah.
Just ride.
Yeah, he probably ain't going to play a lot, but just go across the street.
Yeah. Well, speaking of nostalgic, which apparently we very much leaned into there, you're in the loop, one. Let's go to our question of the day, which I think very much leans into the potential of nostalgia. Sports or otherwise, what's something you want to go back to? Because me personally, this college football circumstances has very much made me lean into the traditionalism in my mind. 713-572-4610. What's something that you want to go back to? Let's talk about it next.
The Drive.
800-269-3454.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Question of the day. Sports or otherwise, what's something you want to go back to? We had the College Football Playoff Committee. Is this the penultimate?
The penultimate, which is a good word.
Playoff Committee rankings, rather. Where
and we'll get into it later as a segment, but I don't expect a whole lot to change.
Yeah, my general takeaway is they just doing stuff. Like they're just like, Ole Miss got better now that Lane Kiffin's gone. Sorry, who cares? Just there's got stuff going on.
Yeah.
And so with that, I am personally, and I've long held this, but this is just another reason for me to bring up my take that I would very much love to go back to the BCS.
I would not.
And you know what? I'm willing to take all of it. Like just one national championship game. Everybody else play for your bowls. Like have some connection, connective tissue between conferences and bowl games where you know who's playing the Rose Bowl. It's not the fourth best team in the in the Big Ten and the fourth, fifth best team in the Pacific, whatever it is, 10 or 12. Right? There's some connective tissue. There's some good games. There's some. You still have like the heart of what the sport is in college football. That feels like it's entirely gone, and I think that some of that is what we have with everybody is focused on this national championship, and nobody has any level of other rungs of success within this.
Like I get it. The one part of your argument that I don't even think you mentioned there, but the New Year's Day bowl games were just
value of the bowl games.
Just special.
Yeah.
It was fun. It meant something. You felt like you won a championship, even if it wasn't the national championship.
Right.
Let's say you won the Cotton Bowl and finished number 4 or whatever.
Meant something.
I get it.
Man, look.
Yeah.
Bill Snyder wore that Alamo Bowl vest, that Cotton Bowl vest, or not vest, windbreaker, all the damn time as a badge of honor. For K-State.
That part I get, but we are a nation of championships. We are about getting winning championships and who finished first. And I just and I'm not using this like as a trump card or whatever, but I just have the experience.
It ain't no big joker
of being a voter in the AP poll and just feeling awful afterwards for some team. Hell, 1998. Your Kansas State Wildcats. They lost a tough championship game, Big 12 championship game to the Aggies. How would a playoff have helped them? How would a playoff have helped that K-State team? They would have maybe won the national championship. That's what I'm talking about. I keep going back to, instead of arguing about who should be number 2, and boy, tough luck, you finished number 3, even though you're maybe the best team in the country. We're talking about 10, 11, and 12. And in that case, I've said it 100 times in the last couple of days, it feels like, just win another damn game and you don't have this argument. So I don't want to go back to that, but it does lead to the question of the day.
Real quick, because I do agree with this. I agree with the sentiment, and I want to make sure I do this as much as possible from the 281. Problem with college football is ESPN, and if you don't know, ESPN is the major stakeholder in the college football playoff, right? Like the TV, it's the reason why we have more bowl games than we know what to do with nowadays.
Hell, game day is going to the SEC championship game, and you got Ohio State and Indiana facing
number 1 versus number 2.
Yes,
by the way,
and game day is not going there.
Yeah, but the SEC, is on ESPN. Right?
That's my point.
That's the point.
That's my point. Yeah.
I do. Now that person did think that the answer was go to an NFL type playoff structure, and boy, if you let these schools do it, that's exactly what they're trying to do.
Yes.
They're like, what are the 40 or 50 biggest schools in the nation? We'll make that into a league, and
undefeated Hawaii will be the number 1 seed.
Yeah.
Undefeated Hawaii would not get a chance to play. But yes, with that being the case, though, question of the day: sports or otherwise.
You'd like to go back to that?
I would love to go back to the BCS. Hell, I was not alive for it. But I might like going back to when we just, play all the games, play the bowl games, and then
just vote.
Hey, you the champion now, big dog. Hold on to that for a year.
I'm telling you, I did that for about 10 years, and it was a lot of responsibility, and it felt dirty sometimes. But things that I would like to go back, sports and otherwise. Sports, I feel like baseball has just been watered down too much with all these wild cards, man. I thought Seth brought up a really good point when we were talking about it earlier. Like these Astros records, it wouldn't really have affected the Astros too many years. They still would have been making these runs. They would have
division winner.
They would have avoided some of the. Go back to 5 teams, per league, not 7. it just feels watered down. I'm just like, are you like me? Like you're just kind of waiting for the next round, unless your team is in it. Like unless your team is in it, which of course you're pulling for. You're just like, all right, let's get by this.
I actually don't feel like that because I feel like baseball is like, to me, I feel like a team could get hot and just knock off the number 1 seed or at least give them some trouble. It's not like the NBA where the 1 and the 8 seed is just nothing to look at here.
Yeah, but I'm just like, all right, let's get to the real playoffs. That's how I feel when I'm watching those first wild card games.
Oh, this is the first 4 in the NCAA tournament for you.
That's you know what? Let's go back to that. Let's go back to
it. Ain't that bad, is it?
It feels like it to me. And that's
it's not that bad. Because I will legitimately go some years where I'm like, I'm not watching the first 4 games. And you know what sucks? Texas Southern is always in that game.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Always in that game.
And get smoked.
Every year. It's like Texas Southern. This is the Texas Southern Invitational. First
I think last year or 2 years ago is TSU and Kansas. Yeah. And I'm thinking like, man, I'm gonna just root for TSU, man.
Always,
because it's TSU.
Every year I'm rooting for TSU, but it's always a first 4 game. We can acknowledge this. Yeah. What are some other ways you want to go back? I don't know. I could hear you on maybe dialing back the wild card. I think I think it works for me just because with baseball there's already so many games that the 3 more or whatever that we had on those wild cards, I guess per wild card matchup that you have, doesn't feel so much more.
Yeah.
But I mean, it didn't hurt when it was like, hey, we're getting right to the divisional series.
It's not like I'm stomping my feet over it, but I'd like to go back to that. I'd like to go back to while we're still in baseball. Now I know they've done this recently, but you wear your uniform at the All-Star game.
Yeah, going back.
Like your real uniform.
That was sweet, man.
Yeah.
That was really
I
sweet.
need that in basketball.
Yeah.
I understand. I understand that all the reason why we have all these uniforms, all these uniforms is so that we can sell them in a pro shop.
That's all it is. Yeah.
But like, it looks so cool when you have the variety of different uniforms.
Yeah.
You see Houston
colors
on the front of somebody's shirt or jersey.
It feels like it means something.
And they used to do that in the NBA. You wore your uniform.
I remember that. Yeah.
And non-sports, I feel like I didn't quite send the message the right way earlier when I was talking about movies. To me, I wish it can go back to a day where movies were an event at the theater. Maybe that's the best way to put it.
I agree. I genuinely agree.
Yeah. When you would like, hey, you want to go out Friday night? To my wife. To my wife.
Nobody was accusing anything different.
Well, let's see if we can catch a movie. Remember, you used to go through when they had the paper, but even online, you would go through. Okay, what's showing? What's coming out this?
All right,
Friday?
I'm gonna sound like somebody's child. It's a thing called movie phone, wasn't it? Where you
called movie phone.
Online?
You had movie phone, and you had.
I'm old enough to remember that.
Remember what's coming out this weekend? Oh boy, we got to see. Avatar, whatever. Fill in the blank.
Yeah.
I just like the idea that you could decide I'm going to the movies and walk up and know that you at least you can find something.
And sometimes you'd go to the movies and just scan.
That's what I'm saying. You can just find something. But now you can't go to the theater and just be like, I'm going to find something good. Yeah. You might not.
But see, the thing is, I felt like we were more open to just giving anything a shot.
True.
Yeah.
Now I'm like, man, I'm not going to the movie theater.
Because it's $25 per ticket.
Yeah. Even outside of that, I'm just like, I don't know this movie. I'm like, I'd rather wait to Netflix.
So what about you guys? Things you have to go back.
Me, and this is a no-brainer for me. The NBA should go back. The coaches should go back to wearing suits.
Agreed.
I like that.
Yeah, they got to go back to wearing suits, man. I understand they changed it during COVID and all that stuff. They made it more loose, but it's watching old NBA games and all that stuff.
Remember Pat Riley just kind of
just being on the sideline in a nice suit, man. Yeah. I love that.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate this from the 512 15-minute sudden death NFL overtime. I will not make my case again. But yeah, man, let's get this thing wrapped. Let's get this thing over with. I'm 100%
pass, field goal.
Let's go. If you wanted to win it in regulation, big dog.
How about you?
BCS is one of them. I very much agree with this texter that texted in from the 281. Want to go back to having 24-hour Walmarts or just like stores that like.
There's hardly any of them now, right?
Nope.
Hey man, if we talk about the things that the pandemic killed, that right there.
Yep.
Like I used to love, and maybe this is just like also being young and having that level of malleability in my schedule. I'd go get my grocery shopping done at like 11.
Yeah.
If I wanted to, 2. It don't matter. Like we can go get this. Now you really got it. And this is in some ways going back even further because there was a time where if you don't get stuff done by 9, everything is closed.
Yeah,
and I kind of miss being able to do things later into the night, or just feeling like, damn, I need to go pick something up. Let's go pick something up then.
Yeah. Great text from where was it? Anyway, great text we just received from the 832. Christmas Day used to be a big movie day. Remember, like it's coming out.
I went to the movies on Christmas Day a couple times.
After, with presents and dinner and all that. Hey, let's go watch.
10 in the morning, you'd be at the movie theater.
I remember Harry Potter came out on Christmas Day. The original Harry Potter, I remember sitting at home and we were all like, all right, let's go watch Harry Potter. It came out that day.
Something like that on the same line is I wish we could get back to music release dates being on a Tuesday. It used to always be on the Tuesday, man. Like it felt something special.
Yeah.
Just Tuesday, all right, new music. You used to go to the CD store and all that stuff. Now I think they just got it on a Friday.
Somebody said Blockbuster.
Bring it back?
Yeah, go back to the days where you had Blockbuster to go get your movies.
Yeah. I can see that.
I'm not mad.
I don't know if I want to. I like just going on the remote and just clicking.
I bet you do. 832, bring back the NFL starter jackets on the sideline. Fair enough. Bring back the whole ketchup tape bottle on the restaurant. The packs. Wait, I think that places still have
some
the bottle.
do. Yeah, some do.
And well, I'm not going to get into that. And because this is Houston 361, bring back Astroworld. I need it.
Back to the days.
They need some type of amusement park. Man. And they no music. What's the closest amusement park?
That's a great point. I can't think of one.
Is it
like San Antonio?
Do you have to go to
Antonio?
They still got Six Flags.
Yeah, they still got, and then SeaWorld if you choose to view it that. Like those, you have those two.
Yeah, that's the closest one.
Don't got nothing in the city. Just on a day, just a random day. If you look at the babies and like, we're not going to school, we going to the amusement park.
That was awesome.
You can't even do that.
That was awesome.
Hate it for the babies.
I used to love them days.
Right. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where we mentioned it. The Texans released a player, but also the noise is getting louder around a big name in football, and I kind of want to have this discussion in reality. Let's do it next.
The Texans are headed. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports Station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL. Real quick before we go. In the break, because we were talking about things you'd like to go back to. That was our question of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that we were talking about, we got to talking about old school TV shows. And one of the things I want to go back to is just like longer runs of, or longer season lengths.
Yeah.
Because now you get like a season of a show is like 8 episodes and you get it every couple of years. And I do recognize it's hard to do it. But them 22 episode seasons where, you just got TV for months.
But see, it ain't that damn hard, man. That show Wednesday, the one that's on Netflix, they released season 2. They released 4 episodes.
That's season 2?
And then they waited months later to release the other 4.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what is y'all doing?
That happened on one that High Potential. I don't know if y'all have seen that. We watched
that was a Hulu show, wasn't it?
Yeah, we watched like 7.
It's actually ABC, I want to say.
Yeah,
it's actually
ABC and Hulu.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, it's
My
really
wife liked that show.
I really like it a lot.
Love that show.
I really like it a lot. I think they did like 6 episodes, and then they said returning in like March.
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
My wife was pissed.
Yeah.
I done got invested in this.
We watched 6 episodes.
And then I got to wait till next yeyear.
Yeah.
Somehow that got us talking about like back in the day with TV shows. And then we just started thinking about, you remember what old used to, or what we used to think old was?
Mm-hmm.
And we started thinking about the Golden Girls. And then Lopez, you brought up a fantastic find.
Okay, so Lethal Weapon, when obviously came out in 1987. Remember Danny Glover?
Getting too old for this, bleep.
I'm getting too old for this stuff. Blah, 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 blah. He was 41. He was 41 in that movie. Well, I mean, he was literally 41 years old. Yeah. I'm like, that's old?
That is incredible. Too old, in fact.
We right around the corner.
Too old for this, bleep.
All right. Figgy's going to beat Danny Glover in a couple of years.
I'm going to say that probably in a couple weeks on this show. I'm getting too old.
Well, don't say don't say the whole thing because, I would like to not be in trouble with the FCC. Well, some people have been in trouble in other ways. And yet still, apparently you can always make your way back. Because one Deshaun Watson is having his practice window opened by the Cleveland Browns.
Welcome back, buddy.
He's back, baby.
Are they for real? Do they have no shame?
Hey, I mean, do you trust? Do you trust those quarterbacks they got right now?
It's not about trusting.
Or unless you just want to tank.
It's not about but it's not even, you could tank with the dudes you got right now. The fact of the matter though is, I was looking at kind of some prep work for draft stuff. And
of course you were.
Yeah, I'm a sicko.
Of course you were. Me too.
Are we new? But like, people are looking at which teams might be drafted quarterbacks. The Browns absolutely can be in there.
Mm-hmm.
You need to find out if you definitely need to be in there, which is give Shedeur Sanders all these reps and figure out if you can do something with him.
I have a theory on this.
Why in the hell? You know that you want to get rid of Deshaun Watson as soon as you can. What does this do for you?
Have you heard of somebody that just kind of work you to the bone because you getting paid anyway?
Okay, that ties in with my theory on this. I think this
you're already getting paid, so you might as well practice, buddy.
I think this is all semantics. I don't think the Browns have any intention of playing him. I don't think he has any intention of playing. But once you clear all the medicals, all the hurdles and the tests and everything else, if he doesn't allow himself to be, available to practice, the contract is in jeopardy. I think this is all semantics. I think this is all.
That makes sense.
We got to do it. We don't want to. You got to do it. You don't want to, but let's do this. I think that's what this is.
We'll see.
So staying together for the kids.
Yeah, staying together for the kids until they graduate high school.
And I don't know, maybe they're also trying to get him up and like you could have him be the emergency quarterback or something. I don't know.
I think there's something else here.
I do not trust.
You don't think he's gonna play this year?
No, I don't think they want him to, and I don't think he wants to.
Well, I think he wants to.
You gotta put some tape out there, man. If he could play the last 2 games, you don't think anybody gonna be like, oh, I'll take a flyer?
Why? He's getting $230 no matter what.
Yeah, but but I'm guessing he still probably want to play in the NFL, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, none of them people think like that, though. Everybody in football, or not everybody, because that's way too wide a brush to paint with. However, so many of those dudes in football They want to compete.
No, I completely
it's the
agree.
thing I always talk about with coaches, where it's like you got the cushy job and they paying out. Why are you going looking for another one?
But there are exceptions. Is he wired in such a way like I got to prove these people wrong?
How far has he fallen in our eyes?
Yeah.
He's spending all his time on a yacht with a Jilly, man.
Now, he also posts a lot of workout videos, throwing the football and all that stuff.
That's right.
Best
shape of his life.
Every time I see him post stuff like that, I'm like, okay, he's still trying to play. Maybe not for the Browns.
I think Reggie's right. By and large, these are competitors. They want to play no matter what. I will say coach is coach. Whether he has a $30 million in the bank, buyout, or whatever. I think there are always exceptions. I think Deshaun Watson has pretty much said, you know what, I'm good.
From 346, want to go back to when Deshaun Watson was great. I feel like I also want to go back to the place time when I did not know he was nasty.
Hey, that was a good time, though.
That's what I'm saying. I want to go back to the time where not only was he great, but I also didn't know he was nasty.
Yeah. We was comparing him to Patrick Mahomes,
Yes,
man.
we were.
Some people might have been saying he was better.
Yeah.
And somewhat credibly, mind you, right? Like, because sometimes people be saying stuff and it's like, all right.
No, it was a legit argument, man.
Yes.
Yeah, and then I think the worst part about it was we had Bill O'Brien. So it's like, man, we don't even know what Deshaun can really do if he had a good offensive coordinator.
And now look at us like, why are you letting him practice?
Yeah.
Don't let him practice. How the mighty have fallen. All right, continuing around the NFL, the noise around one Mike Tomlin, head coach of the Steelers, is getting loud. And I don't mean that like metaphorically. I mean it literally. Did you see the game this weekend?
Oh, yeah. Fire Tomlin.
Fire Tomlin chants audibly heard during the Steelers game. And look, we understand sometimes things can happen where people are chanting. You go, hey, what are they saying?
Yeah.
When you can tell, like, oh, I know exactly what they're saying.
Yeah.
They are in unison. They are loud. And that doesn't happen without a large sentiment, to the point where Mike Tomlin was asked about it. And his response was, in general, I agree with them from this perspective. Football is a game. We are in the sport entertainment business. And so if you root for the Steelers, entertaining them is winning. And so when you're not winning, it's not entertaining. And if you've been in this business, you understand that. And so I respect it. I share their frustrations. I understand what makes this thing go.
Good for him. I mean, that's typical Tomlin. I have a question for you, too. Is this be careful what you wish for, or is this it is time? It's run its course?
Porque no los dos.
Yeah, well, but no, I think it can be either, though, either or. I am leaning... I'm leaning toward it's run its course. I don't think he's any lesser of a coach. I think he's still great, but it's kind of run its course in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, to quote the great Lovie Smith, sometimes divorce is a good thing.
That's right.
And I think at this point, he's been there almost 20 years now. Mm-hmm. And I think right now they probably do need to change. Both of them need to change the scenery.
Yeah.
I think they
You still think maybe a little bit of both?
No, I think it is both. Yeah. But I do think it has run its course. Mm-hmm. And it's not just because like it's run its course. It's because the way that he's been operating, like he doesn't have his fastball in some ways. One, I've talked about it. His coordinator hires have been bad.
Yeah,
just bad.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Mike Tomlin is what, a defensive coach, defensive minded coach. The way that they play defense has been so much predicated on individual brilliance.
Yes.
And now as those individuals are fading in some ways, I think you're seeing that the schematics of what they have, in the way that I will bleep Mike McCarthy up and down in the modern era because he runs an offense from 2008. The defense that they're running,
same,
antiquated. And you're seeing the ways in which you're not getting schematic advantage there. Now you're also not getting the benefit of the CEO coach and hiring really well. That's problematic. I think that somewhere like Tennessee,
I think there's a lot. New York Giants?
Would you at all be, well, I say Tennessee for a reason. Yeah. Would you all be concerned if Tennessee goes and hires him?
Yes.
Should he be made?
Yes, with a qualifier. I think Mike Tomlin needs a general manager, a strong general manager. I think he needs to quit worrying about running the whole show and just be Mike Tomlin, football coach. Him with a really strong general manager might be the secret sauce, I think he can adapt. I think he can adjust, in terms of how he's calling things. I don't think, unless it's his call, he might want to sit out a year, but I don't think he can go. He wouldn't have to go more than a week without getting another job, unless he wants to sit out. Yeah. But I think with a strong general manager that he respects, just coach football, man.
Do you feel like he will do well with like a rebuild type of team? Like Tennessee?
Good question.
I actually think he would do very well with that type of team.
You do?
the stresses wouldn't be as high, right? The expectations wouldn't be high, and he is a culture builder.
Yeah.
Capital C, capital B.
Yeah.
And I think that that's exactly what those types of teams would need. Bringing it back to Tennessee, talk about culture and being needed there. They got Jeffrey Simmons standing for his locker every game week, talking about basically in not so many words, or in more words in some ways. They need culture.
Yeah.
That's culture.
Yeah.
So I think that could be interesting. But again, the noise getting loud. On the other side, that is a team that's hired how many coaches in the last 50 years?
Yeah.
I do wonder, like, hiring coaches is not easy in this league.
Yeah.
3.
In fact, they have not hired. They've not hired in our modern context of, well, you're hiring a guy for his schematics and then seeing if he can do the coaching thing. Like
Texans have had 3 coaches in the last 5 years. They've had 3 in 50.
Yeah, that's insane, man.
Yeah, so I'm very intrigued as to what they would do if they fired him. Like if they are prepared for entering this head coaching landscape where I don't know inherently what makes a good coach, but I do know that teams are hiring off the schematics.
Yeah.
So I'd be interested to see.
I'm kind of curious how they gonna go about that if they did fire him, because was Tomlin on the he wasn't on the staff before, right?
What do you mean? He wasn't in Pittsburgh. He wasn't in Pittsburgh. He came from Miami, right? He was on.
Was it Miami? Okay.
Or no, I think he had maybe done some interviews with Miami.
Was it Minnesota? I think he was with the Vikings at one point.
Man, it's so long. I can't even. That's
it's 20 years ago.
Yeah,
but,
Vikings.
Yeah, but I'm just kind of curious where Pittsburgh would go. Like, what type of coach are they looking for?
And you know what? That might be the wrong way of looking at it, because I think that might be the thing that sends teams astray, is looking for a particular type of coach, where in all reality, it's probably look at what's available and mold yourself into, hey, this seems like the dude who has the best opportunity to do a good job. And that is the style of team that we are going to be.
And see, the thing is, like, when you hire them, I'm looking at somebody they could keep for another 20 years.
You would think.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is that might lead you astray if you're like, this guy's got to be a 20. And it might just be, hey, what's a good coach that we can acquire so that we can get
maybe hire some 55-year-old proven, guy that can maybe come in. Or you can go with the young buck on do you go offense? Do you hire an offensive mind?
If it's like some type of wonder boy or something like that could be there for another 20 years, and then he'll be 55 in his 20th year or something like that.
Yeah.
Because I feel like they do want to keep that trend going, not hiring a lot of head coaches.
Yeah. All right, so this is around the NFL. This is NFL related, but it kind of ties into something that I believe to be a little funny. Hey, Ben Roethlisberger. The noise is getting loud around Mike Tomlin. How do you feel?
Been talked about around here a lot. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's a clean time. Maybe it is. Maybe it's time. And I like Coach Tomlin. I have a lot of respect for Coach Tomlin. But maybe it's best for him too.
Sure.
Maybe a fresh start for him is what's best. Whether that's in the pros, whether maybe go be Penn State's head coach. You know what he would do in Penn State? He'd probably go win national championships.
That would be something. Penn State. They're a bleep show right now, Penn State. They got turned down by the BYU coach.
Kalani Sitake.
They just showed the graphic yesterday. I think they were 126th in recruiting. Today they're 134th on signing day in recruiting. Getting Mike Tomlin in there, upstate or downstate, and kind of side state.
Yeah. Into the middle of the state. Really.
See what happens. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, have we not learned our lesson and just going, oh, the NFL culture will do good in college football? Why do we keep doing this?
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, would he go to college?
I have no idea. I don't know what.
I don't see him going to Penn State or college.
But he said that he likes challenges in coaching. That's what he believes coaching to be. So yeah, but I thought that was like that's kind of absurd. We mentioned this earlier rather. Laken Tomlinson released by the Texans. Actually, I don't know if this is a corresponding move per se. Solomon Byrd is returning to the team, and Amir Speed, the cornerback who you saw special teams doing stuff. Both of them are on the 53-man roster as of today. So that's going on.
Laken Tomlinson. I mean, there's no other way to characterize it as just a fail, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
just flat out fail.
That was somebody that you had penciled in as a starter.
Penciled him as a starter
in training camp.
Wasn't real good as a starter. Started rotating, then got benched. I mean, that's a fail. $3.5 million, $1 million guarantee, and a $1 million bonus and 2.5 guarantee.
Yeah. Well, later on, I think at noon, let's have the conversation about this, because Nick Caserio, like the evaluation of him has been so interesting at this point, where you've seen a little bit of solidification in the team in general and in some particular ways, while also seeing some things that you could very much take to go, see, that's a demerit. That's a demerit. So I think we need to evaluate that. But there you go. That's Around the NFL here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, actually, let's do this because ESPN put together an interesting piece looking at the best NFL players at 109 different skills. Are the Texans the absolute best at any skills in the league? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Yes, and football season is in full swing, and however you'd like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy.
Lawyers Reaction Monday, supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's what the big voice man just said, but I like saying it as well. Hope your Wednesday is going pretty well to this point. It can get a lot better because we got a few giveaways that we're doing today. First and foremost, it's a Wednesday where we typically give away the $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop. And winning that also gives you the opportunity to be entered for a chance to win a grill, right? It's a Trade Woodridge Elite Grill. Is that a good one?
Oh yeah, Woodridge is fantastic.
And then you will also get
nice
a case,
and big too.
You also get a case of John Lopez's OG sauce.
That's fantastic.
Is that
too.
Also good?
That's
fantastic. A little throw in right there.
Yeah.
So we'll do that in the 12 o'clock hour, and then later we will also be giving away a pair of tickets to see the Houston Hoops Showdown, which will feature U of H versus Florida State. This Saturday, I believe.
Yeah.
Right? So
all week.
All week we're giving away those
Real quick,
tickets.
can I give a shout out?
Please.
Can I give a shout out to my dad? My dad is sitting here watching us right now.
What's happening, Pops?
Yeah, my dad, my sister Trina is over there.
What do you call your dad?
Dad.
Okay.
Yeah, Dad.
How'd you come up with that?
Okay.
Hey, man, I'm a genius, man. You know what? I'm going to call you Dad. I think a fun fact when I was younger, so a lot of people call him by his nickname, which is Eddie.
Mm-hmm.
I think for one moment I was calling him Eddie because I was kind of repeating what everybody else said.
Mm-hmm.
But
and then you decided to be an innovator.
Yeah.
You were like,
you know what? You look like a dad.
I think so.
Yeah, so shout out to my dad. My uncle Mark is over there.
Hey.
And my sister Trina over there, all watching us.
Well, hi there.
Yeah.
Well, appreciate y'all. No, they're watching you do your big thing, and we appreciate that you're here with us every damn day here in the loop. All right, this Texas team, one thing that we know for sure is elite is the defense. But one of the things that I found interesting was this piece that ESPN put out, and it's Matt Bowen of ESPN. They went around and they picked the NFL's top players by specific skills. There's 109 different skills that they took, and obviously for different positions, like the most accurate passer in all of the National Football League, the best deep ball thrower, the best passing mechanics, so on and so forth, 109 of them. Mm-hmm. And the question that I have for you, John Lopez, and dear listeners, 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Do you believe that there are Texans that are the absolute best at any skills in the league?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do. And I don't even know what all the skills are.
Well, I mean, there's 109 of them. It's a
but
lot.
I can name a couple that I think they are.
Okay, who are the players? Who are the players that you would think of that you're like, they probably have a skill that is the absolute best in the National Football League?
Derek Stingley would be at the top of my list.
Okay.
And that would be cover, or whatever they call it in that list. I would say Will Anderson Jr. would be on the list.
Sure.
Maybe as really maybe like an all around, because he's good against the run, sets the edge, and rushes the passer.
Yeah.
Are there any others I'm missing?
I don't want to just go down and name the best players on the team.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what happens in some ways.
I kind of want to take a shot in the dark.
But we're looking at the skill they have.
Okay, I was going to take a shot in the dark and say maybe Kalen Bullock. Is he somewhere on
ball
that
skill?
Yeah.
Yeah. He might be.
Okay. So with that being the case, if I'm doing my numbers right here, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Texans that come in here. Now, you said Derek Stingley Jr., and I mean, that's your all-pro. That's all-pro Sting there. And he is on here as having the best backfield vision. The blurb they write, Stingley uses his backfield vision to overlap seam balls, plus he'll get in the weeds looking for work. He has 3 interceptions, 8 pass breakups this season.
Okay.
That feels right, man. Like, he's just – but it's interesting because I never think of it as the vision that he has.
Yeah,
right?
I think of the way he closes and his ball skills.
Right.
You know?
And when you talk about, like, there's all sorts of different DB things. Like closing speed is Denzel Ward here. in-phase runner is Nate Wiggins, interestingly enough. But I thought that there'd be other DB things. But
so this is deep.
109 different skills, man.
Yeah.
All right. So you said Sting. You said Will Anderson Jr. And yes, he is indeed, according to ESPN, the best at something. And it's makes sense because we've heard a lot. We've heard him talk about it. We've heard JJ talk about it. In fact, we saw it happen in this past game. Him demonstrate this particular skill. Best speed to power.
Yeah,
it's his bread and butter.
A little bit of everything. Yeah,
it's his bread and butter.
Yeah.
It's like his speed to power. In fact, who was it that was talking about it? Was it? Oh my goodness, it's going to frustrate me to no end to not remember the name. It was Baldwin.
Baldinger.
Baldinger. There we go.
Yeah.
That was talking about like his ability on third down to feast, and that's. I mean, it's not inherent that that's absolutely where he's going to go every time he rushes. But more often than not, it seems like when he gets to that point where it's like it is time to feast, that speed to power comes out.
Yeah.
And that's what helps him be absolutely dominant.
Bless that center's heart. He just made him look like a fool.
Look, I mean, for a second there, I was wondering if he was going to send him to the upper room.
I'm telling you, man.
All right, so when it comes to the other Texans that are on
I'm trying to think.
I mean, don't think too hard.
It hurts when I do. It hurts. Who are they? I think there's some possibilities out there.
If I tell you best spin move.
That would be Danielle Hunter.
That's right.
Yeah, that would be Danielle Hunter.
Without question, in fact. Like, he falls in with the legacy of, like, I always think of when I think of spin move, like Julius Peppers.
Yeah.
He used to spin move himself into oblivion, but he used to kill people. And Danielle Hunter absolutely is there. It makes sense that both of your edge rushers have an elite skill because that's what we're seeing, right?
Yeah.
That's what we continue to see in them being capable of ending games. The beauty of it is that they don't rely on one skill, like that they've continued to advance this. Danielle, obviously, from a place of veteran. But Will, that's the thing that's kind of scary to me is that he is still committing more of those to memory and doing them in a consistent way.
So there's two left. I don't know.
Someone said, all right, y'all are telling jokes on the text line now. 832 said Stroud for best emotional. Okay, very good.
Was that if it was a category?
Another 832 said Joe Mixon at evading, which I get what you're actually doing there, running back wise, and I'll back to running backs, but third level range. If I told you third level range defensively,
I would say Kalen Bullock.
There you go.
Yeah,
he does that in a great degree, and it's one of the reasons that makes him a great ball hawk is that he just covers so much ground.
Yeah.
In the secondary, and you notice a trend here.
All defense.
A lot of defense.
Yeah.
I gave you Will. I gave you Danielle. Best hitter.
Jalen Petrie.
Which is funny because I would have thought that. They gave it to Azeez Al-Shire.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's no problem.
All them body slams coming. It's starting to work out now, huh?
But interestingly enough, I'm glad that you brought up Petrie because Derrick Henry was asked who's the hardest tackler in the NFL. This is what he said.
Hardest tackler in the NFL. Petrie got me pretty good this year. He's a good tackler. Yeah, Jalen Petrie got me pretty good. I ain't even seen him, and he snuck me. But I respect his game. He can hit. He's a good tackler.
You don't think about a guy like Petrie because you think about the run stuffing, defensive tackles and stuff. But
yeah, he flies in there. He don't care.
So and the velocity, like they're coming from farther back and they're gun side.
You see him, you gonna get snubbed.
All right, two things. First and foremost, is it a compliment or is it shade that he said he snuck me?
Yeah, I think it's a compliment. I think because first of all, it came to mind and he credited him. I did go back and see the play that he's talking about.
Yeah.
And Derrick Henry literally got up and looked to see who hit him. like if you go back and look
at big man.
Yeah, if you go back and look at that play and it's been shared, all over. He kind of gets up and spins his head like, man, who was that? You're like, oh, it was number 5? Holy crap. I just thought of another one. Is there another Texan on the list?
There's one more Texan on the list, which is funny because
I just thought of it.
You have pointed out this skill, but I don't think you'll guess it.
Really?
Yes.
Because I was thinking offense.
It's not offense.
Okay, I was thinking Nico yards after catch.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I was thinking Nico yards after catch.
Let's do that and see what are the ones that you would think and see where they are placed on this.
Yeah.
The final Texan that comes in on this list of the players that demonstrate the 100 or that are the best at the 109 skills in the National Football League. Best field goal blocker.
Oh yeah,
Danico
Autry. Yeah.
It's one of those things that's really niche, but it's kind of it's been very vital for you in this this season. It's funny because we haven't seen it very often recently, but I'd be interested
He
in
gets
seeing
close
that come
a
back.
lot, too.
He does.
It's not just the choose. He had 2?
Yeah, and what's funny is I wonder how much that changes decision-making. Like, that's the thing is, for me, and I'm going to make this personal, deal with it. I have longer arms and people don't acknowledge it. They don't recognize it when I'm playing basketball until that first time I get a steal off you or a block off you and like, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
And it changes the way that people play.
You're like
and
an octopus.
I wonder if that happens if that's happening for teams with Demeco where they recognize, hey, we might not be able to kick here because the trajectory isn't right.
Yeah, he's blocked 2. He's come close with a penalty on another, and then he's come close a lot in general. I like that one.
Yeah, so when it comes to receivers, the ones that they have is like, okay, so you're talking about best yak or something, best after the catch. Mm-hmm. Does it make you mad at all that Jamar Chase gets this instead of Nico Collins?
No, not at all. That's good. I think the thing about Nico is he doesn't necessarily, I mean, he has, but he doesn't necessarily always break it for 20 extra yards. He consistently gets like 6 to 10 extra after a catch. Just like he makes the catch and doesn't just fall down or lean forward. He'll go 6 or 8 yards more, and it's just consistently he adds yardage to his catches.
I do wonder if Joe Mixon even gets to, well, not wonder. I'm fairly certain Joe Mixon is not in any of this because he has not played at all this year, but the 8-2 saying that him being like evasive. The most elusive rusher is a running back that you've seen and handled up decently.
McCaffrey?
James Cook.
Oh, okay. McCaffrey's pretty elusive.
Yeah, and also when you talk about best rushing vision and instincts, Jonathan Taylor is there, another running back that you've seen and you handled up
vision
pretty
for
well.
sure. That is a layup as far as he sees everything.
All right, real quick before we wrap this up, were there any other ones that you were like, I would imagine a player on the Texans should have been acknowledged from this?
I thought Nico offensively and not really. Not really. What, do you have any?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think, and I'm like, there's not anything.
Well, Bullock.
But
he was acknowledged on the one.
Yeah, maybe like just the ball hawk nature as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, again, it seems to track with what we have that all of this is defensively when we talk about like the elite skills.
Yeah.
Which maybe you can say it helps inform the way that they've gone about their offense. But again, tying back, I still am trying to find the balance between these are all the elite skills that you have. The defense is clearly elite, so you want to kind of have this path that makes the most sense. But I still go, I feel like you should have more than one way to do this.
Yes, I feel like
you should
it
have
too.
more than one way to do this.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with me. And yeah, text line. We should shout out Jalen Petrie because in addition to hitting real hard, he's trying to hit child hunger hard as well because he has that Feed 5 Even More campaign that's going for the kids. That's kids meals, right?
Yep.
Fig. I know that's one of those that's near and dear to your heart. So yeah, continue to support.
He was
him
actually, I saw him on a post with Waive Smith. He was actually reading to the kids yesterday.
He was, man, that's
How about
dope.
that? How about that?
Shout out him. I think Will Anderson Jr. was partnering with Canes in a way to do another thing. Yeah, because Tuesdays are the days where they do community outreach.
Yeah.
So
And it was Giving Tuesday,
and
too.
yesterday especially. So yeah,
For sure. Giving Tuesday. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including a story that I think matters if you're a Houston sports fan and have not had access to your teams. I'll tell you what I mean next.
The Texans are
Thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, I have an MO, which is that I can never move on. I'm always stuck in the past, and I'm just going to keep doing that because our last segment, we were talking about the skills, the 109 skills in the NFL and the best players at it. Texans show up in a few of them, especially defensive players. Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter. Well, Will Anderson, speed to power. Danielle Hunter, spin, right? And some other things. Someone Lassiter is a hard hitter. And I was like, oh, yeah. That for a defensive back, for sure. Like, best hitter, just generally, I think, was one that they kind of isolated linebacker-wise, and Aziz ends up there.
Yeah.
But best, like, hard hitting in the secondary, I was trying to see if there was something that matched that. And the closest that they had to that was like best secondary player in run support.
Mm-hmm.
That went to Budda Baker, who has 38 tackles in the run.
Makes sense.
Like that's a little bit different, but I think also I wonder how much that shows up for cornerbacks, anyways. But I do love that he has that physicality, obviously. And then someone said, "How about Kaimi as field goal kicker?" And here we go.
No,
like let me be honest. Love me some Kaimi. He ain't one of the best kickers in the league, especially right now.
Yeah,
because it feels like at the top end of kicking. We've never seen better. In fact, we've never seen better kicking. We've had the long in the NFL on field goal kicking set twice this year, or was it 3?
I think twice.
Is it 2 times this year?
Remember, one was in the preseason.
No, well, I mean, I think we had it set and reset this year.
Yeah,
in the regular season.
So twice.
Yeah,
but then
and then there was another. There you go. Thank you. I appreciate you for that clarification. So Kaimi, great kicker. Don't get me wrong. He's the best that's happening right now, and I say that with all due respect. All right, let's get into what's popping. One of the things that's popping is if you love some Houston sports, obviously you can watch your Texans at any time because the NFL makes it's imperative upon them for every game in a local market to be on local television. Mm-hmm. So you can always watch that. That's fine. Basketball and baseball, however, can get a little tough. Space City Home Network obviously is the home of the Rockets and the Astros. And one thing I never think about because I have the right provider is that it only goes to so many homes in the market because of the provider thing.
It's very difficult.
And I'm sure that there's people under the sound of my voice that are like, yeah, I don't get to watch very much of these teams because of that. Well, that doesn't have to be the case now, as it's been announced today that Space City Home Network is going to go direct, or at least is going to provide a direct-to-consumer option. And that is to say, like, you will be able to just go online and pay for Space City Home Network. I think they're calling it SCHN Plus.
Yes. And
just pay for like a straight-up app in order to be able to watch the games. I'm guessing you have the pricing in front of you.
$19.99 a month, $199.99 for the year.
So $200 for a year, huh?
$200 for the year. Astros and Rockets.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, obviously. But you were talking about.
Does that seem like a good deal?
I don't know.
Okay, because I know because at first you had to have cable to actually have that channel, right?
Yeah.
It seemed like it. I mean, if you only focused on those two sports, and it seemed like that's kind of a good deal, right?
No, but is it? Because now this is the tough part. If you do one of the like MLB at bat or the NBA League Pass, you can't even get your local markets. Those are blacked out because they don't want those to infringe upon local television deals.
Yeah.
But those would be relatively comparative prices, but then you're paying that for just your local market.
Right.
And that feels like it's heavy.
It feels a little heavy.
That is continuing the trend that we have in streaming just generally where every little, they're taxing us on all the different apps, basically. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It seems a little high, but it would allow you to.
Do you pay up front or can you pay monthly?
I think it's either or.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's either or. Here, I think it's a little high, but there is benefit in how many of us have like 4 or 5 or more apps, one of which you have only because you want to watch the Astros and Rockets.
Right.
So you can eliminate that one altogether.
Because a lot of people, what was the, I forgot the app that a lot of people watched, was originally watching the Astros on.
Well,
it was like it was kind of like, not Sling TV, but it was something similar to that.
I have Xfinity, and the only time I ever have watched Xfinity is for Astros and Rockets.
Yeah, that's what I was
that's
interested
gone.
in.
Like when I get home today.
For real?
It's gone. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. That's gone.
That's interesting. Yeah, because 713 asked, does that mean that Space City Home Network will no longer be available on Xfinity? Absolutely not.
No, it'll still be there, but I don't need it.
Yeah, and I'm interested how many people were like you, John. They're like, I had this cable package because
for them.
I need this.
Yeah, and I always thought about that from the beginning where, like, I don't have cable now. But if I did, I would only be watching, like, 3 channels.
Yeah. Right.
And it's just like, man, let me just get the 3 to 5 channels I watch, and let me just pay for that, by itself, and then I'll be fine. It seemed like that's kind of what this is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think for the folks who might be able to eliminate that app or that cable,
you
pack,
get value.
I think that's the value that exists there. Or even if it's not, if you needed to watch your Rockets and your Astros and it had just been prohibitively difficult to get there, now you have another option available to you. So I thought this was cool, but I also, and this very much speaks to my previous thoughts just on the streaming revolution that we've dealt with. Yeah. It's like, damn, there's another one.
Yeah, there's another one.
There's another 20 coming off your credit card every week, or you're off of your bank account every week.
And you're sitting there and you're going, well, I got to watch these shows on Hulu and these shows on Netflix and these shows on whatever.
That's how to get you.
Yeah, and now you got to watch the Astros and Rockets on that. So you got to be very diligent about what you're keeping and what you're not. There is a lot of crossover though from some apps that you can watch the same show. So
yeah. So I thought that was interesting. I wanted to bring that to the fore. Some other things that are popping. Shout out to Ryan Weiss, who is the newest pitcher that the Astros have signed. He had been pitching in the Korean baseball league, and he had earned a nickname. I believe it's Daejeon Jesus is what he had been called because he has long hairs and was playing in Daejeon, Korea. But he's a prospect. He seems to have some nice stuff. I think he had just a 2.7 ERA in Korea, with the understanding that I'm trying to remember how it goes. I think Korea has
Japan is the
solid
second best.
Hitting.
Yeah. In terms of just quality overall, obviously MLB won, probably Japan, and then I would say Korea would be third.
Yeah, and I would agree. I think the knock on Japan is usually like good pitching. The hitting isn't as great. Korea is like a level down, but relatively better hitting, I think. So I'm interested to see what he does. Clearly, the Astros are finding different ways to try and address their pitching, and I wonder, because he is described as a prospect. The deal will guarantee. The deal is a 2-year. Yes. He's coming back. The deal guarantees him $2.6 million for 2026. There's an option for 27.
Worth it.
So it's a 1-and-1.
Worth it.
I'm interested in seeing what he has. This is one of those take a flyer and see if you find yourself something nice, especially when you talk about it's a phrase that we haven't said in a little bit because Astros season isn't in, but the Astros car wash.
Yeah.
Could you take a dude who has
pixie dust,
right? A nice foundation and build him up into another pitcher that you can utilize in a real way. I'm interested in seeing. So. Welcome to Daejeon Jesus. I wonder if will we continue to call him that, or is that just going to stay over there? I kind of want to see. I want to see if we can pull that over. I'm not gonna lie. I will have to remember Daejeon, and if I have to look at it, I think I'm already losing the pronunciation. I think I've turned it into Dijon in a way. But
Mustard Jesus.
Mustard Jesus.
Dijon.
Oh, well, yeah. That's right in front of me. Some other things that are happening. This you have to apologize. I have to apologize. This is very self-interested for me. Chris Kleiman is retiring at Case there, or it seems like he will.
Oh, there's a local angle.
And it comes back local because if you love your Texas A&M Aggies, I do wonder how
who doesn't?
The Texas fans. But you'll get yours here soon. I do wonder how quickly this happens because if you're familiar, Colin Klein is the offensive coordinator at A&M. He is a Kansas State legend as a quarterback, and he seems to be the name that is tapped if this does go.
No, I think it's done.
Happen. Is it done?
Yeah, at least according to Lucci.
How quickly does this happen for Colin Klein to take over at
After
K-State?
the playoff.
Okay.
Like what I saw as of about 15 minutes ago, done deal. I mean, obviously, I guess anything could fall through, but done deal. And he's going to coach the offense through the postseason and then go to Kansas State.
Can I ask you a question as a Texas A&M fan? You're a Texas A&M fan. I'm familiar with Colin Klein and his work, just watching, but also specifically from his time at Kansas State. You going to cry tears over Colin Klein leaving?
Well, you can't argue with success. And 11-1 is a lot of success, and who knows how far they go in the postseason. I will say this. There has been a level of frustration in terms of using your two best receivers the way that they are designed to be used, built to be used. A lot of argument has been stretch the field more. I mean, you've got Craver and Concepcion that are just electrifying players, and they've made big plays. But if you think about it, a lot of them have been yards after catch, not stretching the field. Now, to be fair, the one sort of weak spot in Marcel Reid's game is the deep ball. So maybe it's an adjustment.
Sure.
He doesn't throw a great deep ball, so they're not going to throw it, and they're going to rely more on yards after catch. But to answer your question, it would be tough because they've had so much success. But I think they're going to be more than fine in College Station offensively with that talent.
Excellent. I'm excited. I'm excited for a local legend to return to Kansas State. I am not sure that he's ready to be a head coach. That's the thing that's scary, but we will see. Yeah. And then I told you, Texas fans, y'all was going to get yours. College football chair Hunter Yurachek, obviously he talks after the college football playoff rankings were announced. And first and foremost, thoughts on the penultimate rankings?
Look, there are some severe, significant things that happened here, and not all of them are great. I mean, it stinks right now if you're Notre Dame. It stinks if you're Texas.
Notre Dame is ahead of Miami still, so Miami is upset still because of that with the head-to-head thing.
But Notre Dame needs some help, namely BYU to beat Texas Tech, which I do not think is going to happen. A&M somehow got passed by a team that lost its coach and most of its staff.
But they won the Egg Bowl. they won their rivalry game.
They won the Egg
A&M.
Bowl. Obviously, Texas, they're pretty much out. It's going to be because there's so many other things that can happen in the ACC, et cetera.
And when you say they're pretty much out, that's because they're 13th and there's still spots in that 12-team playoff that are going to be reserved.
Like Virginia
for
might come in. Hell, James Madison might make it if they win their
North Texas, one of those still has an opportunity. But Yurachek was talking about Texas being on the wrong side of the bubble, as you mentioned, they're being 13th. What he said. It's not that Texas lost to Ohio State, which is, that has been Sark's kind of big. Well, if you don't let us in, it's because you're hurting us because of Ohio State. He said it's that Texas lost to Florida, and that's holding them back. And I thought this was like, amongst the mess that they said, I did appreciate. I was like, yeah, probably good answer.
What do I always say? Win another game, man. You want to win the argument? Win one more game than you did.
You lost. Florida's a 3-win? Or
by the way,
Vanderbilt's
in the SEC. They're 10-2. They have one fewer loss than Texas, although one of those losses came to Texas. And Vanderbilt is even worse off.
Yeah, they're 14.
Yeah, they're even worse off.
Because logic doesn't make sense in college football, damn it. That's why. All right, there you go. That's what's popping. And actually, there's one more thing that's popping that I want to talk about even more here coming up. Laken Tomlinson's gone.
Laken Tomlinson is gone.
Great dude, but did not work out for this team. So I think that is one of those things that we have to look at in the larger context of this team now being 7-5. Who's had the bigger hand in this Texans turnaround? Is it Demeco Ryans or is it Nick Caserio? Let's talk about all of that next.
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy Wednesday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. 1201, almost 1202, here in the great city of Houston.
It's an humble brag right there.
What? What?
I said that's a humble brag.
What's
right
the humble
there.
brag? Great city of Houston?
We're on time.
Oh, that was not the intent. Actually, what I was thinking is
Hitting that clock, baby.
That means that we're in the 12 o'clock hour, which
he was going old school for a minute.
Yeah, it was.
What's the weather?
It's Wednesday.
Looking over your shoulder, it looks like it's overcast. Might be a little rainy out there. Definitely chilly. So
you got to do it in this voice. It's Wednesday.
How about those old FM guys? 12:01 in the Bayou City.
Yes.
1 minute after 12. They did the time like 3 times.
and they used about 45 seconds of a segment there. I mentioned the time, obviously, to talk about the fact that it's 12 in the 12 o'clock hour. We have a couple giveaways that are coming through. It's a $50 gift card through Texas Star Grill Shops. We'll be doing that, and then also we'll be giving away a pair of tickets to the Houston Hoop Classic. Is that what it's called again? Yes, Houston Hoop Showdown. I want to make sure I got that right, where you'll be able to see the University of Houston take on Florida State. So all those things are happening in this hour. Also, at this time tomorrow, there'll be a familiar voice. Obviously, John Lopez is familiar. Mine is familiar. Figgy's familiar. Are you familiar with Nick Wright?
Yeah,
we'll talk to him.
Oh, Nicky Poo.
He will be the face of our behind enemy lines this week as we gear up for Texans Chiefs. But there, I think I want to bask further in where this Texans team has found themselves. They're 7-5 now, which is a far cry from the 0-3 and the other different stops that they've had to this point. And there's a real different air around this team. There was a point in time where I thought we'd be talking draft. Relatively around these times.
Oh, yeah.
And right now, we're starting to look at what it looks like if and when they make the playoffs and what kind of the different ways that you can win in the playoffs. Hell, we didn't have any occasion to talk about the different ways to win in the playoffs. We were playing Jim Moore drop, right? Like playoffs, I'm trying to win a game. Yeah. They've done that. They've won those games. In fact, seven of their last 9. They have won, and here they are. And so with that being the case, who would you say is more responsible for getting them to this place? Is it Demeco Ryans or is it Nick Caserio? Which is funny because I'm sure both of them would hate this question, right? Like they like being the tandem. They're the team. Right. They work together. However, we're doing sports radio, so bump that.
That's right. So you know what got me thinking about this?
What's that?
Lake and Tomlinson.
Yeah, Lake and Tomlinson, a guy that was signed to be your left guard.
I'm like, Nick Caserio has done a terrific job in so many ways. But he hasn't done a good job in other ways. And yet, Woody Marks, what's the reason the run game is doing so well outside of the offensive line coming together? It's been Woody Marks, Jaden Higgins. We're sitting here comparing him to some of or at least his characteristics to Nico Collins. Some of these other, moves that have just transformed this team. You're talking about, Will Anderson and being the best speed-to-power guy in the entire NFL, according to ESPN. Well, that was a trade old Nick did that got that thing
yes, he did.
happen. So,
that was an active, aggressive move in order to acquire.
So many great things. But if we just funnel it down to this roster, this team, this season, where would you say, the bigger hand in a turnaround? I mean, this turnaround was very unlikely. At 0-3, there were some who were saying, "That's it. Well, it ain't gonna happen."
You know what's funny? I think both of your options here clearly have pros and cons. I think if I'm going to simplify this, the answer is Demeco Ryans, right? If I'm going ultimately simple, I go Nick Caserio buys the groceries. Demeco Ryans is in charge of fixing up what the groceries bring you, and that there's been some fixing up, right? If you want to take that from the offensive line, the groceries were bought, but eventually. And the getting there was a problem because we were doing all sorts of mixing around. The idea that they have a buy-in from Titus Howard in order to move to left guard, the willingness to obviously I guess stick with Jake Andrews because that seemed to at least have worked to some degree, even if we still think you might have a better option.
Right.
This is an option that has worked. Cole Popovich being in that circumstance and getting these guys to all work together, and but Trent Brown, I guess you could say, is a Caserio portion and. As much as we can talk about on this offensive line, the fact that you brought in Cam Robinson to be a starter and he's no longer here, the fact that you brought in Lake and Thomason to be a starter and he's no longer here.
Jake Andrews, the weak spot.
I would say so.
Yeah.
You can also point to the fact that if we had gotten what we had liked, Ariante Ursary wouldn't be that guy. Ariante Ursary is one of the 5 best, at least tackles early on, and I'm not sure how many of those guys I'd trade him for. In fact, when we're talking about young tackles, Josh Simmons, one of those guys that was taken ahead by the Kansas City Chiefs, no less, he's having surgery on his wrist. Not to say that that's like a demerit on him.
Right.
On IR, you're not seeing him this week, which we could talk about more in the context of how Patrick Mahomes is going to be running for his gosh darn life.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that more. But Ariante Ursary, there hasn't been injury issues. He's jumped in and been a starter immediately. He's been really good on the blind side of the quarterback. And he's been one of the things that's helped you solidify this thing.
You can extend it. Blake Fisher.
Well, yeah.
And I'm sure you heard the stat, during the game, and I knew we talked about it. They haven't been great with him as the tight end in the jumbo package. I think it was J.J. Watt was talking about. Not only have they not been great, they're worse. They're worse with him at tight end than they are with him not in terms of blocking grades and such. So that that's a Caserio guy. Juice Scruggs, So you look at Caserio and like, thank you. Oh my gosh, what were you doing? What were you thinking in terms of some of the things he does? Then there's this, and my short answer is Demeco as well. Who has the bigger hand in their turnaround, because it is a turnaround after an 0-3 start, and he's held the line, man. He's been just adamant about next play, not worried about the standings. Maybe some of it is hogwash, because he is looking at some of these
bull
things.
jump.
Yeah, exactly. I was trying to think of something like that. Nevertheless, and to be able to rally the team to be able to do these things, make some tough decisions, in terms of the roster and who's playing, who's not. My short answer is Demeco Ryans, but then I also go back to what we talked about at the top of the show. And that is, you kind of feel like they're also this style, this preference, as much as it's working because of the great defense, is holding back C.J. Stroud in this offense some. That's Demeco Ryans.
Yeah.
It
is. And I was like, some of the other things that we were complaining about with Demeco Ryans still are there. I think that's the thing that I come back to, is that I have a little bit of a complicated relationship with both of these guys, but they've both added into it. Because again, you talk about rookies, man. Like Jaden Higgins doing that is a guy that they made the decision of drafting or operating the way that they did in the first and second rounds there to go ahead and draft him. Acquiring Jalen Noel as well as a counterpart has been useful for them, if for no other reason than he's kind of returning the ball really well. Like he hasn't really broken very many that haven't gotten called back, at least.
Yeah.
But he's consistently picking up 14, 15 yards return, which is not something to scoff at by any means.
No, not at all.
I mean, it sucks that it happened so quickly, but Jalen Reid looked like he was capable, and that's a sixth rounder that you, or is he six? Yeah, that's a sixth rounder that you had in the secondary. It feels like they've been able to take, and of course, some of this again is the way that it's coached up.
Yeah.
But they've actually gotten some really good young pieces that have been able to help them in this.
Where does
Woody Marks, of course, as well.
Oh, yes,
right?
Yes. And where does Davis Mills fall in this? That was Nick Caserio's highest draft pick a few years ago, and he was a third-round pick. This team is not where it is without Davis Mills doing what he did for 3 weeks. So you can kind of go back and forth on this whole thing in terms of who's had the bigger hand. As you pointed out, they'll say, and maybe the fair answer is both of them.
It absolutely is. Yeah.
Both of them have been doing it. But here's the other thing. As much as we've kind of singing the praises of what Nick Caley has done to be able to rally this offense and get it done behind this offensive line that is finally set, I don't think you have Nick Caley and maybe the argument of are you holding back C.J. Stroud without Nick Caserio.
Yeah, you've long held that.
Yeah,
that's
I firmly believe it.
Sure.
Nick Caserio, Cole Popovich, a lot of these guys are on the offense. The whole offensive shift has been a Caserio joint the whole time. But now it's working. Right now it's working. I don't know if it's a long-term, answer or how it will play in the postseason. But I think you could argue that this type of offense in the postseason does work.
Yeah, and I think the intertwined nature of this and how we're discussing this, even as we try and separate it, it keeps coming back together. And I think that one of the interesting things that might be worth doing in this, and look, I reserve the right to, depending on how things look, change the way that I feel about this, but we've been hard on Nick Caserio. We have been. And I think that there's still reason to be, because, again, we're looking at Laken Tomlinson, who's gone, and I raised my hand and feel like I could have seen that one.
Yeah.
Even the Cam Robinson, I was like, I feel like I could have seen that one too. Now, I also wouldn't have seen Ed Ingram. So, like, that's the give and take of this. I also wouldn't have seen Trent Brown being as effective as he has been.
I didn't think it was going to happen.
Didn't either, right? So, like, that's 50-50 there. That's two for 4 on either side of it there. But I got to give him credit where credit's due on, like, still having enough there and doing it in tandem with Demeco Ryans to the place where they could figure out a way to get this going in the right direction. So, I mean, I think that the real answer, if we're not doing the sports talk radio of it, is like they clearly both have a hand in getting this to the right place.
Now, let's go to the completely hackish radio question. If you had to keep only one of them, if you had to keep only Demeco or only Nick Caserio?
I don't like this question. I would like to not. So you want to talk about Josh Simmons injuring his wrist? You want to talk about that and how that impacts it?
We could.
That's a really tough question. It's a really tough question because, again, this is where I can't separate it just to this year because Nick Caserio has helped them develop the defense, but all of that is in the style of what Demeco Ryans does. I think the answer would probably be Demeco Ryans if I had to get down to that because the strength of this team is the defense, and the defense plays the way that it does because of Demeco Ryans
and culture. That would be my answer. These words that become cliches for a reason. Culture does make a difference in NFL locker rooms, and everything from how they responded to 0-3 to how they made the adjustments during the season.
Q word never came close to being uttered or being valid in that locker room.
Yes, and I think the culture of this team is why they are where they are, and I think Demeco Ryans has been able to hold it, to steadfast, so to speak, with it in the locker room. I still don't, fully embrace what they are offensively, and I think that's a Demeco thing. But I think he's the biggest reason that they are where they are.
And now I think that they get an interesting, a test is not the right word, but an interesting kind of data point in this Kansas City Chiefs game. Because I talk about time and place, right? Like the cold and going to that place, like can they exercise demons? That feels like that's going to be a culture point on top of like the actual play.
Oh, it's a big moment. It's going to be a big moment, even though the Chiefs aren't what they've been in recent years. Should go in on a Sunday night in Kansas City and win that game. I think that's going to be. It's gonna elevate the confidence, elevate just the stature of this team, and especially if they do it the way they've been doing it with, defense and shutting down Patrick Mahomes. And by the way, as bad as the Chiefs have been comparatively speaking to previous Chiefs team, Patrick Mahomes is having a good year. He's playing pretty well.
He is.
He really is. So it'll be a big win if they can do that.
Yeah, and I mentioned time and place because of the cold and the outdoors. Demeco Ryans on the Coaches Show was asked about that. I was interested in his response because I think it ties into what we were talking about. Is there anything you can do to prepare this team for the cold weather in Kansas City?
Hey, if anybody has any tips, let me know. Well, for me, our mentality says, hey, you got to man up the 3 hours. Yeah. Let's go to work. No matter what the conditions are, you man up, especially with the cold weather. Yeah. Hey, put on something warm, not too warm. Put on enough where you're not worried about it. And my mindset is always, man, you go in a game, it's like you got to psych yourself out mentally. Right. Also, it's like I'm not worried about the weather. Like, put that behind you. It's going to be cold. Get over it. Now, what are you going to do? It's cold for them as well. Yeah.
Who's going to be the shirtless or sleeveless guy on the Texans?
Oh, what a great question.
Who's going to be the shirtless or sleeveless guy walking out for warm-ups?
What's funny is not many of these dudes feel like they're that guy who needs to show the bravado. I don't think it would come from that place, but in my brain, I go Daniil.
I go Dalton Schultz.
You think so?
Really? Yeah. Even coming from Cali?
Oh, yeah.
Well, he also played, he played in Cali, but he also played in NorCal. And we think of Cali. You say Cali, I think you might be thinking Southern California. It's not all sunshine up there in Northern California.
Daniil's a good pick.
I think Daniil's gonna have the guns out, man. Yeah. I feel like the muscles insulate him, and he's a machine. It doesn't even matter how cold it is.
You know who it is? Jake Andrews, 100%.
Really?
Oh yeah, because he's the kind of undersized, all effort guy that obviously he's not having a great year, but sort of is there.
Don't do that.
He's not because of his effort and heart and toughness and all that. It's going to be Jake Andrews. Sleeveless at least.
It's not gonna matter in the way that I think you're asking the question. I think Jakob Johnson is also a good shout.
I could see that one.
I mean, German dude, pretty yoked in and of himself.
Yeah.
I feel like he might end up out there with the shirt off. Cade Stover, good.
Oh yeah,
yeah, that's probably it.
Good answer, 832.
That's probably it.
Good answer.
Yeah. And it always fascinates me because they know they're cold. They know we know they're cold. Everybody knows they're cold, and they still do it.
And it's not. And to be fair, and to be clear about this, it's not about just not just wearing sleeves. It's like the performative nature of not wearing sleeves. I think is the thing that we're
like
talking
David Njoku, who go out there with no shirt at all.
They all want to wear a parka, but they go out there shirtless or sleeveless because, like, hey.
I want you to see. I want you to see that I'm not cold.
Hey, I'm right off of Lake Erie with no shirt. This is nothing to me.
Yeah, exactly. Stover is the answer.
Stover would be a good answer. Either way, I think that's also indicative of the Colts. He doesn't, like Demeco, even as he's like, hey, we just got to get that yard or what have you, he doesn't often give off meathead, which I think is kind of a credit to him because it could easily get to a point where it's like, oh, there's the meathead head coach. I kind of appreciate it in that moment. Give me a little meathead head coach, right?
Yeah.
Like, give me hey, man, just get out here and thug it out, guys. Be tough. It's cold. Who cares? Get out. Play football. But either way, super excited.
Fairbairn going shirtless.
You know what? He might.
No,
I can see him doing it, trying to get for himself. Like it's less about trying to show anything than just like, hey,
that brother gonna be in the turtleneck, in the trench coat.
Gonna have the gloves, the little parka gloves that go up to your elbow.
But also we might have missed an easy answer, which is just Will.
Will
gonna be out there early working just because he's excited to do it. He's excited to play football if it's rain, hail, sleet, or snow, like he from the USPS. Like that's how Will gets down. All right, excited for this game as we continue to work towards it. And like I said, in 24 hours, we will be wrapping up with one Nick Wright and getting ourselves ready for this game. So appreciate you rocking with us here in the loop. And you know why? You know what? Because I'm so appreciative, let's give something away. How's that sound?
Let's do it.
Okay. Caller number 9 right now to 713-572-4610 will win a $50 gift card from Texas Star Grill. The caller will also be entered for the chance to win a Traeger Woolridge Elite Grill and a case of John Lopez's OG sauce at the end of the football season. All you got to do is be caller number 9 right now, 713-572-4610. Somebody said Tommy Townsend revenge game. Go ahead and do that.
Hey, it is.
It is.
All right, coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions.
All right, let's talk about Low T Center.
281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Do y'all get into the Spotify rap thing as much as I do?
Kind of, but I don't use Spotify.
Yeah, I don't use Spotify, but I'm kind of.
I always forget that. A lot of people just use the iTunes or whatever.
I use Tidal, which gives me a little rewind.
Yeah.
It's not as in depth as Spotify, but I got a little look at it.
Yeah, so it's Spotify Wrapped season. As of today, I think it's
Correct.
when it's really starting to hit. My confession is I don't know what to make of my top 5 artists that I've hit on my Spotify Wrapped. Number 5, the Beach Boys. It checks out.
I mean, that would check out just age-wise and certain, sensibility, sure.
4, Rolling Stones. Again.
Excellent.
Yeah. 3, Fleetwood Mac.
Incredible band.
Yes. 2, this is where it gets interesting, the Chicks.
Formerly known as the Dixie Chicks.
Yes.
But okay.
And
I'm not really familiar with enough of their music.
Here's the thing, and I think this is I like
one song,
one of their songs.
But you like it a lot.
I like it a lot.
Gotcha.
And it's always playing. It's actually the Fleetwood Mac song. The Chicks.
Really?
Yeah.
I hadn't thought. Okay, yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Yeah.
And number 1, Taylor Swift.
That's not surprising.
That sounds about right.
You think it sounds right?
You be out here telling us that she's better than Michael Jackson. Of course you do. I don't understand.
But I couldn't even name but 3 of her songs. I just like listen. I think she's good. I just listen to her.
Sure. It's not a quiz.
And here's the other part of the confession. I feel like I'm cheating on Christina.
Yeah, I'm surprised I ain't seen no Christina in there.
Christina's been number 1 the last 2 years.
Oh, that's interesting. Because one of the things that I noticed in my kind of equivalent rewind is the top 5 artists are not necessarily the artists that I like the most.
It's the songs.
Like one of my top artists is Currency. New Orleans, kind of backpack rapper almost, whatever. Blog air rapper is what I should say. And it's because he's put out a lot of albums this past year, so I've listened to those albums in that run.
Maybe that's it because it's Taylor Swift. Yeah.
Taylor just had the new joint come out, and you probably gave it a really good listen.
I did
a few times,
several times,
and so that ran the numbers up.
Do you feel like that's your most listened to artist this year, or because I feel like Taylor got a lot of little tie in with Spotify, she might have spiked it up a little bit.
Oh, you think there's nefarious dealings happening?
And you get personal
because I think I looked at mine last year where I was like, I was not listening to this person all of this time. I think they had the artist Her.
I think what
I'm like, I don't be listening to her.
I think it came down to like a month of time this year. For about 2 weeks with her latest release, I listened to it all the time when I was driving, fishing and stuff. And then about 2 weeks, a few months ago, I listened to a lot of her live concert stuff. So I think that skewed everything. I was a little surprised that Taylor Swift was my number 1. I mean, I listened to it, but like I said, I'm not like a Swiftie or could quote everything and all that. I just like her music. And then Christina didn't even make the top 5.
Yeah,
she's been my number 1 the last 2 years.
Well, you got a new number 1 now.
That's crazy.
And number 2 is always an option,
Yeah, and it's not surprising. No Michael Jackson in that top 5.
Oh, Michael Jackson.
Not surprising.
I listened.
Nope.
You don't have to lie for us.
Don't try to counter this.
Don't lie for us.
I totally understand your love for Taylor Swift now.
These are my confessions.
Monday Night Football was interesting for me in a way that I didn't expect it to be because of Jackson Dart. One of the things I've said about Jackson Dart is I don't know that he's actually good, but for them, he's intriguing, and that is something they've not had for a long time. Is just like a fun quarterback. And part of the reason that he's fun is that he is reckless.
He is reckless.
However, we can acknowledge that he's reckless, and he got that big blow that he had on the sideline because he didn't just get out of bounds.
Yeah.
And Dan Orlovsky had a take on this, and I just thought he was wrong. I usually like Dan Orlovsky quite a bit. This is what Dan Orlovsky had to say about Jackson Dart.
Can we get off of the Dart taking these hits conversation? I don't understand when it became okay for us who cover the sport to be like, hey, will you be less competitive? He's on the road. The team stinks. He's trying to get back into the starting lineup. He's going against another young quarterback. It's Monday Night Football, and we want him to just not be competitive? Like, yes, he's going to have to take less hits, but we're talking about this young man in regard. I would much rather have a young quarterback that is unbelievably talented and ridiculously competitive and worry about, okay, I got to take some hits off him. Yes, he knows that. He'll grow into that. I'd much rather have that than, hey, can you try a little harder?
Boy, am I with you on this.
This is a terrible take.
This is awful.
This is an awful take. Like, I get it.
Yeah.
Being competitive is one thing. If you want to be actually competitive in the NFL, you need a healthy bleeping quarterback, dude. What are you talking about?
You need to play.
He sound like Mike Shanahan in Washington, man. RG3 going back out there with that broke leg.
And by the way, this is the guy that ran out of the back of the end zone to avoid being hit.
I wasn't going to go there. I wasn't. I really and truly wasn't.
This is the same guy that avoided being hit by running out of the end zone. No, you need your quarterback on the field, man.
Yeah, I was like, that extra yard of quote unquote competitive, like it's supposed. You got to be smart. That's a smart man's position. I mean, really, just football. You